Chapter 1 I, 8 years old, soak goji berries in a thermos. Tianhai City. Orphanage. Early in the morning, when the morning light is just beginning to appear, Gu Yuan gets up early and goes to the courtyard to practice Tai Chi with great enthusiasm. Director Xinyu also comes out and practices Tai Chi with Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan, good morning. Xinyu greets him warmly. Gu Yuan says, good morning, Grandpa Director. Xinyu didn't practice Tai Chi before, but he was dragged into it by the little guy, who said it was good for health. Over the past year or so, he has become accustomed to it. At first, Xinyu was suspicious of the precociousness of an 8-year-old, and wondered if the child had a fever. But as he watched the formerly unruly child become sensible, his heart slowly eased. But he often told Gu Yuan to let him know if there was anything on his mind, rather than keeping it to himself. Gu Yuan would say that he was only 8 years old and couldn't possibly have anything to hide. This comment convinced Xinyu. Although Gu Yuan did not act like a child, he had good character and everyone at the orphanage praised him for being sensible. Gu Yuan asked, Grandpa Director, do you still have some wolfberries? Xinyu said, there are still some. But Gu Yuan, you are a child, you can't eat so much wolfberry, do you know? Gu Yuan said, Grandpa Director, I will soak one at a time. I heard that this can make me stronger. Who told you that? How do you know about these things at such a young age? Gu Yuan said, Grandpa Qin, the doorman, said it. This old Qin, he doesn't know when to keep his mouth shut. Xinyu said, although this is a good thing, children really shouldn't drink too much of it. Gu Yuan said, Grandpa Dean, I'll really only drink one. After practicing Tai Chi, Xinyu and Gu Yuan stretched their muscles and bones, then returned to the room and gave Gu Yuan 30 of his goji berries. Grandpa Dean, you have a bottle, can't you just give me half? Half? Xinyu quickly covered the bottle of goji berries and put it under the bed. That's not possible. But you're so stingy, only giving me 30. One a day, and you can ask me for the rest in 30 days. Huh, okay. Gu Yuan, 8 years old, sighed helplessly, took the 30 goji berries and left Xingyu's room. He went to get hot water and put one goji berry in the thermos. Sitting alone on the steps, he looked at the door. The doorman, Grandpa Qin, came to work and saw Gu Yuan still sitting alone on the steps drinking tea. He said sleepily, Good morning, Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan waved, Good morning, Grandpa Qin. The doorman, Grandpa Qin, walked unsteadily into the reception room. It was obvious that he had been to a massage parlor last night. He didn't know if he had gone to Zhangzhuang or a foot massage parlor. Gu Yuan looked up at the sky and saw a falcon flying across the blue sky. His young face was full of vicissitudes and helplessness. He was an orphan who grew up in a welfare institution. No one knew that. He had another identity. Yes, that's right. He was also a reborn. A year ago, he was reborn into the welfare institution. He was reborn into the body of an 8-year-old child. At first, he thought he was the chosen one, ready to become the richest man in the world and make the whole world tremble. But reality slapped him in the face. An 8-year-old child can't do anything. Even if he takes the bus to go out, he will be sent to the police station and then back to the orphanage by kind people. The desire to make money was suppressed by this small body. Gu Yuan could only accept it helplessly. In his previous life, he died of illness because his body was too weak. This time, he must exercise from an early age. It's not easy to be in the middle of life and not be able to help yourself. In the past year, Gu Yuan has not been idle. He collected information constantly, and discovered that the economic trends were similar to those in his previous life, and that he could largely control his own destiny. Moreover, he had lost a lot of money in the stock market, so he had carefully studied the stock market. Now, the only way for him to make a fortune quietly was through stocks. However, as an 8-year-old child, he was unable to open an account. This made him feel that all his money was slipping away for nothing. Gu Yuan was thinking about this when, at that moment, someone came to the door. It was Gu Yuan's sister, Xinyu. Xinyu was wearing a white dress, with a ponytail and a small tear-shaped mole at the corner of her pale face. Her lips were rosy and her slender legs were covered in white canvas shoes and pink socks. This girl has excellent academic performance and was admitted to Tianhai University to study law. Last year, when it was time to pay the tuition, it came to a total of 6,500 yuan. The dean raised 5,000 yuan for her, and she earned 3,000 yuan working during the summer vacation. It was originally enough to go to school, but her 3,000 yuan was stolen by a thief on the bus. Gu Yuan still secretly gave her 3,000 yuan. Where did an 8-year-old child get 3,000 yuan? Chapter 2 Sister Xinyu, will you help me with this favor? Yao Xinyu thought that he had stolen the money. After some intense questioning, Gu Yuan finally revealed the source of the money. The little guy had sent 3 manuscripts to the story competition. The fee for 1 manuscript was 1,500 yuan, and the fee for 3 manuscripts was 4,500 yuan. The fees for all 3 manuscripts had been sent together that month. Yao Xinyu wanted to make sure that Gu Yuan wasn't lying, so she asked him to show her the edition of the book that Story Club had sent back. Sure enough, she found the 3 stories Gu Yuan had mentioned. The pen names were all the same person. Xinyu Xinyan. Wasn't that herself and Gu Yuan? Yao Xinyu blushed immediately. Then she hugged Gu Yuan and cried, her eyes red and swollen, and Gu Yuan's face was also covered in Yao Xinyu's tears. His small body was only able to be ravaged by Yao Xinyu. From that moment on, she treated Gu Yuan like her own younger brother. After Yao Xinyu had cried for a while, she calmed down. She looked at the 3 stories written by Gu Yuan. They were so tear-jerking that she cried again, but no tears came out. Afterwards, Gu Yuan asked Yao Xinyu to keep his secret. Yao Xinyu never imagined that Gu Yuan was also a genius. She could not believe that someone so young could write such a good story. Yao Xinyu asked with a smile, Gu Yuan, why don't you send your stories to the Story Club anymore? I bought the latest issues, but I haven't seen any stories written by you. Gu Yuan licked his lollipop and said, it's too slow. What do you mean? The payment is too slow, it takes months. I might as well not write anymore. Yao Xinyu said reassuringly, it's fine if it's slow, as long as it pays. You can earn 1,500 yuan for 3,000 words, and 500 yuan per 1,000 words, which is better than working a part-time job, right? You're still so young, so take your time and write more, and practice more. In the future, it would be great to become a famous writer. Gu Yuan said, that's just luck. I don't want to be a great writer, I just want to make more money. In fact, Gu Yuan has become an online fiction writer. Last time, he asked Yao Xinyu to buy him a mobile phone and use Yao Xinyu's ID card to apply for a mobile phone number and a bank card, just for the contract. The novel has been serialized for several months. It's called My Wifely Taiping. But the results are too poor. It has been in the same place as in Eunuch. Many readers want to send razor blades. One of the readers made a deep impression on him. He directly sent a gift of 10,000 yuan worth of razor blades, and then commented, let Gu Yuan wait, don't let me find you. Gu Yuan replied, rich woman, I don't want to try anymore. After that, Gu Yuan didn't have the heart to continue writing. Yao Xinyu said, you're still so young, why are you in such a hurry to make money? To earn money for a wife? Gu Yuan said soberly, Sister Xinyu, in this world, you can't do without money. I don't want to see you cry again. Yao Xinyu thought again about how she had worried about money last year, and her eyes became sore, with tears welling up in her eyes. If it weren't for Gu Yuan last year, she wouldn't have been able to go to university. Gu Yuan, I'm working part-time now and have money. Don't worry about me anymore. That's good. Yao Xinyu asked, Gu Yuan, why do I feel like you're the elder and you're telling me off? Gu Yuan said, Xinyu, look at me, I'm only 8 years old. Yao Xinyu patted Gu Yuan's head, I'm just being paranoid, I always feel like there's another person inside you. How could that be? Do you think this is a game world? Yao Xinyu pinched Gu Yuan's face, if only it were a game world. Gu Yuan looked at the beautiful and innocent Yao Xinyu. Xinyu, can you do me a favor? Yao Xinyu patted her chest, what is it? I will definitely help you. Gu Yuan whispered to Yao Xinyu, Xinyu, can you help me open a stock account? What? What do you want a stock account for? I saw something interesting. There is a simulated stock trading competition on the stock trading software, and the first place has a cash prize. I just want to have some fun. Yao Xinyu looked at Gu Yuan and said, Gu Yuan, you're still too young, you can't learn bad habits. Gu Yuan said, Xinyu, don't worry, I won't learn bad habits. Although Yao Xinyu was also surprised that Gu Yuan was interested in stocks, she was used to Gu Yuan being interested in things beyond the knowledge of his peers. I will help you, but if anything happens, you must discuss it with me, okay? Yes, I know. Okay then. How do I open an account? Gu Yuan led Yao Xinyu into a room. Xinyu, did you bring your ID card? Yes. Gu Yuan took out her phone, opened the stock trading app she had already downloaded, and prepared to open an account. Following the steps on the screen, Yao Xinyu opened an account step by step. Phew, that's done, thanks Xinyu. Gu Yuan put her phone away contentedly. Before the two of them could go out, they heard someone shouting Gu Yuan's name outside. It's the dean, said Gu Yuan. Let's go out and have a look. Yao Xinyu took Gu Yuan with her. They happened to see Zhang Yud standing in the courtyard shouting. Zhang Yud was very happy to see Yao Xinyu. Zhang Yud explained his reason for coming, saying that someone wanted to adopt Gu Yuan. Yao Xinyu immediately became alert upon hearing this. Adopt Gu Yuan? Who is this person? Gu Yuan was very puzzled. How did the other person know his name when they had never met? This was very strange. Gu Yuan asked, Grandpa Director, how did the other person know my name? Chapter 3, I told you not to let me catch you. Zhang Yud was also not sure why the other party knew Gu Yuan's name, but from the other party's appearance and demeanor, he knew that this family was wealthy and that if Gu Yuan could be adopted by such a family, it would definitely be a good thing for her. I'm not sure either, let's go in and take a look first, the other party specifically asked to see you. Yao Xinyu and Gu Yuan looked at each other, and although they had doubts in their hearts, they chose to go in and have a look. On the sofa sat a young woman with a high-class air. Her face was also very young, but her dress was more mature than Yao Xinyu's. Her long orange hair was draped over her shoulders, her beige business shirt was unbuttoned, and she wore red gemstone earrings in her ears, giving her the appearance of someone who kept to herself. Gu Yuan and Yao Xinyu followed Zhang Yud into the house. Yao Xinyu knew what was going on. Someone was going to adopt Gu Yuan. She felt a little reluctant. Why Gu Yuan in particular? There were many other children in the orphanage. She had a selfish thought in her heart, but when she saw Xia Qingyan, that selfish thought was shattered. Because the other party was not only beautiful, but also very rich. It is a very happy thing for a wealthy family to be willing to adopt Gu Yuan. This is very good for Gu Yuan's growth in the future. He will not be as poor as she is, and it will be difficult for him to pay tuition fees to go to school. If Gu Yuan goes to this woman's house, he will have a very good environment for growth. He can buy the clothes he wants and play with the toys he wants. In the future, his family will greatly help him choose his path in life. The only drawback of this woman in front of him was that she was too young. She looked young. How could such a young girl take care of Gu Yuan? Gu Yuan also saw this woman. His first impression of seeing this woman was that she was pretty and had a dignified air, but she was still very immature. Then, there was an inexplicable sense of crisis in his heart. This ominous feeling came strangely. Gu Yuan and Xia Qingyan locked eyes. Xia Qingyan's red lips were painted with bright red lipstick, and it seemed like she had lip gloss on as well, making them look moist and tempting. However, her face was written all over with frost. Gu Yuan still managed to squeeze out a smile, revealing her cute dimples. Xia Qingyan tilted her head to one side, and her eyes became extremely aggressive. It was as if she wanted to devour Gu Yuan. Zhang Yud smiled and introduced, Miss Xia, this is Gu Yuan. He is the most sensible child in our orphanage. He is so sensible that it makes people feel sad. He is usually polite, loves cleanliness, has a very regular routine, doesn't have any bad habits, and has a very stable temperament. Zhang Yud was selling his child as hard as if he were praising his own grandson to an outsider. His eyes were full of love for Gu Yuan, and it could be seen from this that Zhang Yud really liked Gu Yuan. Xia Qingyan politely said, Director Zhang, we can sign the adoption agreement today. Zhang Yud was surprised and said, so soon? Miss Xia, have you really thought it over? Xia Qingyan said coldly. Gu Yuan fell silent and fell into deep thought. He looked up and down at this woman. She had come prepared. No wonder she knew his name. But he and she should be complete strangers, so why did she investigate him? Gu Yuan's heart went on alert. Zhang Yud spoke for Yao Xinyu. Xinyu also grew up in the orphanage and watched Gu Yuan grow up. The two of them are close, and Xinyu loves Gu Yuan like a younger brother. Xia Qingyan spoke bluntly, I'm sorry, but I only plan to adopt Gu Yuan. Yao Xinyu was flabbergasted. She was old enough to adopt on her own. She explained, that's not what I meant. I just want to know if you will abandon Gu Yuan if you get married in the future. I don't plan to get married, Xia Qingyan said resolutely. Yao Xinyu. Zhang Yud looked at Gu Yuan and said, Gu Yuan, what do you think? Gu Yuan looked at Xia Qingyan and asked with a smile, Sister, why did you adopt me? Xia Qingyan stood up, walked up to Gu Yuan, and pinched his baby face. Because I like you. Gu Yuan helplessly let her pinch his baby fat face. He looked at Xia Qingyan and always felt that she was looking at him with an evil intent. Sister, I am already a big boy now. I can take care of myself. So forget it. There are still many well-behaved and sensible children in our welfare institute. They are younger and need more care and attention. Why don't you pick one of them to adopt? Yao Xinyu was a little surprised that Gu Yuan had refused. But she knew that by refusing, Gu Yuan was giving the other children in the orphanage a chance, and that he was giving up the opportunity to take the easy way out. Yao Xinyu couldn't help but feel sympathy for the sensible Gu Yuan. Zhang Yud also sighed, Gu Yuan, there's no need for that, they will always find a good family. Xia Qingyan said imperiously, I don't want any other children, just you. Gu Yuan could sense a hint of murderous intent in Xia Qingyan's words. Xia Qingyan was a little angry. Since she was young, she had always been the one to reject others, and no one had ever rejected her. Now, she had been rejected by an 8-year-old. Could it be that she wasn't dressed pretty enough today? Xia Qingyan had never before in her life doubted her peerless beauty for even a moment. Gu Yuan asked, why must it be me? I refuse. Xia Qingyan looked at Zhang Yud. Zhang Yud immediately spoke up for Xia Qingyan. Gu Yuan, Miss Xia is well educated and well mannered, and her family situation is also very good. She is willing to adopt you, which is a good thing. If you are afraid of something going wrong, you can go over there for a few days first to see if you are comfortable. If not, you can come back. The orphanage has Grandpa, and it will always be your home. Gu Yuan said, Grandpa, I just don't understand why Miss Xia has to choose me. And compared to me, my younger siblings need family care more. Yao Xinyu wanted Gu Yuan to go to Xia Qingyan's house, but she was selfish and didn't speak up for Xia Qingyan. Xia Qingyan made a concession, Director Zhang is right, we can try to get along for a few days and sign the adoption agreement if it's suitable. Gu Yuan shook her head, Miss Xia, you haven't answered my question. I refuse your kindness. Xia Qingyan narrowed her eyes, do you really want to refuse? Refuse. Xia Qingyan took Gu Yuan's hand and said, come out with me, I want to tell you something. Gu Yuan's small hand was held by Xia Qingyan's cold and soft hand, and they walked out of the room. Xia Qingyan's high heels stepped on the ground, making a creaking sound. They walked to the side. Xia Qingyan looked down on Gu Yuan from a position of superiority, like a domineering and peerless empress. Gu Yuan, don't you want to know why I know your name and also know that you are here? Gu Yuan looked at the frosty-faced woman in front of him. Sure enough, is she going to reveal her true intentions? Gu Yuan pretended to be dumb and sweet and asked, Sister, why do you know my name? Xia Qingyan said with a smug smile, I told you not to let me catch you. Chapter 4 Gu Yuan, you don't want the dean to know about this, do you? Xia Qingyan bent down and whispered these murderous words in Gu Yuan's ear. This made Gu Yuan feel the temperature drop around him, and his whole body tensed up. It sounded so familiar. It was as if he had heard it somewhere before. Gu Yuan stared straight at the woman in front of him. What a terrifying woman. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This was the first time since his rebirth that he had felt so pressured. Xia Qingyan knew that she had already intimidated the little boy. She gave her lips a twist and continued, didn't you say that you didn't want to work hard anymore? Now that I'm here, a ready-made soft meal is in front of you, are you going to eat it or not? At this moment, Gu Yuan finally remembered who this woman was. This was the local tyrant reader who rewarded 10,000 blades after he had fled in the last book. The local tyrant's nickname seemed to be Wild Underwear. He really didn't expect that this local tyrant reader was a woman. What's more, he couldn't believe that she had found him. Gu Yuan now felt like sitting on pins and needles, with a lump in his throat, a thorn in his back, and sweat dripping from his body. Gu Yuan squeezed out a cute smile. Xia Qingyan said, do you know how I felt when I found out that you were an 8-year-old child? Gu Yuan said, what kind of mood? Xia Qingyan narrowed her eyes, why is an 8-year-old child able to write about sweet love, and also drive, and he was speeding? Is there some kind of secret about you? It's like you're cheating in a game. As she spoke, Xia Qingyan suddenly crouched down, then pushed Gu Yuan onto her lap and lifted up his short-sleeved shirt. Gu Yuan felt like he had been ravaged, violated, and made unclean. Sister, no, don't do this. Xia Qingyan glanced at him and saw that Gu Yuan was just a child, and there was nothing unusual about him. The only thing that was special was Gu Yuan's eyes. Those eyes were particularly sharp, as if they could see through people. Xia Qingyan said, "That's strange." Gu Yuan said casually, "I've liked reading and surfing the internet since I was a child, so naturally I know a lot of stuff, and I have an excellent memory. Writing novels online is just a hobby." Xia Qingyan pressed, "If it's a hobby, why did my wifely typing end?" Gu Yuan said, "I got sick and couldn't continue writing, so I stopped." "Sick? Are you better now?" Xia Qingyan asked. "I'm fine now." Gu Yuan said, "Sister, is this the reason you found me here and want to adopt me?" Xia Qingyan said, "Yes, didn't you say you wanted to be taken care of? Come to my house, I'll let you eat my soft rice." Gu Yuan looked at Xia Qingyan, who was acting like a child, and admonished her, "Sister, you are still young, and there is a long way to go in the future. In the future, you will find a handsome boyfriend, get married, and have children. If you adopt me, all these good things may be far away from you." Xia Qingyan said again, "I said, I will definitely not get married in my life." Gu Yuan looked at Xia Qingyan and said with deep meaning in his voice, "Sister, you must have come up with this idea yourself, right? You definitely didn't tell your aunt and uncle that you wanted to adopt a child, otherwise they definitely wouldn't have agreed." Xia Qingyan said indifferently, "My mother is abroad, and I can make my own decisions." Xia Qingyan noticed something wrong with the way the two were talking. Why did this little guy sound like an elder, like he was teaching a junior? Xia Qingyan said, "Gu Yuan, remember, I'm the adult now, you're the child. Say it, are you going with me today or not?" Gu Yuan shook his head, "If you're serious, sister, you can pick some other brothers and sisters in the courtyard. Or donate some supplies to the Welfare Institute." Xia Qingyan won't give up easily. She wagged her finger at Gu Yuan. "Gu Yuan, you don't want the director to know about your novel writing, do you?" Gu Yuan's head was buzzing. He looked up at this shameless and wicked woman. "If I show the dean and the others what you wrote, what do you think will happen? That new country doctor novel of yours is practically a steaming horse breeder. Is it even human to read?" Xia Qingyan dealt Gu Yuan a direct blow. Gu Yuan was silenced and his defenses broken. If the dean finds out, he'll be dead. Most likely, he'll even block his path to getting rich. His phone will be confiscated, as will his bank card. Fine, he, an 8-year-old kid, will be unable to do anything. Gu Yuan stubbornly said, "What do you really want?" Xia Qingyan's face broke into a smile, and she lifted her hand to stroke Gu Yuan's head. "Good boy, Gu Yuan, come home with me, I'll raise you." Gu Yuan let out a heavy sigh. Fine. He was now meat on someone else's chopping block, to be slaughtered at will. "But let's make a deal, let's try it first. If it doesn't work out, or if you change your mind, I'll come back." Xia Qingyan said, "Don't worry, I definitely won't change my mind." Xia Qingyan led Gu Yuan back to the dean's office and said with a smile, "Dean Zhang, I've convinced Gu Yuan. He agrees to let me adopt him." Yao Xinyu looked at Gu Yuan and felt a little lost. If Gu Yuan was adopted, she would have very few chances to see him in the future. Outside the office, a dozen children looked at Gu Yuan with envy. They also longed to be adopted by wealthy families, but they didn't have that opportunity. Zhang was very happy. "Gu Yuan, you've finally come to your senses." Gu Yuan said, "Grandpa Dean, I've discussed it with Sister Qingyan, and we'll give it a try. If it doesn't work out, I'll come back." Zhang nodded, "Okay." Xia Qingyan said, "Dean, don't worry, I'll take good care of Gu Yuan." Zhang took out the adoption agreement, and Xia Qingyan went over to sign it. Yao Xinyu felt a sense of emptiness in her heart as she watched her younger brother being taken away. Zhang looked at Gu Yuan and said, "At home, you must be obedient and keep clean. If you have any problems, you can talk to your grandfather." Gu Yuan said, "Don't worry, Grandpa." Xia Qingyan said happily, "Gu Yuan, let's go. Do you have anything to take?" Xia Qingyan couldn't wait to take Gu Yuan home and force him to continue writing his novel. She hadn't seen the end of the story yet. Had Gu Feng and Li Taiping returned from the Tang dynasty? She was so anxious that she couldn't eat or sleep well. Yao Xinyu suddenly said, "Is it that urgent? Can't it wait until tomorrow?" Xia Qingyan said, "The sooner we go, the better I can arrange for Gu Yuan and prepare some food and things for him to use." Yao Xinyu said, "Miss Xia, how about this afternoon? I came today because I wanted to take Gu Yuan out to play." Gu Yuan looked at Yao Xinyu and knew that she had a part-time job in the afternoon. Xinyu sister, you. Yao Xinyu held Gu Yuan's hand very tightly. She was afraid of losing Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan looked at Xia Qingyan and said, Qingyan sister, you come and pick me up again in the afternoon, just in case I have something to tidy up. Xia Qingyan nodded and said, okay, I'll come and pick you up at 6 p.m. Chapter 5 Gu Yuan, what kind of wife do you want in the future? Yao Xinyu looked at the departing back of Xia Qingyan, as if she were looking at a competitor. However, this opponent was too strong, and a ping could kill her in seconds. Zhang Yi looked at the somewhat lost Yao Xinyu and said, Xinyu, you should be happy for Gu Yuan. It's okay, Dean Grandpa, I know this is the best choice for Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan looked at Yao Xinyu and took her hand. He grinned and said, Xinyu, don't be sad. You can come visit me in the future. We won't be unable to see each other anymore. I know where Tianhai University is. Yao Xinyu looked down at Gu Yuan and pinched his nose. She said, Xiangdi, I'm not sad. I'm happy. Let's go. I won't go to my part-time job this afternoon. I'll take you out to play. Yao Xinyu took Gu Yuan outside, and the children gathered around them. Gu Yuan, are you leaving? One of the children who often bullied Gu Yuan asked. He was 3 years older than Gu Yuan and therefore much stronger. But at this moment, the way he looked at Gu Yuan was not hostile or contemptuous, but full of envy and reluctance. Gu Yuan smiled and said, yes, I'm leaving here. But don't worry, I'll still come back to see everyone often. Everyone broke into a smile. Gu Yuan, that beautiful woman looks very rich, you're going to have a good life. Yeah, if only we could be adopted by such a family. Don't even dream about it, are you half as smart and sensible as Gu Yuan? Gu Yuan, I'm sorry, I couldn't stand you before, I was jealous that you were loved by everyone, I often bullied you and even hid your thermos, I apologize to you. De Jinzi said. De Jinzi was his nickname. His name was Jin Guangyi, but the director and others called him De Jinzi because there was a gold piece in the swaddling clothes when he was sent to the orphanage. He was the leader of these orphans in the orphanage. Yao Xinyu also grew up in the orphanage. She knew these things were very common, although they were not right, but they were just jokes among children. So after he left the orphanage and got rich, he often went back to the orphanage to buy food and snacks to share with them. In this way, they would not bully Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan looked at him and said, I don't care. In Gu Yuan's opinion, this isolation just gave him an environment to think independently without being disturbed. This was considered a blessing in disguise. Jin Guangyi grinned from ear to ear. Yao Xinyu said, Da Jin, you lead your younger siblings to play, be careful, don't knock yourself down. In the afternoon, Gu Yuan was leaving, so I took him out to buy some things. Jin Guangyi patted his thin chest like a man, don't worry, Xinyu, I'll protect my younger siblings. These children all like Yao Xinyu very much, because she is the only one who has gone out of the orphanage and returned. Everyone else seems to have severed their ties with the orphanage, as if they are afraid that others will know that they are from the orphanage, as if they are inferior people who consider themselves to be inferior to others. Or maybe they didn't make a name for themselves and were afraid to come back. It's like those students that the high school teacher liked very much, who rarely visited the teacher. It wasn't that they didn't want to visit, but they were already busy with their lives, and the mess of life made them reluctant to show the teacher the difficulties they were facing. Most of us are the same. We are ordinary people. Face is the hurdle that many people can't get past. But our lovely and respectable teachers will be very happy to see you go back and visit them. Yao Xinyu left the orphanage with Gu Yuan and sat at the bus stop outside waiting for the bus. On the chair next to them sat an elderly couple. They were both white-haired and old. Their deeply wrinkled skin had lost its color. But their faces were full of happiness. The sun shone on the side of the grandmother's face, and she couldn't open her eyes. The grandfather got up to shield the grandmother from the sun. Grandma asked, the car hasn't arrived yet, why did you get up? Grandpa smiled and said, I got up to move around a bit. You have poor circulation, sit down. It's okay, I'll just stand for a while. This simple scene captivated Yao Xinyu's heart. How happy they are, and how much the grandpa loves the grandma in the little things of everyday life. Yao Xinyu also wants to live a simple life with her lover in the future. Yao Xinyu looked at Gu Yuan and said, Gu Yuan, if you get married in the future, what kind of wife would you want? I want one like Xinyu. Gu Yuan gave a sly smile. Yao Xinyu is not only beautiful, kind-hearted and intelligent, she also worked hard to get into Tianhai University. She is the kind of girl that many boys dream of in their youth. So it's not a lie when Gu Yuan says he likes Yao Xinyu. When Yao Xinyu heard this, her face visibly turned red. Even her ears turned red. And it felt a little warm to the touch. Yao Xinyu tapped Gu Yuan on the forehead. You've got a honeycomb mouth, haven't you? Don't use these superficial polite words with me, I don't buy it. Gu Yuan said with a serious face, Sister Xinyu, I'm serious, who wouldn't like an outstanding and beautiful girl like you? Yao Xinyu looked at Gu Yuan and was about to say something when bus 398 arrived. Bus 398, bound for the Daletang shopping mall. Yao Xinyu is going to take Gu Yuan out to eat and have fun. Click. The door opens. Yao Xinyu and Gu Yuan get in line. The grandparents also get up. They have a lot of stuff. They look a little flustered. Grandpa, Grandma, you go on up first, we'll carry it up for you. Gu Yuan and Yao Xinyu helped to carry some plastic bags. Yes, thank you, my dear. The grandmother looked at Gu Yuan lovingly. Gu Yuan had never seen his grandmother before, either in his previous life or in this one. As he looked at this strange-looking grandmother, he thought to himself that if he had a grandmother like her, he would have received a lot of love in his childhood. The grandfather had poor mobility, so the grandmother had to help him onto the bus. The grandmother kept nagging, hurry up, the bus is about to leave. I'm trying really hard. The bus driver laughed and said, take your time, old man, there's no rush. Just be careful. The young people in the back gave the two old people their seats. Grandpa laughed and said, okay, thank you. After the two old people got on, two students automatically got up and gave their seats to the grandparents. Grandma thanked the two students. She helped her husband slowly sit down first. Then she took out an old handkerchief from her bag, which was wrapped around 4 white rabbit milk candies. She gave the candy to the two students. Then she waved at Gu Yuan. Come here, my child, she said. Gu Yuan walked over to the grandparents. She took the child's hand kindly. How old are you, my child? Gu Yuan replied, Grandma, I'm 8 years old. What a good boy. Here, have some candy. Gu Yuan did not refuse, and he took the candy that the grandmother had already peeled for him. Grandma waved to Yao Xinyu again. Girl, how old are you? Yao Xinyu smiled and said, Grandma, I'm 18. 18, you're a big girl. Here, have some candy. Grandma, I'm all grown up, I don't want any candy, you keep it. Grandpa smiled and said, Girl, no matter how old you are, in our eyes you're still a little girl. My wife and I both have diabetes, we can't eat it, we're saving it for you kids. Grandma looked at Yao Xinyu with a smile. What a pretty girl, she really is adorable. Yao Xinyu took the candy and put it in her mouth. Chapter 6 Gu Yuan, you don't have to accommodate me. Grandma and Grandpa got off the bus at Nanchao North, and Gu Yuan and Yao Xinyu sat in their seats. Dalex is in the Tianpu district, and it's 39 stops by bus 389. Yao Xinyu asked, Gu Yuan, what are you going to do about school? You still have to withdraw from school. She was a little worried about what Gu Yuan would do about school in the future. Gu Yuan smiled and said, Xinyu, don't worry, just let Miss Xia take me to the school to handle the paperwork. Yao Xinyu felt that she was no longer needed, and from then on, another sister entered Gu Yuan's life. She smiled and asked, Gu Yuan, when you were in the hospital, you called her Qing Yan sister, and it was so sweet. Now that you're out, why do you call her Miss Xia? Ha! You little scum. Gu Yuan giggled and said, calling her by her name in front of her is to draw her closer to me. As you can see, she is an iceberg, cold and unapproachable. Since I have agreed to go to her house, I naturally have to start cultivating our relationship slowly. But now in front of Sister Xinyu, I have to call her Miss Xia, so that it shows how close I am to her. Yao Xinyu seemed to have grasped something. She slightly frowned her willowy eyebrows and said, well, what do you call me in front of her? Is it Miss Yao? Gu Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and his brain started racing. A flash of inspiration came to him, and he immediately said, call you my sister in front of her. Yao Xinyu patted Gu Yuan's head and praised, well, not bad, your mind is quick. An hour later, the two sat down at the station and got off the train. There was a lot of foot traffic here, and the people crossing the street were numerous. Yao Xinyu immediately took Gu Yuan's hand. After the green light, the two, one big and one small, crossed the zebra crossing with the crowd and arrived at the Grand Joy City on the other side of the street. The two went in and took the escalator to the second floor. Yao Xinyu asked, Gu Yuan, since she adopted you, shouldn't you stop calling her Miss Xia or Sister Qingyan? Gu Yuan said, huh? Then what should I call her? I can't call her mom, can I? Yao Xinyu burst out laughing. It's possible. No way. I'll never do it. Besides, although she dresses very maturely, she's probably about the same age as you. Yao Xinyu led Gu Yuan to the arcade on the third floor. There were many electric toys for children, and many parents were playing with their children. Yao Xinyu exchanged some game coins and played with Gu Yuan, but Gu Yuan was not interested in any of it. Yao Xinyu asked, Gu Yuan, look, all the other children are playing, why don't you like any of this? Gu Yuan said, Xinyu, everyone likes different things. Yao Xinyu said, do you like Ultraman cards? Digga? Oh. At that moment, a child happened to be holding Digga's magic light stick in his hand and shouting, Digga transform. Gu Yuan called out to him. My child, there is no such thing as Ultraman in this world. There is no Digga either. And there are no monsters either. All of that is just a lie on TV. The 4-year-old child heard the 8-year-old Gu Yuan say such words, and his eyes were full of disbelief, as if the world had collapsed. His eyes were full of tears, and he turned around and ran away, crying. Yao Xinyu watched all this happen, and said, Gu Yuan, you're too bad. She lectured Gu Yuan, but she pulled Gu Yuan away from the arcade and ran, afraid that the child's parents would catch up. If you don't like toys, you must like clothes, right? Yao Xinyu looked at the clothes Gu Yuan was wearing, a white short-sleeved shirt and blue denim shorts, which were old but clean. She dragged Gu Yuan into a children's clothing store. Gu Yuan said, Xinyu, don't buy here. The prices in these physical stores in shopping malls are too expensive. You can buy them online for half the price. It's fine. We're here already, so let's just buy a whole new outfit. There were no customers in the store, just 3 young saleswomen. When they saw Gu Yuan enter, they surrounded him. Handsome boy. Is this your brother? He's so handsome. Yao Xinyu proudly introduced, yes, he's my brother, and I want to buy him a shirt. Okay, handsome boy, tell us which one you like, and we'll get it for you to try on. Gu Yuan picked out 2 cheap ones and went to try them on in the fitting room. But when he was about to take off his pants, he discovered a pinhole camera in a small hole. The camera was hidden very well, but Gu Yuan still noticed it. Because Gu Yuan lived in hotels in his previous life, he often found various pinhole cameras in hotels. So he was experienced with this. Instead of calling the police, he chose to take the camera out himself and put it in his jeans pocket. He would wait until they went out later and quietly throw it away. Once you call the police, it will be very troublesome, and you will have to cooperate with the police investigation. In the end, they won't be able to find out who put it there, and it will just be a waste of time. But that guy who took the photos should really die. This is a fucking children's clothing store. Everyone who comes to buy clothes is a child. Fuck. LTP go to hell. Gu Yuan tried on the clothes and then changed into her old clothes. Yao Xinyu asked, how is it? Do you like it? Gu Yuan nodded, it's pretty good, I'll take these too. They went to the cashier. Gu Yuan shouted with a smile, pretty lady, can you make a discount? The cashier girl showed her dimples, oh, you have a sweet mouth. But you can't bargain here, I'm sorry. Really? Pretty sister? Gu Yuan turned to the other 2 shop assistant sisters. The 2 young ladies walked over, happy in their hearts. One of them said, just give him a discount. $50 off, 300 is fine. In the end, Yao Xinyu paid 300 yuan. The 2 left the children's clothing store. They sat on a chair in the shopping mall to rest. You're going to Miss Xia's house, and she'll buy you a lot of things too, food and things, and they'll be really expensive. Yao Xinyu looked at Gu Yuan and said, you, don't ever mind if the clothes I buy you are cheap. Gu Yuan said, how could I mind the things Xinyu buys me? No, even if you gave me something really expensive, I wouldn't want to exchange it. Nothing in the world can buy true friendship. Gu Yuan knew that Yao Xinyu treated him like a younger brother, so how could he bear to hurt her feelings? Yao Xinyu asked, Gu Yuan, are you hungry? Let's go get something to eat. Gu Yuan said, I'm not very hungry, but I'm thirsty. Can we go over there and get 2 cups of milk tea? Yao Xinyu was a little surprised. I thought you didn't like milk tea. What's wrong with you today? Gu Yuan said matter-of-factly, you like it. Yao Xinyu said with a straight face, Gu Yuan, you don't need to accommodate me. Gu Yuan knew how girls were, so he laughed and said, I want red beans, with ice. No tapioca. Yao Xinyu got up happily and said, okay, I'll go buy it. Sit here and don't move. Don't listen to anyone calling you, okay? Gu Yuan nodded. Chapter 7 Gu Yuan, let me taste yours. As she watched Yao Xinyu leave, Gu Yuan hurriedly walked over to the trash can and threw the pinhole camera in her pocket into it, before returning to her seat and sitting down as if nothing had happened. Yao Xinyu walked towards the milk tea shop at the end of the floor. She had worked part-time here during the summer vacation of her senior year of high school, and the manager was still there. He was very happy to see her. The manager was not very old, only about 20 years old, and had not been able to get into university, so he had started working early. She knew that Yao Xinyu had been accepted into Tianhai University and was very envious. Sister Bingbing, long time no see. The female store manager is called Fan Bingbing. She is very pretty. Xinyu, it's been a long time. How are things? Are you having a good time at university? Yao Xinyu pretended to be relaxed. There is more time than in high school, but without a teacher holding a whip behind you, the motivation is less, and you still have to work hard if you want to do well. Fan Bingbing was surprised and said, our high school teacher said at the time that if you get into college, you can just play every day and life will be so much easier. Yao Xinyu laughed and said, he wasn't lying. College is really great, but I'm just so busy. I still work part-time every day, so it seems like I'm always busy. Fan Bingbing said enthusiastically, if you want a part-time job, you can come work for me. The employees I hired before were all very impetuous and didn't want to work after just a few days. You're more reliable and can help me a lot. Fan Bingbing thought that this time, Yao Xinyu still wanted to work part-time for her, so she said that. Yao Xinyu smiled and said, thank you, Bingbing. I have other part-time jobs, and it's closer to my school. I came here today to hang out. Fan Bingbing suddenly became nosy. Hang out? With whom? Your boyfriend? Where is he? Why don't you bring him over so I can meet him? Yao Xinyu denied, Sister Bing, no, it's my younger brother. Your younger brother? I thought you were an orphan. Don't lie to me. Oh, so it's a younger brother-older sister relationship? Why are you blushing? Let me see the man who stole my beautiful sister away. Yao Xinyu said helplessly, Sister Bing, it's really my younger brother. I adopted him at the orphanage. Fan Bingbing saw that Yao Xinyu was denying it, so she stopped pursuing the matter. Yao Xinyu said, Bingbing, I'll have a strawberry ice pearl milk tea, and a red bean milk tea with ice and no pearls. Fan Bingbing nodded and began to make the milk tea for Yao Xinyu. Before leaving, Fan Bingbing asked Yao Xinyu if she had time to visit her school someday. Yao Xinyu said of course she did, and Fan Bingbing sincerely said thank you. She had always longed for college life, and not getting into college had always been a regret of hers. At that time, with her usual mock exam scores, she could have obviously gone to Tianhai University. For some reason, the results of the college entrance exam were like that. She even wondered if there had been a mistake with the exam paper or if she had filled in the answer sheet incorrectly. Instead, a girl at the bottom of the class performed exceptionally well in the college entrance exam and scored over 600 points, getting into Tianhai University. What a twist of fate! Yao Xinyu went back with 2 cups of milk tea. From a distance, she saw Gu Yuan sitting there very honestly, crossing her legs and staring at the stock trading app on her phone. What are you looking at? Yao Xinyu sat down. Gu Yuan said, simulated stock trading. Xinyu, do you believe I'll give you that first place? Yes, I believe whatever you do. Here's your milk tea. It's red bean, with ice, and no tapioca pearls. Yao Xinyu handed it to Gu Yuan. Thanks, Xinyu. Yao Xinyu slurped the pearl strawberry ice, feeling that it was delicious. Is it good? Yao Xinyu asked. Gu Yuan said, it's delicious. Milk tea tastes better with tapioca pearls. Gu Yuan said, you'll gain weight if you drink too much of this. Yao Xinyu stared at Gu Yuan with a deathly stare. What do you mean? Are you saying that I'm fat? No, I'm not. Gu Yuan quickly denied it. Yao Xinyu said, I'm only 1.7 meters tall and only weigh 100 pounds, am I fat? Yao Xinyu felt that Gu Yuan was implying something. He is a boy, so he must observe more carefully than she does. Could it be that she really has gained weight? Or has the food at university gotten better? Or has she eaten too much? She's not fat. At this time, a few beautiful women walked past Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan glanced at their pairs of long, white legs. This glance was accurately captured by Yao Xinyu. Do you like it? Yao Xinyu asked. Gu Yuan pretended to be dumb. What? Is it white? It's quite white. You looked quite carefully. But they're not as pretty as you, Xinyu. Yao Xinyu turned her head and said, so you're saying I don't have as white skin as they do? Gu Yuan said, still, Xinyu is fairer. Yao Xinyu said, hey, I really don't know what's so good about black silk and white silk, why do you all like it? Gu Yuan said, maybe because it was originally designed for men to wear, so it attracts men's attention? Yao Xinyu said, really? You know about that? I happened to see it in a short video, and it said it was originally designed for men to wear. Gu Yuan, try my milk tea and see if it's good. No need. You try it. Yao Xinyu pushed the straw into Gu Yuan's mouth. Gu Yuan had no choice but to take a sip. The strawberry ice wasn't very good, with just a bite of ice and no strawberry at all. How is it? Is it good? It's good. Gu Yuan lied. Because this was Yao Xinyu's favorite, he couldn't say something Yao Xinyu didn't want to hear. Yao Xinyu looked at the milk tea in Gu Yuan's hand. Then, let me try yours too. Gu Yuan said, I've already had some. Yao Xinyu's mouth twitched, and she felt unhappy. What do you mean? I don't mind you, but you mind me? Yao Xinyu said, give me a sip, I want to try what milk tea without tapioca pearls tastes like. Gu Yuan had no choice but to indulge her. Yao Xinyu took a small sip. She felt that the red bean flavor was better. Let's switch, you drink mine and I'll drink yours. Okay. Gu Yuan sighed reluctantly. Who let this be your own sister, you can only spoil her. Gu Yuan and Yao Xinyu finished their milk tea and got up to go to the skewer restaurant to eat something. The skewer restaurant in Dali City is very popular and delicious. 1 piece of vegetable skewer and 2 pieces of meat skewer. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the two left the mall. On the street, they walked side by side, with the traffic roaring by. Gu Yuan looked at the current Tianhai and thought to herself that in the future, this place would undergo earth-shattering changes. In the future, Tianhai would also become one of the top international metropolises. As they walked, Yao Xinyu suddenly felt a pain in her stomach. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Gu Yuan hurriedly asked, Xinyu, what's wrong? Chapter 8 I swear, I will always love you, Sister Xinyu. Yao Xinyu felt a heat in her lower abdomen, and 2 blushes appeared on her white face instantly. Then, she began to rummage through her small satchel, but couldn't find her things. She had her period, and now the pain was so bad that she couldn't walk. She urgently needed a sanitary napkin to help her. She looked around, and there was a convenience store at the front intersection. She was about to speak when Gu Yuan asked, Sister Xinyu, are you here to visit relatives? Yao Xinyu wondered why Gu Yuan knew such a thing, but nodded truthfully. Gu Yuan said, Sister Xinyu, wait here, I'll go buy you some sanitary napkins. With that, Gu Yuan ran towards the convenience store. Yao Xinyu thought to herself, you're running so fast, how do you know what kind of sanitary napkins I use? But she didn't want to shout out on the street, as it would feel strange. Gu Yuan quickly ran to the convenience store, pulled the door open, and panted as he walked over to the feminine hygiene products. The shelves were neatly stocked with all kinds of sanitary napkins, each with a different purpose. In his previous life, he had often bought this stuff for girls, so he knew a lot about it. Moreover, he had seen the type that Yao Xinyu used herself before, so he took that type of sanitary napkin and went to the cashier. The young lady at the cashier's counter saw a child take sanitary napkins and thought he had taken the wrong ones. Little friend, these are not toilet paper, have you taken the wrong ones? The young lady bent down and said sweetly to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan replied, this is the one my sister asked me to buy. The young lady understood. Gu Yuan took out her phone to pay, then walked back with the sanitary napkins. When she returned to Yao Xinyu, Gu Yuan handed her the sanitary napkins. Yao Xinyu looked at the sanitary napkins in Gu Yuan's hands and had various questions, but she had to go to the bathroom right away. Gu Yuan supported her, and diagonally across the intersection in front of them was a secluded park. Yao Xinyu hurriedly entered the public bathroom. Gu Yuan sat on the bench outside waiting. While waiting, she took out her phone and looked at the afternoon stock market. At this time, a woman wearing a short skirt walked towards Gu Yuan. The woman had a charming face and a good figure, with an impressive capital. She had a butterfly tattoo on her ankle and was holding a selfie stick, broadcasting live. Gu Yuan, hey guys, don't worry, I'll be in the bathroom in the park soon. I wonder if I'll run into a young man walking by. This isn't a script, how could it be a script? It's all random real passers-by. The woman said, sticking out her tongue and panting at her phone, and licking her lips. Brothers, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to start charging for this. Tickets are 68, so brothers who want to watch, hurry up and recharge. 2 sports cars plus WeChat, I won't say the price here. If we get along, you're living well, I don't need to charge you. When she saw Gu Yuan sitting on the bench, she immediately became interested. There's a little kid over there, let's go tease him. The woman walked up to Gu Yuan, looked left and right to make sure no one was around, and asked, little friend, why are you here alone? Where are your mom and dad? Gu Yuan looked up and saw that she had pointed her phone at him, and the image of him and the woman appeared on the live broadcast screen. This woman had seductive eyes and was acting suspiciously, looking around with her eyes. The woman bit her lip. Thank you, big brothers, for the flowers. Can you be more violent? Let me tell you, when dealing with a woman like me, don't be too gentle, you have to be a little more passionate, I like excitement. The more exciting the better. Gu Yuan saw her like this and knew what she did for a living. She was a streamer. She thought Gu Yuan couldn't read it, but in fact, Gu Yuan was immune to the obscene words on it. Gu Yuan said with a dark face, please code the strongest child when you slice it, thank you, and remember to code it. The woman was a little surprised and looked at Gu Yuan in surprise. She quickly flipped the camera and aimed it at herself. Those recording and broadcasting, please code this child. It doesn't matter how I look, but I can't harm the child. The woman looked at Gu Yuan and said, little friend, do you know what your sister is doing? Yes. The woman, no longer flirtatious, looked serious and said, how did you learn to be so bad at such a young age? Where are your parents? Don't they care for you? Gu Yuan said, and you? Don't you also have no one to care for you? The woman said, me? I'm different. I'm an adult. I don't need anyone to care for me. Gu Yuan said, but aren't you also gradually walking towards the abyss? Sister, I know you won't listen, but I still want to persuade you to stop. Maybe the police are already on to you. The woman suddenly laughed. You little brat, you know a lot. The woman looked at Gu Yuan Dao and said, don't watch this kind of thing anymore in the future. You are at an age where you need to develop, so be careful that you won't be able to find a girlfriend in the future. With that, the woman got up and left. Just then, Yao Xinyu came out and saw the woman. Her intuition told her that this woman was no ordinary person. What made her even more surprised was that the woman walked straight into the men's bathroom. Yao Xinyu hurried over and was about to sit down, but she noticed that the seat next to Gu Yuan was no longer available. She pulled Gu Yuan up. Gu Yuan, what did that woman say to you just now? She didn't say anything. The more Yao Xinyu thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt, so she took Gu Yuan's hand and hurriedly left the place. They walked to the bus stop next to the park and sat down to wait for the bus. Yao Xinyu asked the question that was on her mind. Gu Yuan, how did you know what kind of sanitary napkin I was using? Gu Yuan's heart skipped a beat, but she quickly found a response. The young lady at the convenience store helped me choose it. Yao Xinyu nodded, that's how it was. On the way back, Yao Xinyu kept looking out the bus window and didn't say a word. Gu Yuan sat quietly next to her, quietly keeping her company. Just like those days before, when Yao Xinyu came back to visit everyone, Yao Xinyu and Gu Yuan sat on the steps, not saying a word, until dusk. The sunset was brilliant, and Gu Yuan walked to the front door of the Welfare Institute to see Yao Xinyu off. The bus followed the route westward, and the orange light refracted through the bus window and shone on Yao Xinyu's profile. Gu Yuan turned her head and could clearly see the fuzz on Yao Xinyu's face. Yao Xinyu didn't say a word, but her hand was tightly clasped around Gu Yuan's. She was really afraid of losing Gu Yuan. Apart from the director, he was the only relative she had in this world. The bus pulled up to Guangming Welfare Institute. Guangming Welfare Institute has arrived. Please get off the bus through the back door. Yao Xinyu and Gu Yuan got off the bus together and walked into the Welfare Institute. The doorman, Mr. Qin, opened the door as soon as he saw Yao Xinyu and Gu Yuan. You're back? Where did you go? We went to Dali Park. Yao Xinyu smiled. Yao Xinyu and Gu Yuan went into the dormitory to pack their things. As soon as Jin Guangyi knew that they had something to talk about, he did not let the other children disturb them. Yao Xinyu looked down as she helped Gu Yuan pack her things. At a glance, there didn't seem to be anything to take, just a school bag. Yao Xinyu and Gu Yuan sat on the bed. She asked, Gu Yuan, just because you are living well at Miss Xiao's house, you won't forget me, will you? Of course not, I will never forget you, Xinyu. Yao Xinyu said, say you will always love your sister. Swear. Gu Yuan looked at Yao Xinyu's serious expression and said seriously, I swear, I will always love Xinyu. When you go to her house, you must call me often. Xinyu wants to know how you are doing, and if she dares to bully you, just tell Xinyu right away, and I will definitely take you away from her. Gu Yuan happily said, okay, I'll keep you posted. At that moment, the Dean Xinyu came over and said that Xia Qingyan had already arrived by car. Yao Xinyu looked at her watch, it's only 5:45, isn't it? There's still 15 minutes to go. Zhang Yid said, it's not a big deal to wait for 10 minutes, you won't see each other again in the future. Yao Xinyu said firmly, no, it was agreed that I would pick her up at 6 o'clock, so it has to be 6 o'clock in the afternoon for Gu Yuan to leave. Zhang Yid had no choice but to go out and leave them alone. Gu Yuan comforted Yao Xinyu, saying, Xinyu, don't worry. As soon as I arrive at Miss Xiao's house, I'll send you a message to let you know where I am. Then you can come and visit me. Yao Xinyu said earnestly, since they've adopted you, it might make them feel uncomfortable if I visit too often. Yao Xinyu knew that no matter how much she said, and no matter how reasonable the lady was, once Gu Yuan entered the house, the chances of her seeing Gu Yuan would definitely be much less. Therefore, she wanted to seize every second and every minute to spend more time with Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan, do you remember what you said last summer when you had a high fever? Gu Yuan shook his head, what did I say? Yao Xinyu said with a pretense of ease, you said that you wanted to live with me in the future. So I have been trying my best to study and work part-time since then. I also want to live together with you in the future. After I graduate, I will support you to go to university, but it seems that I can only take care of myself for now by just working hard. Life is really difficult. Gu Yuan said, I know, Xinyu, you don't have to push yourself so hard. Take care of yourself first. We still have a long time ahead of us, so everything will be fine in time. Whether it's work, study or life, you should always be full of expectations. Maybe I'm not compatible with Xia, and she'll send me back in a few days. Yao Xinyu shakes her head, no, she won't. She'll like you more and more. Time's up. Yao Xinyu takes Gu Yuan's hand and walks out. In the courtyard, the children look at Gu Yuan with eyes full of reluctance. Gu Yuan, take good care of yourself. Gu Yuan, come back and visit us often. Gu Yuan looked at everyone, don't worry, I'll come back and visit when I have time. Outside the door, next to the black Maserati, Xia Qingyan stood there like an iceberg. Yao Xinyu went out with Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan said goodbye to the dean and everyone. Xia Qingyan took Gu Yuan's hand and said to Yao Xinyu, don't worry, I'll take care of him. Get in the car. Xia Qingyan said to Gu Yuan with her head bowed. Gu Yuan got into the car. The driver started the car and slowly drove off. Yao Xinyu watched Xia Qingyan's car go further and further away, and the tears in her eyes could no longer be held back. Big teardrops slid down her cheeks and fell on her white dress, staining it into a flower. The setting sun cast a long shadow of Yao Xinyu's sadness. Chapter 9 Wow, Sister Qingyan, that's huge. Gu Yuan endured the pain and did not turn around. Even though he had been two people in two lives, his heart seemed like a piece of iron, but he was still moved by the warmth and could not remain emotionless. He knew that Yao Xinyu must be extremely sad at this moment, and she must have cried, but he could not turn back, not daring to, for he was afraid that he could not hold back. In front of the evil Xia Qingyan, he had to appear a little stronger and more indifferent, so that she could not manipulate him. Xia Qingyan did turn around, and she saw the vulnerable Yao Xinyu, crouching on the ground with her head buried in her hands, crying. Zhang Yid stood beside her, comforting her. Xiao Jinzi and the other children surrounded their Xinyu sister, all very concerned for her. Xia Qingyan turned her head and looked at Gu Yuan, your Xinyu sister seems to be crying. This bad woman is still testing me. Xia Qingyan told Gu Yuan that she wanted to see Gu Yuan burst into tears, and then as the head of the family, she would naturally comfort him, hug him, and keep him tied to her side forever after. The bad woman had her fingers crossed, but Gu Yuan didn't do what she wanted. Really? What's there to cry about? Gu Yuan said against his will. Xia Qingyan said, Gu Yuan, you are really an indifferent and ruthless child. Xia Qingyan suddenly pinched Gu Yuan's chin and opened his mouth. What are you doing? Gu Yuan said indistinctly, as she pinched him. Xia Qingyan looked at Gu Yuan carefully and said, let me see what you were raised on, why can you say such cold words? Gu Yuan looked at Xia Qingyan with a stubborn expression. Xia Qingyan's mouth curled up and she said, Gu Yuan, don't pretend anymore. Come into your sister's arms and cry. No one will laugh at you. Xia Qingyan's eyes seemed to see right through Gu Yuan. She felt that Gu Yuan was only pretending to be strong. An 8-year-old child could not hold back when faced with parting. Even if he was precocious and sensible, he was still just an 8-year-old child. Gu Yuan knew that the time was ripe, so he immediately showed his vulnerable side and revealed his vulnerable side to this evil woman. Only then would she lower her guard and stop prying. She would feel like she had everything under control, and in this way, Gu Yuan would have more room to survive. He was crying for real, but also faking it. Tears ran down his cheeks, warm and salty. Xia Qingyan opened her arms, and Gu Yuan took advantage of the situation and crawled into Xia Qingyan's arms, where he burst into tears. Xia Qingyan really felt that her method had worked, and she was convinced that she had the brat under control. Little brat, I'm 19 years old. I can't deal with you, an 8-year-old kid. Xia Qingyan gently patted Gu Yuan's back to comfort him. Gu Yuan, don't worry, when we get to my house, I'll take good care of you and give you the best of everything. Don't worry, I won't restrict your freedom either. If you want to go back to the orphanage and take a look, you can come back anytime. Gu Yuan looked up, then can Xinyu come to our house as a guest? When Xia Qingyan heard Gu Yuan say our house, she was very happy, as it meant that Gu Yuan had already agreed in his heart to consider her family. However, she didn't like the expression on Gu Yuan's face when he mentioned Yao Xinyu. Xia Qingyan resumed her indifferent expression, I don't really like outsiders coming to my house all the time. Gu Yuan didn't pursue the matter, knowing that there were some questions that didn't need to be pursued for an answer. Gu Yuan wiped away his tears and sat back down in his seat. Sister Qingyan, I haven't asked what you do for a living yet. Xia Qingyan was 19 years old. Her parents had divorced when she was young, and she had lived with her mother, Xia Qingzi. Her parents' failed marriage had made her resistant to love and marriage, so she had become someone who had the concept of not marrying or falling in love. Xia Qingyan is very smart. She has had excellent grades since childhood. In primary school, she showed a high level of computer talent and was a top programmer. From junior high school to high school, she won many internet awards, and internet giants all threw her an olive branch, but she refused them all. Last year, with her mother's support, she did not choose to go to university or study abroad for further studies, but instead founded a game company called Isha Jiqing, which specializes in game development. And in the second half of that year, she released the explosive female-oriented romance game Romance Wars. After the game was released, it immediately dominated a large market, and now Xia Qingyan's game company is valued at 10 billion. Xia Qingyan is a true winner in life, a real female rich woman. It's a bit ironic to say that such a person who knows nothing about love has developed a game about the taste of love, and it's even become popular. But although Xia Qingyan doesn't understand love, she is a master of technology. She leaves everything else to her subordinates and is only responsible for making the final decision. Xia Qingyan said indifferently, I'm a game developer. Gu Yuan asked, what kind of game? Xia Qingyan said, a boring game. You developed the game yourself, and you call it boring? The car drove to the Judangang residential area in the Tianpu district. This is arguably the most expensive villa area in Tianhai. When Gu Yuan and Xia Qingyan arrived at her doorstep, Gu Yuan looked at this large villa and felt emotional. The houses here are what I dreamed of in my past life. I never thought that after being reborn, I would have the opportunity to live here. Sister Qingyan, yours is so big. Gu Yuan praised. Xia Qingyan was flabbergasted. Gu Yuan, be clear, what is so big? Sorry, I made a mistake. It's our house that's so big. Xia Qingyan led Gu Yuan into the house, and as soon as they entered, they saw a large living room. She had originally thought that it would be a luxurious decoration comparable to a palace, but she didn't expect it to be a warm color scheme. The decoration looked very comfortable and had a homely feel. Did you decorate this? It's very nice. Xia Qingyan said, no, my mom looked after the decoration. Take a look around, I'm going to go upstairs and take a shower. You've got my clothes all wet. Xia Qingyan said, changed into slippers, and walked up the stairs to the second floor. Gu Yuan also took off his shoes. He didn't run around because he knew that it was rude to run around in someone else's house. Gu Yuan sat on the sofa with his school bag on his back. He was still a little anxious inside. After all, he had come to an unfamiliar environment, and then this woman forced him to come to her house. What was her ulterior motive? He wasn't sure at the moment, so he had to be careful. Xia Qingyan went into the bathroom, took a shower, blow-dried her hair, and changed into clean clothes. When she came downstairs, she saw Gu Yuan sitting on the sofa, looking very honest. "Didn't I tell you to look around? Why are you sitting here without moving?" Gu Yuan said, "I'm afraid of getting lost. In case I see something I shouldn't, Xingyan, you won't kill me to keep me quiet, will you?" Xia Qingyan put her arms around her. "You're quite cautious, kid. Okay, I'll show you around. Let's go. First let's go to your room and put your things down." Chapter 10, I am your nominal guardian. Xia Qingyan was wearing a pink, form-fitting nightdress that showed off her tight, slender figure to perfection. Her smooth, delicate calves were free of a single ounce of excess fat, and her hair, which had just been washed, naturally hung down over her shoulders, exuding a special body fragrance. With her makeup removed and her jewel earrings removed, Xia Qingyan is even more pure and beautiful with her bare face, and the pink skin on her face seems to be able to burst into tears. Gu Yuan followed behind her and went upstairs together. "This is my room. Don't come in without my permission, got it? I don't like other people entering my room, and my mom has to report it too." Perhaps she was afraid that her tone of voice was too cold and would hurt the little girl's feelings, so she explained. Xia Qingyan pointed to the room next to hers and said, "I haven't had the other rooms cleaned yet, so you can stay in the room next to mine for now." She pushed open the door and entered. There were many oil paintings hanging in the room. They weren't masterpieces, but they were all very good. They should have been painted by the owner of the room, because he saw the easel in the corner. "This was originally my mother's room, but she went abroad and isn't expected to return for a while, so you can stay here for now." Gu Yuan put down her school bag and looked around, taking in everything in the room. "Thank you, Qingyan." Gu Yuan sat on the bed and patted it. It felt soft and comfortable, much more comfortable than the orphanage. Then, Xia Qingyan led Gu Yuan around the house. Gu Yuan did not see the nanny or the housekeeper. Xia Qingyan was the only person in the entire house. "Sister Qingyan, you live here alone, aren't you scared?" Xia Qingyan said calmly, "What's there to be scared of? There are no ghosts in this world." Gu Yuan gave her a thumbs up, and she couldn't help but admire this woman. Xia Qingyan looked at the time. It was time for dinner. She looked down at Gu Yuan and said, "You must be hungry, let's eat dinner." "What are we eating?" Gu Yuan was looking forward to his first meal in the big mansion, but then he thought, there is no cook at home. Could it be that Xia Qingyan is cooking for herself? Xia Qingyan took out her phone, opened a certain shit yellow app, and handed it to Gu Yuan. "Here, just order whatever you like." Gu Yuan took the phone, looked at Xia Qingyan, and said, "For the first meal, we're having takeout?" Xia Qingyan frowned slightly. "What did you expect? This place is already the best I've ever eaten at, and their salmon is delicious." Gu Yuan hurriedly explained, "I didn't mean that, it's just that it looks a bit expensive and not very affordable." "It's okay, I told you to eat soft food, I'll pay." Xia Qingyan knew that Gu Yuan had definitely suffered a lot at the orphanage and had never enjoyed any comforts. He must have been moved by his own generosity, but he just couldn't break his habit of being thrifty. Gu Yuan added, "But eating takeaway a lot isn't good either." Gu Yuan didn't say that he didn't like seafood. "So what should we do?" Xia Qingyan blinked. "Let's cook it ourselves." Xia Qingyan was straightforward, "I can't." "I can do it." Gu Yuan sighed. Xia Qingyan looked at Gu Yuan suspiciously and asked, "What can a big kid like you do?" Gu Yuan said, "Don't underestimate me, I often help the aunties in the courtyard cook." Xia Qingyan asked curiously, "The aunties in the courtyard let a little kid like you help with the cooking?" Gu Yuan laughed, "I had to go myself." "Why?" "This is the first time I've seen myself find work for myself." Gu Yuan said, "You don't know. If you help in the kitchen, the aunties will give me something to eat first. For example, if the meal of the day is fried potatoes with shredded pork, there won't be much shredded pork in the pot of potatoes, and there will be almost none in the children's bowls. But if I'm in the kitchen, I can eat the shredded pork straight from the wok." Xia Qingyan laughed, narrowing her eyes. "Ha, you little slyboots, so the other children can't have the shredded pork because you've been stealing it," she said, while feeling very sorry for Gu Yuan, that his childhood had been so miserable. Xia Qingyan led Gu Yuan to the kitchen. The large kitchen was very clean, with no sign of cooking. Gu Yuan opened the refrigerator, which contained only some yogurt drinks and beer, but no food. There were pots and pans in the cupboard, but no spices. Gu Yuan planned to order food from his phone and have it delivered to the house. Qingyan, unlock the phone screen. Xia Qingyan swiped a bit and unlocked the phone screen. Gu Yuan asked, Qingyan, what do you want to eat? Xia Qingyan said indifferently, can you make everything? Tell me. Can you make braised pork ribs? And can you make salt and pepper shrimp? Gu Yuan nodded, I can. Leave it to me. In addition to ordering spare ribs and shrimp, Gu Yuan also bought other dishes. Xia Qingyan said happily, you really can cook everything? That's amazing. Don't praise me yet, wait until it's done and you try it to see if it's good before you praise me. Gu Yuan returned Xia Qingyan's phone and the two of them returned to the living room and waited for the food to be delivered. The two of them sat on the sofa. Xia Qingyan turned on the TV. Thinking that children like Gu Yuan would like to watch cartoons, she switched to the animation channel, where Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf was being broadcast. Gu Yuan asked, Sister Qingyan, how old are you? 19. What? You're only 19? At 19, most people are already company presidents. In his previous life, when Gu Yuan was 19, he was just a country bumpkin starting college. What a difference! Gu Yuan was envious, and asked, why didn't you go to college, Sister Qingyan? Xia Qingyan said indifferently, I'm confident in my skills, and 4 more years of college wouldn't help me, so I simply didn't go. So you know my name? Gu Yuan wondered how she knew his name. It turned out that Xia Qingyan was a hacker and she had looked up information about him. Xia Qingyan was unruffled. She raised the corner of her mouth, so? Scared, aren't you? I told you you couldn't get away. Gu Yuan sighed, that's so childish. Childish? Ha, you're a good writer, why did you quit? Gu Yuan said, if it doesn't make money, I won't write it. You're just a little kid, why do you always want to make money? To marry a wife. Don't you know how much it costs to get married these days? If I don't make more money, then I might have to be a bachelor forever. Xiao Qingyan laughed out loud. She tapped Gu Yuan on the head, you're so young, and you're already thinking about getting married. Gu Yuan said, Qingyan, if you don't work hard when you're young, you'll only regret it when you're old. If I wait until I grow up to work hard, it will be too late. I'm not like you, born in Rome. But I was born a cow and a horse, an orphan cow and horse, with no relatives or friends. If I don't work hard, I really won't be able to get a wife. Xia Qingyan laughed and said, Sister, I have money, I'll give it to you. But in the future, the wife you marry must satisfy me. Why? Because I'm adopting you now, and I'm your nominal guardian. Chapter 11, the cold CEO you promised me, but it turned out to be the opposite? At the thought of being the guardian, Xia Qingyan immediately sat up straight and put on an adult's airs. Gu Yuan frowned and said, now that it's free love, the guardian can't intervene. Xia Qingyan said, then I won't give her a bride price. Gu Yuan was speechless. He let out a soft sigh. Xia Qingyan continued, Gu Yuan, I'm your guardian now, so don't you need to change your address as well? What? Gu Yuan pretended to be dumb. You need to call me Mom. Xia Qingyan's expression gradually became lecherous, and she winked at Gu Yuan. Say it, Mom. Gu Yuan's lips twitched. He had originally thought that Xia Qingyan was a cold and aloof female CEO, but it turned out that she was the opposite, a perverted woman who liked to play so excitingly. Gu Yuan was at a loss for words and looked at Xia Qingyan strangely. You're only 11 years older than me. Xia Qingyan smiled embarrassedly, afraid that Gu Yuan really thought of her as a pervert, and immediately said, hee hee, I'm just joking. You can just call me sister, calling me mom would make me feel old. Gu Yuan looked at the TV and said, can you change the channel? Don't you like this? Gu Yuan shook her head. Xia Qingyan picked up the remote control and switched the TV channel to Princess 6, where Underworld was playing. The vampire elders were chasing a werewolf and a female vampire. Xia Qingyan usually liked to watch horror movies, and she thought this would scare Gu Yuan, so she put down the remote control. The female vampire drove the car, squeezing the vampire elders, who were fighting with the werewolf, in a crack in the mountain and rubbing them. His 2 large wings were deformed, but they quickly recovered. The male and female protagonists entered an abandoned warehouse. The male protagonist wanted to heal the female protagonist's wounds, but found that her wounds healed quickly. Then, they started having sex. The living room became awkward. Xia Qingyan had originally wanted to scare Gu Yuan, but instead she had scared herself. It was really embarrassing to watch these inappropriate scenes with an 8-year-old boy. Xia Qingyan turned her head to look at Gu Yuan's expression, but the kid was very calm and didn't react much. "Why did you change the channel?" Gu Yuan asked. Xia Qingyan sheepishly said, "It's not good." At this time, someone rang the doorbell outside the door. "The food is here, I'll get it." Gu Yuan went to open the door, and the person who delivered the food was not a delivery person, but a security guard. It turned out that deliverymen were not allowed to enter the community, so they were left at the entrance by the deliverymen and delivered to the owners' homes by the security guards. This can be considered a very good service, as it does not cause any inconvenience to the deliverymen and is also convenient for the owners. The security guard often delivered takeaway to Xia Qingyan, and knew that she did not like to meet strangers. So he left the food at the entrance as usual. Gu Yuan went to the entrance, carrying the food back to the living room. Xia Qingyan followed Gu Yuan's ass and came to the kitchen together. She looked at Gu Yuan busily getting on with the task, feeling a little lost and embarrassed. She was no better than an 8-year-old. "What can I do to help?" Gu Yuan was busy preparing the shrimp, and said, "Why don't you wash the cucumbers? We can make cucumber salad later." Xia Qingyan untied the plastic bag containing the vegetables and took out 2 slender, spiky cucumbers with small yellow flowers. "I'm afraid some of you don't know what these are, so let me explain. Cucumbers with thorns are cucumbers with thorns." Xia Qingyan holds the cucumbers. She feels the thorns a little, but she still likes washing cucumbers. "Cucumbers with thorns are the best. Cucumbers with thorns are the best. Cucumbers with thorns are the best." After Gu Yuan finished preparing the shrimp, he started to heat up the oil in the pan and prepared to cook. Bang! The flames of the gas stove rose. Xia Qingyan felt amazing, because this was the first time she had used the kitchen, and she had never lit a fire before. Since moving here, even when Xia Qingzi was at home, the two of them would order takeaway and never cook with an open flame. The boiling hot oil in the pan made Xia Qingyan feel very comfortable, a feeling she had not experienced in a long time. It was just that the 8-year-old Gu Yuan looked uncoordinated when holding the pot, and it would have been better if he were a bit older. "It smells good." Xia Qingyan sniffed. Gu Yuan washed 3 plates, 2 bowls, and 2 pairs of chopsticks. He poured the peeled shrimps onto the plate and then sliced the cucumber. "Peel 2 cloves of garlic," Gu Yuan instructed. "Forget it, I'll do it." Gu Yuan placed the garlic cloves on the cutting board, patted them a few times to remove the skin, and then looked for a garlic press but couldn't find one, so he had to chop them up as best as he could with the kitchen knife. The garlic juice didn't have the same texture as minced garlic. Gu Yuan washed the Japanese mugwort again, picked off the young leaves, removed the old stalks, placed them on the cucumbers, poured over the garlic juice, and poured a few drops of sesame oil. It smelled delicious. Xia Qingyan swallowed. Gu Yuan also wanted to steam rice, but found that there was no rice or rice cooker. "Forget it, today I can only eat more vegetables." He cooked all the ribs he bought at once. Half of them were braised ribs and half were ribs soup. When Gu Yuan placed the dishes on the table, Xia Qingyan looked at the food and then took out her phone. "Unexpectedly, I adopted a child and I still have such a surprise. In the future, I will no longer have to eat takeaways." Xia Qingyan took out her phone and started filming. "Mom, look at this. Your daughter has learned to cook. How about that? It doesn't look too bad, does it? Hee hee, you didn't get to eat it when you were abroad." Xia Qingyan flipped the camera around and pointed it at herself, giving a thumbs up. At that moment, Gu Yuan washed her hands and walked out of the kitchen. "Sister Qingyan, what are you filming?" "No, I wasn't filming anything." Qingyan Xia took out her phone and sent the video she had just filmed to Qingzi Xia, who was on holiday in Florence. Qingyan Xia looked at Gu Yuan and said, "Gu Yuan, thank you for all your hard work." Gu Yuan said, "It's not that hard. Try the food and let me know if it's to your liking. If not, I'll make some improvements." Qingyan Xia picked up a piece of pickled cucumber and took a bite. The cucumber was crisp and refreshing, with a fragrant sesame oil and Chinese mugwort aroma. "It's delicious." Xia Qingyan happily ate it. The cucumber she ate outside didn't taste like this. "That's good, I'm hungry too, let's eat." Xia Qingyan ate every dish and found it delicious. She really didn't know how this kid could cook so many dishes. Gu Yuan was eating his meal when Yao Xinyu sent a message. Gu Yuan, have you arrived home yet? How is it? Gu Yuan also took out his phone, took a photo, and sent it to Yao Xinyu. Xinyu, I've arrived and I'm eating now. Yao Xinyu, who was sitting in her dorm room studying, saw the picture and message that Gu Yuan had sent, and her worried heart eased. It seemed that he was living well there. Then, she had no desire to study. Gu Yuan looked up the address of Jiudan Palace on the map and sent the location to Yao Xinyu again. Yao Xinyu picked up her phone and saw the location that Gu Yuan had sent, and she was happy. Xia Qingyan was unhappy as she ate, watching Gu Yuan send messages to other women. She knew exactly who Gu Yuan was sending them to. Chapter 12, I'll take the job, why give it to someone else? After Xia Qingyan had finished eating, Gu Yuan looked her in the eye. Who's going to do the dishes? Gu Yuan said, I cooked, so you should do the dishes, right? Xia Qingyan immediately pouted, I don't know how. Look at these hands of mine, they're not the hands for washing dishes. Isn't there a dishwasher? I don't know how to use it. Gu Yuan. Xia Qingyan, you don't know any life skills at all. Do you usually do the laundry? Gu Yuan asked. Xia Qingyan said, I have a housekeeping service that does it all for me. What about the cleaning in this room? I also call them to clean once a week. Gu Yuan looked at her and said, you don't know how to use the dishwasher, but that's okay, I can teach you. I'm not learning. Xia Qingyan refused outright. Why? Wouldn't it be good to add some life skills? Why would I learn this menial skill? If I learn it, I'll have to do more work. Gu Yuan was stunned by Xia Qingyan's train of thought. But what she said seemed to make a bit of sense. So you're not going to wash the bowl? Xia Qingyan spread her hands, I don't know how. Sister Qingyan, would you let an 8-year-old child like me do so much work? You definitely wouldn't be able to bear it. Xia Qingyan said, I think you're quite capable, and this little bit of work is nothing for you. Gu Yuan kept smiling politely. How about this, let's roll the dice. The loser does the dishes, no excuses. Xia Qingyan got up, how do we roll? The two of them got up from the table and sat on the sofa. They first added each other as WeChat friends, then created a group for the two of them. They decided to roll the dice to see who would do the dishes. Xia Qingyan nodded. You're younger, you go first. Gu Yuan rolled the dice first and got a 6. Xia Qingyan quickly said, no, that doesn't count. Why doesn't it count? Gu Yuan was speechless. It was the first time I rolled the dice, and I just figured out how to play. This time I'll go first. Okay, you go first. Xia Qingyan was internally excited and nervous. She lightly tapped the dice, and the result was a 1. No, this one doesn't count either, I tapped it wrong. Gu Yuan looked at Xia Qingyan and said, Qingyan, you're the president of a company, how can you keep acting like a scoundrel? Xia Qingyan said, this time is the official start. This time, Xia Qingyan rolled a 5. She felt secure. Haha, I'm going to win for sure, you won't be able to roll a 6 again. Who knew that Gu Yuan was cheating? The dice he rolled were actually still images he had saved. No matter how many times you rolled, it would always come up 6. Xia Qingyan is in the game industry, and in her game romance battle there is also a card draw activity. The lottery mechanism is set up there, so it is impossible to get good cards in a row. The probability is strictly controlled. Gu Yuan shook out 6 points twice in a row, and although Xia Qingyan doubted it in her heart, she had to admit defeat, because there was still a 1 in 6 probability no matter how you shook it, which was still quite high. Xia Qingyan said, okay, I'll take care of the dishes. Gu Yuan nodded. Do you need me to show you how to use the dishwasher? No. Qingyan, I'm going to go upstairs and take a shower. Okay, go ahead. Let me know if you need anything. Gu Yuan went upstairs to his bedroom and entered the bathroom, which was very large and had a bathtub. Gu Yuan let the hot water run and took out some clean clothes. Then he got into the bathtub and started soaking. A hot bath opened up all the pores in his body and it felt so good. Gu Yuan, Gu Yuan. Xia Qingyan called out from outside. What is it? Sister Qingyan. It's nothing. Are you taking a bath? Yes. Do you want me to scrub your back? Xia Qingyan leaned against the door. Gu Yuan was startled, and a chill ran down his spine as he stood up from the fishbowl. No, that's not necessary, I can do it myself. Okay then. Phew. Gu Yuan let out a sigh of relief, and his heart sank. He sat back down again. Splash, splash, splash. The bathroom was filled with steam. Gu Yuan finished his bath, wiped himself down with a large bath towel, along with his damp hair, and then got dressed in his new clothes before going out. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Xia Qingyan lying on the bed, her legs swinging back and forth, her slender feet as smooth as white jade, and her delicate calves in full view. You're done bathing. Xia Qingyan turned her head, got up, and sat on the bed, looking at him like a queen. Gu Yuan asked, Qingyan, did you wash the dishes? Not yet. When are you going to do it? The cleaners I called haven't arrived yet. Ding dong. Xia Qingyan heard the doorbell ring downstairs. Ha! Coming. Xia Qingyan walked out of the bedroom, and Gu Yuan followed her downstairs. Two cleaning ladies in their 40s in uniform walked in. They were all dressed alike, with perky haircuts, flesh-colored stockings, and work skirts that came up to their knees. And they all had that same kind of charming, mature appearance. They were the employees of Tianhai's best cleaning company, Zhuoyue Cleaning. The base salary was 15,000 yuan. Hello, Miss Xia. Hello. I have some dishes in the kitchen that need washing. The two cleaning ladies entered the kitchen. Gu Yuan asked, how much did you pay them? 300. Gu Yuan's mouth twitched. It was just a few plates and bowls, and he spent 300 to hire cleaners to clean them. The two cleaners only took 5 minutes to clean them, and they also cleaned the rest of the kitchen. Gu Yuan looked at Xia Qingyan and said, you should ask me for this in the future. Just give me 200. 200? 100. Xia Qingyan tried to bargain the price down. 150. Gu Yuan made a gesture. Deal. Gu Yuan took the job, so that he could save quite a bit of money every month. Xia Qingyan looked at Gu Yuan's hair, which was still damp. Why didn't you blow dry it? I don't have a hairdryer in my room. I have one in my room. Xia Qingyan took Gu Yuan upstairs to her bedroom. Her bedroom was very pink, exactly like a princess's room. There were dolls on the big bed, the dresser was also pink, and the room smelled nice. Gu Yuan sat obediently in front of Xia Qingyan's dressing table. The cosmetics on it were all very expensive and famous brands. Gu Yuan looked at himself in the mirror and felt a little immature. Xia Qingyan brought the hairdryer and started to blow dry Gu Yuan's hair. Oh! The wind from the hairdryer passed through the gaps in Xia Qingyan's fingers and entered Gu Yuan's hair, drying the moisture hidden in it. Her delicate hands stroked Gu Yuan's hair, and Gu Yuan enjoyed it. Gu Yuan, you're so handsome now, I'm actually a little worried about you, Xia Qingyan said. Why? Gu Yuan asked, looking up. Xia Qingyan said, I'm afraid you'll grow up to be ugly. Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan stood up, thank you, Qingyan, for drying my hair. But I still want to ask you a question, and I hope you'll answer me honestly. Go ahead. Why did you adopt me? Gu Yuan looked at Xia Qingyan with a serious expression. Xia Qingyan blinked, I want to know the ending of the story. Chapter 13, please give them an ending. I want to know the story of Gu Feng and Li Taiping after they returned to the Tang dynasty. You haven't finished writing it yet. Xia Qingyan usually likes to watch anime and read novels in her spare time. One day, she accidentally found the novel written by Gu Yuan and really liked the sweet everyday romance. One day after work, she returned home, took a shower, lay on the bed and prepared to catch up on the day's updates. The story seemed to get more interesting after the Tang dynasty, but she found that Gu Yuan had actually finished it. The ending even said that he had become an eunuch and ran away. This made Xia Qingyan very angry. She was so angry that she couldn't sleep that night, and finally she bought Gu Yuan a gift of 10,000 blades, and then left a message saying that she would definitely catch Gu Yuan. Later, she found out Gu Yuan's personal information and discovered that he had used a girl's ID to register for an author account. She thought that the person who wrote this novel was Xinyu, but after some investigation, she found the Welfare Institute and learned that the person who used this author account was actually Gu Yuan, an 8-year-old child. At first, Xia Qingyan couldn't believe it. An 8-year-old kid could write a novel, and it was so good. She read it so fast that she often twisted into a worm on the bed, sometimes giggling. Later, Gu Yuan published a rural novel and a fantasy novel. Those two were absolute rubbish, completely unreadable. She decided to adopt Gu Yuan for two reasons. First, she saw Gu Yuan living in a welfare institution and felt that the little child was quite pitiful. Second, it was to urge for more chapters. She wanted Gu Yuan to continue writing the story of the housewife Li Taiping under her watchful eye. Gu Yuan looked up at Xia Qingyan, but her little white rabbit blocked her view, preventing her from seeing Xia Qingyan's eyes. So Gu Yuan took a step back, and only then did she see Xia Qingyan's guilty eyes. Xingyan, is it really just to know the ending of the story? Of course. Xia Qingyan put her arms around her chest, her eyelids lowered, and in a commanding voice she said, "Since you started this story, and wrote about the protagonist's joys and sorrows, you should give all the characters in the book an ending, not just let them run off." Gu Yuan let out a small sigh, her little face showing a little worry. "Sister Qingyan, I actually wrote their endings in the previous chapters. Gu Feng and Li Taiping's dream is their life in the Tang dynasty. In my original outline, the setting is partly modern and partly ancient. Gu Feng and Li Taiping are a two-way cure. In the modern world, Gu Feng teaches Li Taiping life skills and then tricks him into marrying her. In the Tang dynasty, it is Li Taiping, the Princess Taiping, who protects Gu Feng." Xia Qingyan asked, "So will they return to the modern world?" In fact, the cenotaph and shipwreck cases I wrote about already explained that their family has returned to the modern world. If they don't, Li Taiping's fate cannot be changed. Only by returning can the story be brought to a perfect close. Xia Qingyan said, "In other words, Gu Feng and Li Taiping's love continues, and they are living a happy life." Gu Yuan, probably. He looked at Xia Qingyan curiously. How could the female CEO still care so much about novels? Especially romance novels? What's going on? Isn't she a non-romance, non-marriage advocate? Could it be that she's a woman of two minds? Sister Qingyan, didn't you say you hated being in love? Xia Qingyan said herself that she didn't want to fall in love because her parents' views on marriage had influenced her, making her resistant to romantic marriage, but in fact she had also seen many couples who were very happy, and she was envious in her heart. Xia Qingyan was a little flustered by Gu Yuan's question. She looked away, and then, after a quick thought, she asked in return, "I want to ask you, how can a little 8-year-old like you write about such sweet love? Have you been in love? And driving? What a mess. I haven't been in love, but even though I haven't been in love, I have seen it. As for some of the memes, I saw them on short videos and used them because I thought they were funny." Gu Yuan touched her nose sheepishly. "Then how do you know all that history?" Xia Qingyan pressed her questions. "Just ask Google." Gu Yuan's answer seemed watertight, but in fact it was full of holes. Xia Qingyan didn't have a shred of evidence. She suppressed the doubts in her heart. "You said you were castrated because you had no money. Now I'll give you money, and you can continue writing, just for me." Gu Yuan said, "I can write you a new story, pure love, super sweet." Xia Qingyan shook her head, "I don't want that. I want you to write about Gu Feng and Li Taiping's life in the Tang dynasty. It'd be best if you wrote in a bit more detail. I'll draw up a contract and you can sign it." Gu Yuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and then asked, "What's the price?" "My fees are quite expensive." Xia Qingyan said, "I've looked up the income of those writers, and your current price is at most 20 cents per 1,000 characters. I'll pay you 50 cents per 1,000 characters. 50 cents per 1,000 characters, that's $200 for writing 4,000 characters a day. It's not much, but for someone like me, it's more than enough. Deal." Gu Yuan said, "Then, Sister Qingyan, I'll go back to sleep. Good night." "Yes, go." Gu Yuan left Xia Qingyan's room and returned to the next room. He took off his shoes and lay down on the bed. When he opened his phone, he saw a selfie from Xinyu. "Gu Yuan, good night." Gu Yuan replied, "Good night, Xinyu." Tianhai University Girls' Dormitory. Yao Xinyu was lying on her bed, her long legs swinging back and forth. She had just taken a shower and her body smelled nice, and her face was pretty. Her eyes were glued to her phone, waiting for a message from Gu Yuan. When she saw the good night message from Gu Yuan, she smiled knowingly. Then she rolled over, lay down on the bed, and closed her eyes to sleep. Gu Yuan put down his phone and lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling. He felt like this was all a dream. It felt so unreal. He had been reborn. Although he had lost both parents and started out in an orphanage with no sister and no room, he was lucky to have a beautiful older sister who treated him like a younger brother. And now he had been adopted by the CEO of a company with a huge contrast. No matter how you looked at it, it was a template for a happy story. The only flaw is that he is only 8 years old. He is too young. He can't do anything. Gu Yuan has currently arranged 2 ways for himself to get rich. This is a parallel world. He can copy songs and scripts and enter the entertainment industry. Of course, since he was only 8 years old, he would have to remain anonymous. The second was to speculate in stocks, which was the fastest way to make money. However, he currently did not have the startup capital. Starting now, he would have to find a way to slowly fleece Xia Qingyan. He could make money by doing the dishes every day and writing custom articles for her. Gu Yuan thought about it, picked up his phone, and began to continue writing the story of his previous wife, Li Taiping. As he was writing, there was a loud noise coming from the TV downstairs. He thought it was Xia Qingyan watching TV, but the sound was so loud that it was a bit distracting. So Gu Yuan got out of bed, put on his slippers and went out to remind Xia Qingyan to turn the volume down. But when he went out, he found that the living room was empty and no one was there. What's going on? Did the TV turn on by itself? Chapter 14 Gu Yuan, you must be scared to sleep alone. Thump, thump. Gu Yuan had always been a firm materialist, but now he was extremely nervous. Apart from the shopping program on the TV, there was no other sound, and the silence was so loud that he could hear his own heartbeat. The situation he was in now combined many elements of a horror movie. An empty villa, midnight, a TV that played programs automatically, the dark environment, and he was still an 8-year-old child. Gu Yuan silently recited in his heart: prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, the rule of law. He tried to stay calm while keeping a lookout. After all, he had been reborn, so it seemed plausible that a copy of the creepy horror game might have started. First, Gu Yuan tiptoed to the door of Xia Qingyan's room and listened to the sound inside. It was quiet, no sound. Xia Qingyan should be asleep. At this time, Gu Yuan walked downstairs, picked up the remote control and turned off the TV. Then, he took 2 steps for the price of 1, 4 steps for the price of 2, and ran up the stairs as fast as he could. He entered the room, closed the door, threw off his slippers, climbed into the covers, and covered his head. Gu Yuan knew that as long as he didn't lift the covers, Gue wouldn't be able to see him, and he wouldn't be able to see Gue either. In the next room, Xia Qingyan, who had fallen asleep, suddenly woke up. She sat up, looking out of the door with a face full of fear. What was going on? When she went to bed, she clearly went downstairs and turned on the TV, so why was there no sound now? Pounding, pounding. Xia Qingyan's heartbeat was accelerating. It turned out that Xia Qingyan had turned on the TV. She was a little lonely sleeping alone in such a big house, and she was also very scared, so she had developed a habit of falling asleep with the TV on and the volume turned up as high as it would go, so that she would feel at ease when she fell asleep. This habit would subtly affect her. Now the sound of the TV suddenly stopped, and she didn't know how she had been awakened from sleep. She just stared straight at the door. It was quiet outside, not a sound. Who had turned off the TV? Had a thief broken into the house? Or was there something else going on? Xia Qingyan thought about Gu Yuan, who was still in the next room. Xia Qingyan lifted the quilt, quietly got out of bed, put on her slippers, and found a red umbrella in the room. Holding it in her hand as a weapon, she opened a crack in the door and looked outside through it. The door was empty, and there was nothing unusual at the corner of the stairs. Xia Qingyan plucked up her courage and walked out, holding the big red umbrella in both hands. She carefully checked every corner of the living room and didn't find anything wrong. However, the TV did turn itself off. Could it be a power outage? Xia Qingyan tried to turn on the living room light. Pop! It lit up. There was no power outage. Maybe the TV had just gone crazy? Xia Qingyan thought to herself, her heart dropping as she let out a sigh of relief. She picked up the remote control and turned on the TV. The shopping program was still on the air. Xia Qingyan had originally planned to turn off the lights, but then thought better of it. Just leave them on. When she returned to the second floor with the big red umbrella, she glanced at the room next to Gu Yuan's. Then she tiptoed over to the door and listened. She heard nothing, so she went in. Xia Qingyan let out a sigh of relief and went back to her room. Gu Yuan, who had voluntarily sealed himself under the covers, heard the TV turn on downstairs again. He was fuming. His scalp felt numb. At this moment, he was not calm. It seemed that being rich, strong, democratic, civilized, and harmonious was useless. Gu Yuan closed his eyes and decided to ignore it. But curiosity drove him to lift the quilt. He wanted to see what was really out there. Gu Yuan summoned his courage and recited the exorcism mantra, 5-star town, colorful light, illuminating the dark. Thousand gods and saints, protect my true spirit. Giant sky and fierce beasts, subdue the 5 weapons. 5-day demons, destroy the body and soul. Wherever you are, all gods welcome you. Hurry up as ordered by the law. He repeated the incantation over and over again, then opened the door. This time, he noticed that not only did the TV turn on, but the lights in the living room also turned on by themselves. However, there was clearly nothing there. What was going on? Had there been a short circuit in the house? Gu Yuan searched the downstairs area, but found nothing. He even went to the bathroom and utility room, which were the most dangerous places downstairs, but found nothing there either. So he went back to the living room, turned off the TV again with the remote control, and then, thinking that this was not thorough enough, unplugged the TV directly. Then he turned off the lights in the living room. Only then did he go upstairs. After returning to his room, Gu Yuan did not go to bed immediately, but hid behind the door and listened for any sounds outside. After waiting for a while, he peeped through the crack in the door and saw that this time the TV was not on and the lights were not on either. Well, that's a relief. Gu Yuan went back to bed, closed her eyes and fell asleep. Next door. Xia Qingyan's legs trembled with fear. Her cold face was covered with fear, her pretty eyebrows slightly furrowed, and the pupils of her starry eyes dilated. She swallowed her own sweet saliva and stared at the door. It's off again. It's off again. Ah, what's going on? Xia Qingyan was so angry that she picked up the big red umbrella and rushed out. She opened the door angrily, went downstairs, and came to the living room. She turned on the TV with the remote control, but it didn't work. The TV wouldn't turn on no matter what. Xia Qingyan looked at the dim environment in the living room and she was extremely scared. Everything in front of her was terrifying. Everything looked suspicious. In her panic, Xia Qingyan opened the red umbrella. She ran upstairs in a panic. She came to the door of Gu Yuan's room. She knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Gu Yuan gasped. He was also extremely scared at the moment. Is it the ghost at the door? At this time, Xia Qingyan spoke, Gu Yuan, are you asleep? Gu Yuan heard it and it was Xia Qingyan's voice. He let his guard down, but then he thought, what if it's the ghost pretending? He immediately became vigilant again and did not dare to relax for a moment. Qingyan, is that you? It's me, Gu Yuan. Open the door first. Gu Yuan tried to sound out the situation. Sister Qingyan, you're not going to change your mind because you think the price of 100 words per thousand is too high, are you? Xia Qingyan said, what 100 words per thousand? Isn't it 50 words per thousand? Open the door for me right now, or I'll lower it to 20 words per thousand. Gu Yuan knew it was really Xia Qingyan when he heard this. He immediately got out of bed and opened the door for Xia Qingyan. But the moment he opened the door, Gu Yuan was so scared that his soul almost flew to the heavens. Xia Qingyan was wearing a nightgown, her hair disheveled, and holding a red umbrella. Gu Yuan was so scared that he turned around and ran. Xia Qingyan grabbed Gu Yuan and held him by the back of the neck. Gu Yuan, do you have something on your mind? Why did you run when you saw me? Xia Qingyan entered Gu Yuan's room and looked at him. Gu Yuan looked at her and thought to himself, Auntie, it's the middle of the night, and you're dressed like this, who wouldn't be scared? Gu Yuan looked at Xia Qingyan and asked, Qingyan, why are you dressed like this when you're not sleeping? I was going to sleep, but I was afraid that you would be scared to sleep alone in such a big room, so I came over to keep you company. Gu Yuan was also scared, so now that Xia Qingyan was here, the two of them could still talk. Gu Yuan lay on the left and Xia Qingyan on the right. Gu Yuan asked, Qingyan, did you just see anything strange? Xia Qingyan asked, no, why do you ask? Xia Qingyan lay flat and looked at the ceiling. This was the first time she had slept in the same bed with a strange man, and she was quite nervous. Nothing. Gu Yuan asked, Sister Qingyan, why were you holding a big red umbrella just now? It looked really strange. Xia Qingyan felt very ashamed and said, don't ask so many questions, kids, just go to sleep. Oh. Gu Yuan closed his eyes and was surrounded by Xia Qingyan's body fragrance. Slowly, the body fragrance lulled him to sleep. Chapter 15 Sister Qingyan, this is a heartwarming breakfast made for you. The morning sun shone through the window and into the room, warm and gentle. Gu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He had slept very soundly that night. Oink, oink, oink. A woman's voice sounded next to him. Gu Yuan turned his head and saw Xia Qingyan, who was still asleep. Gu Yuan looked at his position and saw that he had been pushed to the edge of the bed by Xia Qingyan. The two were so close that Gu Yuan could see the pores on Xia Qingyan's face and the fluttering eyelashes. Her skin was delicate and smooth, full of collagen. Perhaps feeling that she was being watched, Xia Qingyan suddenly opened her eyes. The two thus locked eyes. There was obviously a hint of panic in Xia Qingyan's eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. Gu Yuan smiled and said, "Good morning, Sister Qingyan." Xia Qingyan said coldly, "Good morning." Without moving, she just looked at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan, to avoid the awkwardness, quickly sat up, went to the window and opened it, breathing in the fresh morning air. Xia Qingyan lifted the quilt and looked, and saw that she was still fully clothed. She was shocked. But then she thought, Gu Yuan is just a little kid, what is she afraid of? Xia Qingyan also sat up. She put on her slippers and said, "Let's go, I'll wash up." Okay. Gu Yuan opened her school bag and took out her toiletries. Xia Qingyan went to her room next door. Gu Yuan went into the bathroom, turned on the tap, washed her face, carefully squeezed toothpaste onto her toothbrush, and slowly brushed her teeth. Left, right, top, bottom, gargle, and done. Xia Qingyan was afraid that Gu Yuan had not wiped his face, so she went next door and got her own wet wipes, but saw that Gu Yuan had already finished washing up. So fast? I'm quick. Open your mouth, I want to check to see if you've brushed it clean. Xia Qingyan walked over and tried to open Gu Yuan's mouth. Gu Yuan refused, saying, No, Qingyan, I really brushed it clean. Xia Qingyan looked at the toothbrush and cup in Gu Yuan's hand and said, "Throw these old things away. I'll take you to the supermarket this afternoon and buy you some new ones." Gu Yuan looked at his toothbrush and said, "It looks a bit worn out, but it's still usable." Xia Qingyan said in an imperious tone, "I said throw it away." Gu Yuan had no choice but to throw his toothbrush into the trash can. Xia Qingyan went back to her room to wash up and put on makeup, while Gu Yuan went downstairs. He looked at the kitchen and saw that there was nothing to eat in the morning. He decided to make some fried eggs and heat up some milk. Gu Yuan took out a frying pan, poured some oil in it, warmed it up, and then cracked 2 eggs into it. The pan sizzled. Slowly, the eggs took shape. Gu Yuan turned the eggs over and looked at them. He then turned off the heat. He took the eggs and the milk to the dining table, then climbed up to the second floor to call Xia Qingyan to eat. Today is Sunday, so she doesn't need to go to the office. Xia Qingyan sits in front of the dressing table applying makeup. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Gu Yuan pushes open the door and walks in. Qingyan, breakfast is ready. What did you make? I heated up the milk and fried some eggs. Thanks for your hard work. Xia Qingyan picks up 2 different pairs of earrings and shows them to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan, which earrings do you think I should wear today? They're both very beautiful, but in Gu Yuan's opinion, Xia Qingyan looks best without any earrings. Wearing earrings can sometimes cause ear infections, and you have to regularly prevent them from getting blocked. If you get them caught on something, they can tear and hurt. Gu Yuan said, they're both very beautiful, but Qingyan is so beautiful that she doesn't need them to enhance her beauty. Besides, wearing earrings is not good for the ears. Previously, Xinyu got an ear infection after wearing earrings, and it took a long time to heal. When talking to a girl, you must never mention another girl in front of her. Xia Qingyan said, I'm different from her. She picked out a pair of earrings herself and put them on. The two went downstairs together and sat at the table. Xia Qingyan looked at the fried egg and the milk in front of her and felt a little embarrassed. It was a bit embarrassing to let a child take care of herself. Gu Yuan said, there's not much at home, so I just made a simple fried egg. Sister Qingyan, try it, see if it's to your liking. Xia Qingyan picked up the fried egg with chopsticks and brought it to her mouth. After taking a bite, she found that it was still runny. Not bad. Before Xia Qingyan, she had never eaten breakfast before. When she went to work, she would make herself a cup of coffee, and on Saturdays and Sundays when she didn't work, she would sleep until she woke up naturally. Gu Yuan took the opportunity to sell himself, Sister Qingyan, this is your exclusive breakfast. Xia Qingyan asked, have you cooked for anyone else? Gu Yuan hurriedly shook his head and lied, no, this is my first time, for you, Sister Qingyan. Xia Qingyan nodded in satisfaction. Seeing that Xia Qingyan was happy, Gu Yuan continued, Qingyan, do you want this service every day in the future? Xia Qingyan took a sip of milk and licked her lips with the tip of her tongue. What are you scheming about, boy? Gu Yuan smirked, it's actually nothing, just a little food processing fee. Xia Qingyan said, I buy the food, I use the kitchen, you eat and live here, and you want money from me? You can't put it that way, Qingyan. If I don't work, it won't turn into delicious food to go into your stomach, right? And it can be even more sumptuous in the future. Xia Qingyan said suspiciously, how sumptuous? Gu Yuan said, painting a picture of a pie in the sky, I'll cook whatever you want, the stars in the sky, the moon in the water, it's all good. Xia Qingyan scolded, just bragging. Tell me, how much is the labor fee? She said generously. Gu Yuan tentatively asked, 50? Deal. Xia Qingyan held out her hand and shook hands with Gu Yuan. After friendly negotiations, the two parties reached a preliminary cooperation intention. Gu Yuan looked at Xia Qingyan and grinned. He had fleeced her again. Gu Yuan looked back and glanced at the TV. Sister Qingyan, why did you suddenly run to my room and sleep last night? Xia Qingyan's face changed and her ears turned red. Didn't I tell you that I was worried about you being alone in my house and not being used to it, and that I wanted to take care of you? You didn't have to knock on my door in the middle of the night with a red umbrella, though. You scared the hell out of me. Xia Qingyan felt embarrassed, but she stubbornly insisted, I just wanted to liven up the mood a bit and avoid any awkwardness. Eat up quickly, and then we'll go out for a stroll later. After breakfast, Xia Qingyan took Gu Yuan to the garage and planned to take him shopping herself. Gu Yuan sat in the passenger seat, and Xia Qingyan helped him fasten his seatbelt. Xia Qingyan sat there for a long time, pondering. Go, Qingyan. Xia Qingyan turned her head and asked, Gu Yuan, which one is the brake? Gu Yuan. I'm just an 8-year-old kid, how can you ask me how to drive? Oh, I remember, it's on the left. Xia Qingyan started the car, but it didn't move. Why isn't it moving? Is it broken? Gu Yuan looked down and frowned. The handbrake was still on. He released the handbrake. Xia Qingyan smiled apologetically. Gu Yuan, however, fastened his seatbelt. Qingyan, why don't you just forget it? You can ask the driver to come and drive, there's no need for you to do it yourself. Xia Qingyan said, what are you afraid of? I have a driving license, I just haven't driven for a long time. Chapter 16 Gu Yuan, you really want to play on the seesaw, don't you? Xia Qingyan drove out of the Jiudan Palace and became more and more comfortable and confident on the road. Gu Yuan was quite scared at first, gripping the seatbelt nervously, afraid that she would have an accident. But gradually he noticed that she was quite a steady driver, not arrogant or impatient, no road rage, very calm and composed. He let go of the hand and looked out the window. The scenery outside the window was moving rapidly past, and Gu Yuan's thoughts had already drifted away. He was trying to recall which stocks would rise in the stock market at this time, and it had to be a slow rise. So he thought of those famous stocks that were monsters. Back then, he had also studied the list of stocks that were monsters in the stock market every year, and although he couldn't remember them all, he had a general impression of them. Gu Yuan remembered that there would be a stock that would rise in the second half of the year. It grew tenfold in 2 months. It went from a price of 10 cents to more than 100. This is an opportunity. But Gu Yuan remembered that it seemed to have started soaring in October of this year, and it was only early June, so there were still 4 months left. This also gave Gu Yuan the time to earn the starting capital. The more starting capital he got in 4 months, the sooner he would be able to take off with this demon stock. Gu Yuan didn't know if the stock trend in the parallel world would be the same as in his previous life, which was why he had registered for a stock trading app to monitor the situation. If it was the same, then Gu Yuan could use the list of demon stocks in his hands, which was his golden ticket to rebirth. As he was thinking about 1,000 things, Xia Qingyan suddenly called out to him. Gu Yuan, Gu Yuan? Xia Qingyan called out twice. Ha? What's wrong, Qingyan? Gu Yuan snapped back to reality and turned to look at Xia Qingyan. What were you thinking about? You didn't answer when I called you. Nothing, just daydreaming. Gu Yuan smiled. He tried to remember, but it seemed that he had never heard of the game company Isha Jiqing in his previous life. Could it be because her company was not listed? That's not right either. A unicorn in an industry like this shouldn't be unknown to someone like him who studies the stock market. What's going on? Gu Yuan thought carefully. This is just a parallel world, and the movies and TV dramas from his previous life, as well as the online novels he liked to read, are all gone. When he thought about it, it was not surprising. Some things were the same, and some things were different, and that was good. If everything was the same, would he not have run into all of his ex-girlfriends? Gu Yuan was now reborn in 2006, which was 18 years before in the real world. According to this calculation, if his ex-girlfriends also existed in the parallel world, some of them should be in kindergarten, some in elementary school, and some in junior high school, and university. They covered all stages of students. Xia Qingyan looked at Gu Yuan's little face, which was hiding something, and said, "Now I am your guardian, so if there is anything, don't keep it to yourself, you have to tell me, okay?" Gu Yuan said, "Qingyan, don't worry, I am a big, sunny, cheerful boy." Puff. I don't think so, you should be a scheming little scumbag. Gu Yuan said, I'll take that as a compliment. I haven't asked you yet, what is the reason for you to stay in the Welfare Institute? Xia Qingyan said. Gu Yuan Dao, because both of my parents are gone. I'm sorry. It's okay. Xia Qingyan asked again, where are your grandparents? They are also gone. Where are your grandparents? They are also gone. Where are your aunts and uncles? Xia Qingyan felt like she wanted to get to the bottom of things. Sister Qingyan, please don't ask anymore, they are all gone. Xia Qingyan. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. The car became awkward. Xia Qingyan wanted to find a way to start a conversation with Gu Yuan, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she was left speechless. She really didn't know how to chat. Xia Qingyan parked the car in the parking lot and the two of them went to the entrance of the supermarket together. In front of the supermarket entrance were a row of rocking horses on the left and a row of claw machines on the right. The colorful lights on the merry-go-rounds attract the attention of children. Parents with small children in front of the supermarket entrance, some of them directly cover their children's eyes and carry them into the supermarket. In front of Xia Qingyan and Gu Yuan, there is a cute little girl, about 3 years old. She takes her mother's hand and looks up and says in a baby voice, Mommy, I want to ride the merry-go-round. Zihan, be a good girl, let's wait until we've finished shopping and then we can go on the ride, okay? The little girl's mother was dressed in an intellectual manner and had a very refined temperament. No, I want to do it now. The young woman had no choice but to go with her child to the ride. The little girl had 2 dimples when she smiled, and she was very happy sitting in the pink ride. What's Daddy's father called? Grandpa. What's your mother's name? Grandma. Mom, you sit too, you sit next to me. No, this one is for children. No, I want to sit, you sit. The young woman had no choice but to toss a coin and sit down with her daughter. Gu Yuan stopped in his tracks and looked at the little girl. The little girl's name was the same as his ex-girlfriend's name. He remembered that he had an ex-girlfriend named Yi Zihan. Gu Yuan didn't think much of it and continued walking. After taking 2 steps, he realized Xia Qingyan was still in the same place. Qingyan, let's go, he said. Gu Yuan looked up at Xia Qingyan, who was looking at the mother and daughter playing on the seesaw with a face of envy. She heard Gu Yuan's cry and then turned her head to look at him and said, Gu Yuan, do you also want to ride the seesaw? No, I don't, Gu Yuan said decisively. No, you do. Gu Yuan made a long face, but Qingyan, I'm already 8 years old. 2 lives, let him play such childish things, impossible, absolutely impossible. Xia Qingyan said, what's wrong with being 8 years old? 8 years old is still a child. Don't be shy, come on, I'll play with you, just as an apology for what I said on the bus. Xia Qingyan took Gu Yuan to the rocking horse. She sat down next to Gu Yuan. She sat next to Gu Yuan. Xia Qingyan asked, why isn't it moving? She just saw it move when the little girl got on. Why doesn't it work? Oof. Hey, Gu Yuan let out a sigh. He turned his head and looked at the elegant young woman. Pretty auntie, can you change 2 coins for me? We don't have any coins. The elegant young woman looked at Gu Yuan and thought to herself that the boy was really sweet. She generously took 2 coins and handed them to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan said he wanted to add the pretty young woman's WeChat and transfer the money to her, but the young woman said no, but Gu Yuan insisted. In the end, he added the pretty young woman's WeChat. He transferred 2 yuan to her. Gu Yuan put a coin in Xia Qingyan's rocking horse. He didn't ride it himself. He just sat there quietly. And Xia Qingyan moved around. What's your father's father called? Grandpa. What's your mother's mother called? Grandma. Xia Qingyan was having a great time. She had never played with this before, and she was having a blast. The little girl next to her turned her head and looked at Gu Yuan, her eyes blinking and full of Gu Yuan. Gua gua. Chapter 17. Oh my ex-girlfriend has just started kindergarten. The little girl's 2 dark eyes twinkled as she looked at Gu Yuan, and she could see her own reflection in the clear eyes. Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan smiled at her and said gently, "Little girl, you're so pretty. Pretty auntie, little girl has inherited your beauty." The young and elegant woman was even happier when she heard this. "Oh, you're so sweet." The young and attractive woman looked at Xia Qingyan, who was playing on the swing next to Gu Yuan, and thought she looked familiar. "How old is your little sister?" "A little over 3, she just started kindergarten." "Do you live nearby?" Gu Yuan said, "Yes." "Are you also from the neighborhood, pretty auntie?" The young and attractive woman smiled and said, "I live over there in the imperial capital of the Hanxi. Hanhai Daidu is also a wealthy community in Tianhai. It is a large flat building next to Sandalwood Palace, just across the street." After all this time, it turns out that this elegant young woman is still her neighbor. "Pretty auntie, then we are neighbors," Gu Yuan said. "Really? Which building do you live in?" Gu Yuan said, "We live next door in Sandalwood Palace." The elegant young woman suddenly remembered that she seemed to have seen Xia Qingyan coming out of Sandalwood Palace. The young woman asked, "Are you brother and sister?" Gu Yuan nodded. "Guagua, why aren't you playing?" Gu Yuan said, "My brother doesn't want to play. But this is really fun." "Be good, you play," Gu Yuan said gently. The little girl suddenly squealed in a baby voice, "Guagua, kiss kiss." The little girl leaned her face over, wanting Gu Yuan to kiss her cheek. Gu Yuan laughed. This girl has liked handsome guys since she was little. The elegant young woman quickly pulled the little girl back and scolded her, "Yi Zihan, have I taught you nothing? I'll spank you." "No, don't spank me." The little girl shook her head and waved her hands at the elegant young woman. "Pan Pan is handsome, Pan Pan kiss kiss." The elegant young woman felt a little embarrassed, so she quickly picked up Yi Zihan and placed her on her white lap, then slapped her twice. "Wow." The little girl burst into tears. Gu Yuan said, "Pretty auntie, please don't hit her, she doesn't know any better." "I'm sorry, little friend, I haven't taught her well." "Don't blame yourself, either. This is just how kids are. She'll understand in time. You're the one who knows better. Zihan, let's go, it's time to go shopping." The elegant young woman walked away with Yi Zihan in her arms. Gu Yuan waved goodbye to the little girl. "Bye, Guagua." "Bye." Gu Yuan waved. Gu Yuan had just heard the little girl's full name, Yi Zihan. Wasn't that the name of his ex-girlfriend in his previous life? A junior at Tianhai Film Academy, Gu Yuan had disliked her for being too clingy at the time and had broken up with her, but she had always loved Gu Yuan deeply, so she often went to Gu Yuan's house to send warmth. At that time, Gu Yuan knew that her family was well off, but he didn't expect that when she was a child, she was still a rich second generation. When she grew up, her parents were estimated to have gone bankrupt after failing in business. But even if she went bankrupt, she was still a rich person, and her life was still very comfortable. Gu Yuan never imagined that his ex-girlfriend would appear in a parallel world. She was only 3 years old and had just started kindergarten. Xia Qingyan sweetly tugged at Gu Yuan's clothes and looked at him with a pitiful expression. Gu Yuan snapped out of it and turned his head to look at Xia Qingyan. "Guagua, my baby's rocking horse isn't moving anymore. Please put in a coin for me, okay?" Xia Qingyan said in a pretentious voice, acting like a real drama queen. Gu Yuan was stunned. He couldn't bear to look at her. He couldn't believe that Xia Qingyan would do such a thing. Goosebumps rose all over his body. He quickly put the coin he was holding into the machine for her. "Here you go. It's all for you. Is that okay? There's only one left. If you want more, there won't be any more." Xia Qingyan kept smiling and blinked quickly. "Thank you, Guagua." Gu Yuan couldn't take it anymore. Sister Qingyan, can you stop? I can't take it anymore. You can't? I haven't even started yet. Just now, when someone called you so sweetly, I saw your mouth stretch to the back of your head. Gu Yuan sighed and said, but, the little girl is only 3 years old, and you're fighting over her? Who said I was jealous? Then what are you doing? Xia Qingyan said, can't I learn to be cute? Why is it okay for a child to flirt and act cute with you, but not me? Gu Yuan said, Sister Qingyan, to be honest, you were just too green tea, and your intentions were too obvious. Xia Qingyan asked, what is green tea? How do I put it? It's probably a woman with ulterior motives and a dark heart. Xia Qingyan looked Gu Yuan straight in the eye and said very seriously, I'm not like that. Gu Yuan was a little scared. I believe you. After the ride, the two went into the supermarket. The supermarket was huge. Xia Qingyan first took Gu Yuan to buy toiletries, and then they went to the toy section. Sister Qingyan, what are we doing here? Gu Yuan pushed the shopping cart, while Xia Qingyan walked in front of her with her arms folded. Don't you want any toys? Xia Qingyan asked. I don't play with these, they're too childish. Childish? This is what you should be playing with at your age. Do you want to buy a magic light stick? No. Xia Qingyan put it in the shopping cart. Do you want an AK toy gun? This one seems to shoot plastic bullets, do you like shooting? Xia Qingyan pointed the toy gun at Gu Yuan. I don't shoot guns. Gu Yuan is at a loss for words. When Gu Yuan says no, Xia Qingyan puts something in. Whenever Xia Qingyan turns around, she finds that the shopping cart only has some toiletries, and Gu Yuan has put all the toys back. Xia Qingyan looks at Gu Yuan very seriously and says, Gu Yuan, you're being very bad, you know that? Gu Yuan was puzzled. Sister Qingyan, what did I do? Tell me, I'll listen carefully. Xia Qingyan looked at him and said, I know you're sensible, that you're a little devil and know a lot, but you're still an 8-year-old child. An 8-year-old child just wants to let loose and be childlike, not repress himself, okay? I'm really afraid that you'll get sick from holding it in. Listen to me, if you want something, just say it, if you want to play with something, just say it, I'll give it to you, okay? Gu Yuan was a little happy. Xia Qingyan was genuinely concerned about her own well-being. She was worried that she might have psychological problems, so she was trying to comfort herself in her own way. Gu Yuan smiled and said, Thank you, Qingyan. I do have a big toy that I like, I'm not sure if you'll buy it for me. What? Of course I will, I can't afford not to. Gu Yuan looked at Xia Qingyan and said, I want a game console. Xia Qingyan looked at Gu Yuan and said, Is that it? Yes. I'll buy it for you when we get home, and I'll get the latest model. I'll also get you a computer. Thank you, Qingyan. Chapter 18, The cold and aloof female CEO is a little glutton. Xia Qingyan walked over to the snacks section again and picked up a pack of spicy strips. Gu Yuan, you must really like these too, right? Children like them too. Gu Yuan did eat spicy strips, but he couldn't say he liked them, especially the beef tendon spicy strips that Xia Qingyan was holding in her hand right now. They were very hard, like steel bars, and he couldn't chew them at all. Eating one of these strips made him feel like his teeth would break off. Apparently Xia Qingyan likes this snack herself. Gu Yuan still nodded, just take one pack, don't take more than that, you won't be able to finish it. Xia Qingyan said, how about 2 packs? In fact, Xia Qingyan could have just taken the snacks and left, there was no need to ask Gu Yuan's opinion at all, but she was actually trying to take care of Gu Yuan's feelings and let him integrate into her as soon as possible, otherwise he would always feel like an outsider. How about potato chips? You like those too, right? Xia Qingyan picked up a large pack of spicy potato chips. Gu Yuan pushed the shopping cart, we can buy 2 packs of these. Xia Qingyan weighed up the situation, let's get 4 packs then. She grabbed them all at once, and the shopping cart was soon full. Xia Qingyan looked back and saw the full shopping cart, feeling satisfied. Let's go home. The two of them walked towards the checkout counter, and Gu Yuan happened to see Yi Zihan and her daughter pay and leave the supermarket. He thought that since Yi Zihan was at Hanhai Daidu, not far from him, he just didn't know which kindergarten it was. He wanted to protect this ex-girlfriend of his, after all, she was his woman in a previous life. At the age of 8, he should have no problem fighting his way into the kindergarten. Xia Qingyan stopped again. She looked at the freezer next to her and saw ice cream. Xia Qingyan asked, Gu Yuan, you must be thirsty, let's have some ice cream. Okay. Gu Yuan said, acting like he was comforting a child. Xia Qingyan's aloof appearance hit a childlike heart, and even made Gu Yuan feel that Xia Qingyan was 8 years old and he was the elder. Well, he was an old man anyway. After opening the freezer, Xia Qingyan asked Gu Yuan what flavor he wanted. Gu Yuan simply took a durian-flavored one. Xia Qingyan took a Monkey King chocolate ice cream. She had never eaten durian before, nor things like stinky tofu. She didn't understand why she had to eat these things. Xia Qingyan thought to herself, Gu Yuan must have a strange taste in his mouth after eating this durian-flavored ice cream, and it doesn't smell good. When they go to bed at night, she must make him brush his teeth a few times, otherwise she won't be able to sleep because of the smell. It's best to spray some perfume on him to cover the smell. After paying the bill, the two walked out of the supermarket. They were carrying 4 packages in their hands, most of which were snacks and not heavy. The sea and sky in early June, the midday sun was very strong, and the walk from the supermarket entrance to the open-air parking lot made people sweat. The two quickly got into the car, and Xia Qingyan turned on the air conditioning. Gu Yuan turned her head, and a bead of sweat slowly slid down her side. Gu Yuan reached over and took a tissue, and wiped it off for Xia Qingyan. Xia Qingyan turned her head and looked at Gu Yuan, and after a 2-second silence, she said thank you. Gu Yuan took out the ice cream she had bought and handed it to Xia Qingyan. Qingyan, eat it quickly, it will melt soon, she said. Xia Qingyan opened her own ice cream, which was the brand she had eaten since she was a child. The ice cream was cold and refreshing, dispelling the heat. It made Xia Qingyan feel much better. Gu Yuan next to her also started eating. The durian-flavored ice cream didn't taste very strong, and you can only smell it if you got close to it. She watched Gu Yuan eat it with relish and wondered if it really was that good. Gu Yuan, is this one smelly or not? Gu Yuan looked at her ice cream, you'll know if you try it. I don't want it. Xia Qingyan immediately refused. But she kept staring at the ice cream in Gu Yuan's hand. It's melted, Gu Yuan reminded her. Xia Qingyan quickly took a sip of her own Monkey King. Her pink little tongue was as agile as a snake. Gu Yuan continued to persuade her, this one really smells good, as long as you pluck up the courage to take the first bite. Although Xia Qingyan refused, her body was honest, and her mouth pursed. I've already eaten this one, you can have this one. Gu Yuan handed it over and brought it to Xia Qingyan's mouth. Xia Qingyan pinched her nose, then opened her cherry lips and took a small bite. Then the taste instantly reached her head. Ugh! Xia Qingyan quickly got out of the car, but she didn't throw up. Gu Yuan also quickly got out of the car and went over to pat her on the back. Sister Qingyan, are you okay? Xia Qingyan said, you're just lying. I couldn't even get past the first bite. I'm never listening to you again. But the bite of durian-flavored ice cream that she had just held back from gulping down seemed to really not stink, but smell sweet. But it did smell bad. She's not blessed with the ability to enjoy this kind of thing. Gu Yuan said, I'm sorry. It's okay, I wanted to try it myself. The two sat back in the car, rinsed their mouths out with water, and Xia Qingyan started the car and returned to the Sandalwood Palace. They were both sweating, so they took a shower, brushed their teeth, and brushed a few times more. Xia Qingyan told Gu Yuan. The two returned to their room and took a shower each. Gu Yuan finished in 3 minutes. He changed his clothes, came downstairs, reconnected the TV to the power supply and turned it on. But he didn't watch it. Instead, he felt uncomfortable at the silence in the large living room. Gu Yuan sat on the sofa, holding his mobile phone and staring at the stock market. He deliberately searched for it and found that the stock was real. Xia Qingyan came out of the room and saw that Gu Yuan was already downstairs. He also saw that the TV, which had broken down last night, was now working again. Gu Yuan, what are you doing? Writing a novel for you. Gu Yuan lied. Xia Qingyan smiled. Where are you up to? Let me read it. Gu Yuan said, if I show you bit by bit like squeezing toothpaste out of a tube, it won't be satisfying, and you'll lose your sense of anticipation. I'll save up some chapters and show you all at once. It'll be like a TV series, where you can show me each episode as it finishes. Okay, no problem. Xia Qingyan sat next to Gu Yuan and looked at the small snack bags on the table. Let's split these. Gu Yuan said, just leave them. Whoever wants to eat can take some. No way. We have to split them. Xia Qingyan spoke up. Gu Yuan had no choice but to agree. Xia Qingyan opened the plastic bag. They started dividing the snacks. You take one bag, I'll take one. I'll take one, I'll take one. You take one bag, I'll take one. I'll take one bag, and I'll take one bag. Gu Yuan was at a loss for words. If she didn't want to share, she should just say so. There was no need to go through the motions and humiliate me. In the end, Gu Yuan got one bag of potato chips and one bag of spicy strips. As soon as they were divided, Xia Qingyan put her bag in a bag and was about to hide it in her snack cabinet when someone came outside. Xia Qingyan went over to answer the door. A few workers carrying a large TV set walked in. Gu Yuan asked, Sister Qingyan, what's this for? Xia Qingyan said, getting a new TV. Gu Yuan thought to himself, well, it's time for a new one, and he didn't stop him. Chapter 19 Capitalist, Vampire. While the technicians were installing the TV, the property manager came back with a few people. They were carrying camera equipment. Xia Qingyan walked out, looking cold, her arms folded. Miss Xia, I assure you that the security at Jodan Palace is top-notch, and no outsiders will be able to enter at will. Did you lose something at home? Our property management can cooperate with you to find it, or you can call the police now. Xia Qingyan said indifferently, I haven't lost anything. Just do as I say and install the cameras for me, 8 of them. The property manager said, okay, Miss Xia, then I'll have them install the cameras for you right now. This one is connected to your phone and can be viewed at any time. If you need anything else, please contact us and we will help you properly. Thank you. Gu Yuan stood next to Xia Qingyan. The property manager glanced at Gu Yuan a little longer, then led the men to find a suitable location outside Xia Qingyan's villa to place the cameras. Inside, the TV was being replaced, while outside, the cameras were being installed. It seems that Xia Qingyan was also aware of the commotion last night, which is why she is taking such precautions today. She must be afraid, that's why she went to sleep in her own room. Heh, this stubborn woman. Gu Yuan looked up, Sister Qingyan, do you know what happened last night? Xia Qingyan looked at Gu Yuan with surprise and asked, you heard a noise? Gu Yuan said, I only know that the TV in the living room would turn on by itself, so I turned it off. But after I turned it off, it turned on by itself again. I was so scared that I unplugged it. Xia Qingyan was flabbergasted. Gu Yuan, did you do it last night? What? Xia Qingyan held back for a long time, sighed and said, I turned on the TV. I usually turn on the TV when I go to bed. Gu Yuan. Xia Qingyan was thinking about whether to ask them to stop working, when the property manager said, Miss Xia, the first one is already installed. The installation workers in the room also carried the old TV out of the villa. Miss Xia, it's already been replaced. Can you sell us this TV cheaply? We'll take it. Xia Qingyan wanted to say take it away, but Gu Yuan held her hand and looked at the workers and said, thank you very much, masters. You can see that this TV is still in good condition and is 90% new. How much can you sell it for? The master said, 2,000. Gu Yuan said, 2,000 is too low. The market price is 18,000. Look at the screen, it's not damaged, and the outside is also very clean, it looks brand new, so give me a better price. The master said, it is indeed 90% new, but this TV has been used, so its price cannot be estimated according to the market price, and it will be greatly discounted. I am really giving you a good price by offering 2,000 yuan, I am not talking nonsense. Gu Yuan looked at the master, and from the look on his face as he spoke, he didn't seem to be lying. I believe you. How about this, I'll add another 500 yuan. This TV is not damaged, not worn out, and has not been repaired. You can say that you recovered it from the Jutangung community. There are definitely a lot of people who will buy it, and you can make money reselling it. The several masters all laughed. The old master said, Since the service fee for installing the appliance at home was 500 yuan, and Xia Qingyan had not yet paid, in the end, she gave Gu Yuan 2,000 yuan. Xia Qingyan wrapped her arms around herself and looked at Gu Yuan, you're something. I was going to let them take it away. Gu Yuan said, it's mainly because the TV was new and didn't have any problems, and the master didn't deliberately undercut the price. He was a decent person, otherwise I guess I could only sell it for 100 yuan. Xia Qingyan held out her hand, give it to me. What? Gu Yuan asked. Money. Gu Yuan smirked, didn't I do all the talking? Besides, Xinyan, do you really care about this little money? The company casually looks at projects worth billions, so don't bother with this little business. Xia Qingyan said, this is my TV. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have replaced the TV. It's all your fault for turning off my TV in the middle of the night. So, I need the money. Gu Yuan was defeated. After all the hard work and arguing, he had only helped Xia Qingyan get married. Xia Qingyan only gave Gu Yuan 100 yuan for his services. Heh, capitalist, vampire. Gu Yuan put the money away, thinking that where there is oppression, there is resistance. Xia Qingyan said, I forgot to buy you clothes and shoes when I went out today. I'll go shopping with you at the mall some other time when I'm free. Gu Yuan said, no need, Xingyan, I have enough clothes. Clothes are not just for wearing on yourself, but also for showing off to others. It's not enough to just have enough clothes, you need to wear different clothes for different occasions. I also need to give you a makeover. Xia Qingyan looked up and down at Gu Yuan. What do you want to change? I think I'm quite handsome. Xia Qingyan said, first, you need to get rid of your narcissism. Xia Qingyan and Gu Yuan supervised the property work together. They have already installed surveillance cameras, and it would be a bad idea to ask them to take them down. So they might as well stay. Outside the villa, the greenery is very good, and there is a lawn and garden in the backyard. There are a total of 24 buildings in this Jodan Palace community, each covering an area of about 4 acres. The two walked through the path to the backyard garden, where Gu Yuan saw a large expanse of lawn, which had to be regularly mowed by hired workers. Gu Yuan felt that it was a waste of land to grow grass, and it would be fine to grow vegetables. Gu Yuan looked at Xia Qingyan and said, Xingyan, let's open up a bit of this lawn, I want to grow vegetables like cucumbers and beans. Xia Qingyan really didn't think that you could grow vegetables on the lawn. Grow vegetables? Can you grow them? Gu Yuan said, yes. You can eat vegetables you grow yourself with peace of mind. Xia Qingyan said, if you like, of course you can. But I won't do the work for you. Gu Yuan said, I only need 10 square meters to grow vegetables without your help, Xingyan. In front is an open-air swimming pool, but it is dry inside, without water. Apart from a few fallen leaves, there is nothing inside. Xingyan, why isn't the pool filled with water? I'm afraid of water. I can't swim. Oh. That's a pity. Gu Yuan whispered. Who knew that Xia Qingyan had very sharp ears and she heard him? What's a pity? Gu Yuan said, it's a pity that I can't see your good figure. Xia Qingyan's face turned slightly red, and then she became serious. You're good, Gu Yuan, you're not learning good habits at a young age. The two returned to the living room through the back door. Xia Qingyan had just turned on the TV and opened the potato chips, while Gu Yuan sat next to her writing a novel, when someone else came to the door. It was Xia Qingyan who had brought the game console and computer that Gu Yuan had bought for him. Xia Qingyan put down the potato chips and went to let them in. Gu Yuan didn't move. He watched Xia Qingyan open the door and reached for Xia Qingyan's potato chips. In the midst of all this, Xia Qingyan seemed to have a telepathic connection with the potato chips. She sensed someone moving her potato chips and turned around. She caught Gu Yuan in the act of stealing the potato chips. Gu Yuan gave an embarrassed smile. Xia Qingyan gave Gu Yuan a warning look. Gu Yuan then reluctantly withdrew his hand. Is the bad woman watching her potato chips so closely? Chapter 20 Gu Yuan, I'm hungry. Please put on shoe covers. Xia Qingyan looked at the two computer installation staff and the security guard. The security guard was here to watch the two install the computer. After the three put on their shoe covers, they were led upstairs by Xia Qingyan. As soon as Gu Yuan saw that the game console had arrived, he followed them upstairs. He was still looking forward to it, and there would be games to play in the future. Gu Yuan ran to the front, opened his own room door, and tried to let them in. However, Xia Qingyan told the three to go into her own room. Gu Yuan froze in place. He didn't know why Xia Qingyan had done that. Didn't she say she was buying a computer and a game console for herself? Why wasn't she installing them in her own room? Xia Qingyan's mouth curled up, and she walked into her own room to tell them where to install the computer. Xia Qingyan's bedroom was very large, and inside was her own office computer, with spare space next to it for a large monitor and computer case. Gu Yuan entered sheepishly, keeping his smile on his face as he asked, puzzled, Sister Qingyan, didn't you buy this for me? Xia Qingyan said, I did buy it for you, why? Were you disappointed just now? No, I wasn't. Gu Yuan shook his head. Xia Qingyan bent down, no? Liar, I clearly saw that you had lost your smile and the light in your eyes had dimmed. Gu Yuan asked, Qingyan, since you bought it for me, why is it in your room? Xiao Qingyan put her arms around her and said the reason, you are a child with poor self-control, and I am afraid that you will become addicted to it, so I plan to supervise you. Your main task now is to study, and to write novels for me. You can't play games for too long. Gu Yuan said, I have self-control, I definitely won't become addicted. Can I pretend to be in my room? Sister Qingyan, please. Gu Yuan pulled Xia Qingyan's skirt and cooed like a spoiled child. Xia Qingyan's face was cold and decisive as she refused. She said, I need to supervise you. This is no fun, really no fun. Where is the trust between people? How can I play well if I'm watched while playing games? Hey, he's not an extrovert. It's like playing a league game. When there are no spectators, Gu Yuan is the strongest player, but when there are spectators, his performance is not as good as a bronze medalist. Gu Yuan suddenly realized that Xia Qingyan would go to work tomorrow, Monday, and he wondered how he could supervise her when she wasn't at home. He could just play around as he pleased. It took two masters 2 hours to assemble the computer, but the computer they made was very beautiful. Although it was 2006, the level of technology was the same as in his previous life in 2024. The computer mainframe has a sci-fi feel to it and is water-cooled, which makes it look very cool. Xia Qingyan went downstairs to see the master out, while Gu Yuan stayed in the room. He sat in front of the computer and couldn't wait to start downloading games. The games here are not much different from those in his previous life: tower pushing, chess, shooting, and adventure. Gu Yuan downloaded the Honor Alliance. And while waiting, he downloaded the game platform Steam. On this game platform, you can buy a lot of games. Just as he was about to find a fun game, Xia Qingyan returned. She stood expressionlessly behind Gu Yuan, and Gu Yuan felt a chill behind him. What's wrong, Qingyan? Gu Yuan smiled and turned back. Gu Yuan, are you hungry? Xia Qingyan asked. I'm not hungry. Xia Qingyan said, I'm hungry. What should we eat? Gu Yuan scratches his head, I'll go downstairs and see what else is there. The two of them go to the kitchen. There are chili peppers and some meat in the refrigerator. Just yesterday, Gu Yuan also bought some dried noodles, so Gu Yuan plans to make some noodles and soup. Sister Qingyan, do you like noodles? Xia Qingyan asks, are they delicious? Delicious. Gu Yuan answers affirmatively. Oh, then eat. Gu Yuan cleaned the peppers, then cut them into strips, and chopped some green onion and ginger for later. The meat was already cut into slices. She heated some oil in a wok. Xia Qingyan rubbed her stomach, turned around, went back to the living room, picked up her potato chips, and started eating. She came into the kitchen and watched Gu Yuan busily cooking. You can't steal my potato chips, okay? Gu Yuan thought to herself, it's just a potato chip. You saw that, so it's not stealing, and I didn't eat it. If I hadn't turned around, you would have eaten it. Xia Qingyan ate with a slurping sound. We divided it up, you have one bag. This bag is mine. Gu Yuan lifted the wok and showed Xia Qingyan the sliced pork with green peppers in it. This one, does it smell good? It's delicious. Xia Qingyan nodded truthfully. If you don't give me potato chips, I won't give you any vegetables. Xia Qingyan froze. Then you can have 5 chips at most. She seemed to really miss her potato chips, and held up 5 fingers. No more than that, kids shouldn't eat too much junk food. Gu Yuan laughed. Qingyan, I heard that girls who eat too much junk food will grow mustaches. Really? Xia Qingyan said, I don't believe it. She touched the upper part of her lips. They were clean, there was no mustache at all. She must have been tricked by Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan said deliberately, it won't grow right away, it will grow slowly in the future, and by then, Qingyan will become like a man and have to shave every day. Don't lie to me, I won't fall for it. Xia Qingyan looked at her potato chips and hesitated. After thinking about it, she put them down. She went to the refrigerator and got a bottle of water to rinse her mouth. Guyuan Jian secretly laughed to himself when he saw that he had scared her. After he had finished cooking the noodles, he immediately dipped them in cold water to prevent them from clumping together and to make them more elastic. After a few passes in the cold water, he put them in a basin, then poured in the stir-fried green peppers and pork, stirred it a little, and a delicious and tasty summer cold noodle dish was ready. Guyuan took 2 cans of Sprite from the refrigerator, opened one and handed Xia Qingyan one. Xia Qingyan took the bowl herself, filled it with noodles, and instead of setting it in front of herself, pushed it towards Guyuan. "Thanks for all your hard work," said Xia Qingyan. Guyuan felt warm in his heart. He drank some Sprite and looked at Xia Qingyan expectantly, wanting to know her evaluation of the taste of the first bite she took. "What do you think?" Guyuan asked. "It tastes very special, but it's quite delicious. The chili is a bit spicy." Xia Qingyan slurped and then took a sip of Sprite and continued eating. Guyuan was also hungry, so he started eating too. After taking a bite, he felt that something was missing. He slapped his forehead and remembered that it was missing garlic. He got up and went to the kitchen to get 2 cloves of garlic, peeled one and handed it to Xia Qingyan. "Qingyan, eat with this." Xia Qingyan took the garlic, "Thank you." At the table, the 2 of them didn't say much, but it looked very warm. The 2 of them, one big and one small, looked like they had a little family. Xia Qingyan suddenly looked at Guyuan and said, "Guyuan, you still need to go to school in the future. The previous school was too far away, so you definitely can't go there anymore. There's an international school nearby, and the teaching quality is okay, and the students are also very good. Let's go to your school tomorrow to complete the withdrawal procedures, and then take the documents to transfer to this international school." Guyuan asked, "Sister Qingyan, you're not going to work tomorrow?" Xia Qingyan said indifferently, "I'm the president, and no one can control me." Chapter 21, Trial Play. Guyuan said, "Amazing." Xia Qingyan finished eating the noodles and gazed at Guyuan. "Leave it, I'll wash the dishes." Guyuan understood what she meant. "We Guyuan are really smart." Guyuan said, "It doesn't matter, just don't forget to transfer the money to me later." Xia Qingyan got up, winked at Guyuan, and went upstairs to her room. She felt a little sour after eating the noodles, so she was going to brush her teeth and gargle. Guyuan went to the kitchen, washed the dishes and pots, and also went upstairs. "Qingyan, I'm coming in." "Come in." Xia Qingyan replied from the bathroom. Guyuan sat in front of the computer, looked at the Honor Alliance and chicken eating games that had already been downloaded, and was ready to try them out. Xia Qingyan came out of the bathroom, sat down in her seat, and looked at the games that Guyuan was downloading. She asked, "What games do you know how to play?" Guyuan said proudly, "If I want to play, there's no game I can't play." "You're bragging." Xia Qingyan felt that Guyuan was too fond of bragging. "I'm not bragging. If you don't believe me, watch me. I'll download this Steam and buy 2 games to play." Xia Qingyan's snow-white hands supported her rosy cheeks as she looked at Guyuan and said, "Our company recently released a new game, but unfortunately it didn't do well after going on sale. Would you like to try it and give it a review?" "Sure, what's it called?" Xia Qingyan said, "They're both small games, one is called Greedy Cat and the other is called Extreme Escape. Greedy Cat is similar to a game like Snake. And Extreme Escape is similar to Temple Run." Guyuan registered a Steam account and sure enough, he found these 2 mini-games on it. It showed that these 2 games had been on the shelves for 3 months, but the number of purchases and downloads was less than 1,000, which was a poor market performance. The post-maintenance of these 2 mini-games was a money-losing business. Fortunately, Romance Wars was very strong and had always been at the top of the interactive game rankings, bringing huge profits to Xia Qingyan's Xiajiqing company. Guyuan looked at it and saw that such a small game was still being sold for 29 yuan. Who would spend 29 yuan on such a small game for entertainment, which could only be used to kill fragmented time? Guyuan clicked to buy and was taken to a redirect page. "Sister Qingyan, pay." Xia Qingyan asked, "You wanna play, you pay." "Then I won't play." No, I'll pay. Xia Qingyan took out her phone, scanned the code, and paid 58 yuan. "It's not bad to pay to play your own game." "Okay. You have to play well and give me a real review." "I know." Guyuan downloaded the game and started to register. When it came to choosing a game nickname, Guyuan casually picked a name with the meaning of a heartfelt wish. Xia Qingyan hurriedly said, "This is not good, choose another one. It's just a game nickname, it doesn't matter what you call it. You're a boy, so call yourself something manly. What do you suggest?" Xia Qingyan thought for a moment and typed the words Little Wishful Child on the keyboard. Little Wishful Child, that name sounds weird, a bit like an eunuch. He looked at Xia Qingyan reluctantly. "Sister Qingyan, you call this nickname manly?" "It's quite cute," said Xia Qingyan, and then pressed OK, before entering the game. Just as Gu Yuan had expected, this game of Greedy Cat was similar to Snake. There was a game lobby, where 100 people started the game at random. There was also an undercover mode. It was quite fun. You could add friends to create a room, and there were many ways to play. It was obvious that Xia Qingyan had put a lot of effort into this game. Because there weren't many real people in it, there were also bots distributed by the system. Gu Yuan's gaming experience was very good and he felt great. He quit the game and tried the second game, Extreme Escape. Xia Qingyan said, "Although our game has not performed well in the market, a copycat game appeared last month, and it has already had hundreds of thousands of downloads. I have already sued them." Gu Yuan looked at Xia Qingyan and said, "Qingyan, is it free?" "Yes, I don't understand it. His imitation is obviously full of flaws, and the experience is far inferior to ours, so why does such rubbish have so many downloads?" Gu Yuan said, "Sister Qingyan, I'll be honest, I've played both mini-games and they're not bad. The Greedy Cat in particular has a very good experience, but the price you've set is too high. How much would be appropriate?" "Actually, I think free would be best." "Xia Qingyan, if it's free, I haven't ruled it out, but if it's free, then our profit model will have to become an advertising model, and inserting ads into the game will be very bad for the player experience." Gu Yuan said, "After this game becomes free, it can bring your company a huge number of user downloads. These players are all resources, and they can not only increase the number of users for your company, but also enhance brand influence and increase brand value. The benefits this brings to the company are immeasurable." Xia Qingyan said, "You're right. I'll call a meeting as soon as I get to the office." Xia Qingyan turned on her computer and got down to work. Gu Yuan, meanwhile, opened up the Honor Alliance and started to level up. At some point, Xia Qingyan finished with her work and sat down next to Gu Yuan, watching him play. "Not bad, kid." Xia Qingyan watched Gu Yuan's smooth movements and sensed that he wasn't playing for the first time. "Sister Qingyan, do you want to play together?" Xia Qingyan said, "I don't know how to play." Gu Yuan said, "I'll teach you." "You'll teach me?" Xia Qingyan smiled. "Okay, come on." Gu Yuan downloaded the game for Xia Qingyan. Gu Yuan said, "Qingyan, I think you can ask the main streamer of this game to endorse the game's Greedy Cat and Speed Escape. This kind of precise placement can definitely bring a huge number of in-depth users to the company. They usually watch the streamer playing games, and they also play themselves. And these two mini-games are highly interactive and easy to pick up. The most important thing is that it doesn't cost much to find a streamer to do the promotion. When the time comes, let them do some show effects with the streamer, and it may explode all of a sudden." Xia Qingyan became more and more suspicious that Gu Yuan might have an add-on in his head. How could this little brat know so much? Xia Qingyan looked at Gu Yuan carefully and thought that the promotional plan he had proposed was very feasible. However, she wasn't very concerned about game broadcasts and didn't know who the leading broadcasters were. She would go back to the company and ask her secretary to look it up. Xia Qingyan nodded, "You make sense, but I want to ask, who taught you all this?" Gu Yuan said, "It's just marketing. No one needs to teach you. It's like a man and woman in a relationship. Everyone is showing off their own good points to attract the other person's attention. I think as long as you show your good points to the right person, you can succeed in getting their hand. It's the same with games. If you target this game at the elderly, no matter how much money you spend on it, they won't be interested." Xia Qingyan asked, "Gu Yuan, have you ever been in love?" Chapter 22, A Quiet Afternoon for the Two of Them. "No, how could I have been in love?" Gu Yuan denied it. Xia Qingyan said, "Then why did you talk so eloquently, as if it were true?" "I was just giving an example." Okay, be serious, you're about to get killed." Although Xia Qingyan is the owner of a game company and a master computer hacker, she really has no talent for games and is terrible at them. Gu Yuan said with a sigh, "Sister Qingyan, you're really bad at this." "What? It's all your fault, you never let me win a single game." Xia Qingyan would never admit that she was bad at it. "You've already given up so much to the other side, I can't win against you. Then don't play anymore. Xia Qingyan looked at the time. It had been almost 2 hours since they started playing. No, Sister Qingyan, I want to play one more game. Xia Qingyan said firmly, no, it's time to stop. Gu Yuan sighed, there was nothing she could do. Xia Qingyan turned off Gu Yuan's game and said, do you have any homework to do? Gu Yuan blinked and said, Qingyan, I'm going to transfer schools, so why would I do homework? I'm not doing it. Then write a novel for me, and I'll keep you company. Gu Yuan took out his phone and laughed, not so fast. Qingyan, first pay for the dishes. Breakfast is 50, and dishwashing is 150, making a total of 200. Xia Qingyan didn't hesitate and directly and generously transferred the money to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan received the transfer and was very happy. He sat quietly nearby, picked up his phone and started typing, continuing the story of Gu Feng and Li Taiping. Gu Feng was having fun at the Datang amusement park while secretly building up his strength in preparation for what was to come. Li Ji died, and Empress Wu Zetian took power behind the curtain. She slaughtered many members of the Li royal family, appointed her relatives to important positions, supported cruel officials, fabricated charges, and suppressed ministers loyal to the Li royal family. Gu Feng, as the son-in-law and the commander of the cavalry, did a lot of things for Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian was sensitive and knew that Gu Feng was not an ordinary person, so she married her maid Shangwan Wan'er to Gu Feng as a concubine to restrain Gu Feng. This is the plot of the previous episode written by Gu Yuan. Xia Qingyan sat quietly next to him and watched the anime. Gu Yuan glanced at it and it was still a pure love healing drama. The name was Fireworks. Xia Qingyan watched intently, her eyes never blinking. Her long, black hair fell over her shoulders, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, and the fragrance she exuded was so enchanting and intoxicating. She suddenly paused the video and got up to go to the bathroom. Gu Yuan sat in her place and looked at Xia Qingyan's viewing history. Fireworks, Anohana, the flower we saw that day, youthful travelogue, your name, white spectrum, I want to eat your pancreas, April is your lie, etc. These are all romance anime. Gu Yuan once again doubted whether Xia Qingyan really intended to never fall in love in her life. She clearly longed for sweet romance in her heart. Hearing the noise in the bathroom, Gu Yuan sat back down in her seat and continued writing. Xia Qingyan did not notice when she returned, and she continued watching. Gu Yuan thought about those anime, which she had watched in her previous life. She did not expect to find anime from the Sakura country here as well. He used to like Dragon and Tiger in Love, Shinibyo, or something. Earlier, in the novel by Gu Feng and Li Taiping, there were also some lines from anime. The time the two spent alone passed quickly. The sun was setting in the west, and the dusk sun cast a golden light on the succulents and potted plants on the windowsill, as well as on Xia Qingyan's profile. She took off her slippers to sit more comfortably, curled up in the chair, and hid her feet in her skirt. Gu Yuan had finished writing 4,000 characters and his fingers were a little sore, so he quickly stretched them out when he received a WeChat message from Xinyu. Gu Yuan, how was your first day there? Gu Yuan replied, it was pretty good, Xinyu. Don't forget to ask Xia to take you to the school to transfer your records. Your studies can't be delayed. Yao Xinyu was walking to her part-time job at the barbecue restaurant outside the school when she was still worried about Gu Yuan's situation. Gu Yuan said, don't worry, Xinyu, I won't delay my studies. Besides, I'm in 6th grade now, so a few days delay won't matter, I can catch up. Yao Xinyu laughed, yes, our Gu Yuan is a little genius, if it were possible, you could go straight to high school. Although Gu Yuan is a reborn, and before the rebirth, he was just a student who graduated from a second-tier university, but now this knowledge of elementary and junior high school is child's play for him. With a little review, he will know it and can go straight to high school. But he can't be too high profile, and skipping grades can only be done slowly. At the age of 8, he is now a 6th grade student. This is a sensation at their school. Gu Yuan has always been the school's precious treasure. Once the school leaders wanted to use Gu Yuan to promote publicity, but Gu Yuan refused. Gu Yuan said that if he wanted publicity and exposure, he would transfer schools. Since then, the school leaders have not mentioned it again. Gu Yuan guessed that she should be on her way to a part-time job after school, and he reminded her, Sister Xinyu, be careful when you work part-time at night, and it's best to go back to school with someone. Well, I'll be careful, it's right across from the school. The conversation ended, and Gu Yuan stood up. He went to the window. Xia Qingyan let out a soft sound, raised her hands above her head, and stretched her supple waist. Has it already gotten dark? So soon. Gu Yuan didn't turn around. He looked at the scenery outside the window. Time always comes and goes in a hurry, and none of us can catch it. Xia Qingyan walked over, put her arms around him, and stood next to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan turned his head to look at her. She looked down at him, and they smiled at each other. Fate is really amazing, Xia Qingyan said. Gu Yuan didn't say anything, and he looked at the oil paintings hanging in the room and asked, "These were all left behind by your aunt, weren't they?" Yes, she liked oil paintings and even held an exhibition. When will your aunt come back? She didn't say, but she'll come back when she's tired of playing. What if she suddenly comes back, sees that there's an extra person in the house, and then she gets upset and tells me to leave? Xia Qingyan looked at Gu Yuan and said, "It was my decision to adopt you, and it had nothing to do with my mother. But I'm sure she'll like you, and you'll make her happy." Gu Yuan pointed at himself and said, "Me? How am I going to make her happy?" That depends on your ability. Xia Qingyan smiled and said, "Gu Yuan, let me take you out for Western food tonight. There's a restaurant that serves pretty good food." "No, thanks. Can't we just cook at home?" Gu Yuan didn't want to go because he would still get paid to cook at home. Xia Qingyan said, "It's not good to stay at home all the time. I'll take you out to see something." "See what? See high society?" Gu Yuan had no choice. "Okay then." Xia Qingyan told Gu Yuan to wait outside while she reapplied her makeup in her room and then changed into a different outfit before coming out, looking like a different person. She looked cold and noble. One word to describe her: high and aloof. Chapter 23, I'm 8 years old, so it's normal for me to curse in French, right? Xia Qingyan smiled charmingly. "Let's go." This time, Xia Qingyan didn't take the initiative to drive, she called the driver. Gu Yuan and Xia Qingyan sat in the back together. He was a little sleepy, so he closed his eyes to rest. Xia Qingyan had wanted to chat with him, but when she saw that Gu Yuan had closed his eyes, she didn't disturb him, but looked out the window at the lights of Tianhai under the night sky. As one of the largest cities in Daxia and even the world, the prosperity of Tianhai is beyond doubt. The skyscrapers outside the window are one after another, reaching up to the sky. The streets are constantly bustling with traffic, with luxury cars everywhere, and the pedestrians on the roadside are laughing and chatting. There are also urban white-collar workers still fighting in the office buildings, struggling for a living. Xia Qingyan has never worried about life since she was a child, but she knows that there are many people in the world who are still living and suffering. Gu Yuan is a child who lacks care and is a pitiful child. If Xia Qingyan had not read the novel he wrote, she would not have crossed paths with him, let alone adopt him. Gu Yuan is just luckier than many children living in suffering, because he met Xia Qingyan. This is the reason why Xiao Jin and those people envy Gu Yuan. As they approached the central building, Gu Yuan opened his eyes. "Sister Qingyan, we're almost there, right?" "Yes, we're almost there." The place that Xia Qingyan had brought him to this time was a traditional French restaurant. After arriving at the central building, Xia Qingyan and Gu Yuan went to the 76th floor and arrived at the Merlai's restaurant. The restaurant also had a water bar and wine cellar, and the various expensive red wines were dazzling. The decor is elegant and comfortable. The two sat at a window seat, from which they could see the Tianhai skyscraper and have a panoramic view of the night scene of the Tianpu district. Gu Yuan looked around and saw that the tables were far apart, which gave a good sense of privacy and was very quiet. The other tables were almost all occupied by a man and a woman, but they didn't look like a couple. It should be mostly lovers, and oh, there are also suckers. Xia Qingyan asked Gu Yuan in a low voice, "Aren't you very experienced?" "Then guess how many of these 4 pairs are boyfriends and girlfriends?" Gu Yuan looked at Xia Qingyan and said, "None of them." The 3 men brought their lovers or their secretaries. The fat young man should have brought his green tea goddess, but he was taken for a sucker. Xia Qingyan asked, "Gu Yuan, how can you judge people by appearances? What if they are in love?" Gu Yuan said, "That girl never even looked at the boy once, just taking pictures of herself. When the man wanted to take a group photo together, she even looked down on him. You can tell if someone is a boyfriend or girlfriend just by the details in their eyes." Xia Qingyan asked, "That's not right. Do you know what kind of eyesight it is to love someone?" Gu Yuan looked at Xia Qingyan and said, "Qingyan, look at me." Xia Qingyan looked at Gu Yuan very seriously, still expecting something. As a result, Gu Yuan suddenly blew Xia Qingyan a kiss. It made Xia Qingyan's face flush. She was caught off guard. "Damn you!" Xia Qingyan let out a laugh. Since entering the restaurant, Xia Qingyan had already attracted the attention of other men. The three middle-aged men, although they were talking to their female companions, kept glancing over to Xia Qingyan. The restaurant waiters began to serve the appetizers. For example, a popcorn snack with a snail flavor. Gu Yuan would like to eat the popcorn, but not the snail. There is also some mousse and a sour lollipop. Most of these desserts are brightly colored and undeniably delicious. Xia Qingyan really likes the snail waffle. There is also a red wine omelette. The waiter brings the bread and cuts it with a knife. And underneath is the main dish. Caviar and black truffles, all kinds of expensive food. But Gu Yuan couldn't get excited about it. He ate some monkfish. Xiao Qingyan looked at Gu Yuan and said, "Not tasty?" Gu Yuan said, "It's tasty, but it doesn't fill you up." "That's okay, there are lamb chops later." Gu Yuan had eaten a lot of dessert. In the meantime, a Frenchman came to make a flambé crepe. Gu Yuan watched him make it. At this time, the woman at the table closest to Xia Qingyan left her seat to go to the bathroom, and then the old man at that table got up and left his seat, heading towards Xia Qingyan. The man looked in his 40s, with glasses, dressed in a suit, and dressed like an elite person. The watches on his wrist seemed to be limited editions, costing more than 1 million yuan. The man walked up to Xia Qingyan and very gentlemanly and politely took out his business card. "This beautiful lady, I am a senior partner from Xinyu law firm. My surname is Zhang. May I have the honor of your acquaintance?" The man smiled with a condescending tone. Xia Qingyan did not look up at him, but looked at Gu Yuan and said, "Gu Yuan, it seems that there is a fly buzzing next to me, it's so noisy." The old man's face changed when he heard this. He was about to speak, but was interrupted by Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan folded his hands and looked at the old man and spoke a fluent and authentic French sentence. It made the Frenchman next to him, who was making crepes, laugh out loud. The general meaning of Gu Yuan's words was, "You stupid jerk, can't you see that this beautiful young lady already has a companion? Get lost, you disgusting idiot." When the man saw Gu Yuan speak, and then saw the Frenchman laugh, although he didn't understand all of the French, he understood the word stupid and knew that the child in front of him was scolding him. "I will complain to your boss. How can you accept reservations from such low-quality customers? I will never come to your restaurant again." The Frenchman spoke fluent Chinese. "Sir, you harass this beautiful lady first, you can't cry foul. Even if you go to the boss, I'm afraid he'll laugh at you." He didn't say much else, put on a smile, and left angrily. He didn't even wait for his date to come out of the bathroom, he just went downstairs directly. The Frenchman said to Gu Yuan, "Little friend, I didn't realize your French was so authentic." Gu Yuan laughed and said, "I'm sorry to hear that. I learned all those swear words. I think that's pretty good. I also learned swear words when I first came here, like Anne." Gu Yuan gave him a thumbs up. Xia Qingyan's eyes lit up as she looked at Gu Yuan. She didn't realize that Gu Yuan was also a linguistic prodigy. "What did you just say to him?" Xia Qingyan asked curiously with a smile. Gu Yuan said, "I said, you stupid bastard, can't you see that this beautiful lady already has a handsome guy by her side? Disgusting idiot, get lost." Xia Qingyan said, "Good scolding, people like that just deserve it. Although it feels good to scold, it still doesn't stop that person from continuing to live the high life. He is a senior partner at Xinyu, starting at an annual salary of 10 million. If this doesn't work out, there's always next time. If he likes it, the pretty women around him can change every day." After the two finished the last lamb chop, they left. Xia Qingyan knew that Gu Yuan had not eaten enough, so she told the driver to go home first, and then she took Gu Yuan to a Shengjian restaurant and ordered 2 Shengjian to eat. The restaurant was full of people and there was no more room to sit. So Gu Yuan and Xia Qingyan stood by the roadside. They ate Shengjian and watched the pedestrians come and go on the street. Chapter 24, Lonely and Cold on the Sandbar. "Gu Yuan, why do you know French?" Xia Qingyan couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked while eating the Shengjian. Gu Yuan said, "Nonsense, I've watched a lot of French movies with Sister Xinyu before, such as Killers, First Kiss, Blue Notes, and The Feeling of Fluttering Heart. After watching so many, I naturally know a few words." Gu Yuan said, looking up at Xia Qingyan. He had always thought she looked like a ballflower, and now that he looked closely, Xia Qingyan's eyes really did look a bit like Sophie Marceau's. "I can't tell, you've dabbled in quite a wide range of things, literature and movies. But are you sure it was your Xinyu sister who dragged you along to watch them?" There are a lot of scenes in these movies that are not suitable for children. I don't believe she would do that. I think you watched them secretly on your own, didn't you? Gu Yuan finished eating the shengjian and choked a little. Belch. He started to burp. Xia Qingyan quickly patted his back to help him. Belch. Gu Yuan still burped. Wait here, don't run around, I'll go to the store and buy 2 bottles of water. Xia Qingyan bought 2 bottles of wanchuazen and unscrewed the cap for Gu Yuan to drink. Gu Yuan drank a mouthful and swallowed, then held his breath. Xia Qingyan continued to pat his back. When Gu Yuan let out that breath, he stopped hiccuping. Are you done? Xia Qingyan asked. Gu Yuan nodded. Take your time, no one is rushing you. Gu Yuan threw his lunchbox and Xia Qingyan's lunchbox into the trash can by the roadside. Are we going home, Qingyan? Gu Yuan asked with a smile. Xia Qingyan looked up at the night sky and said, the moonlight is so beautiful tonight, let's not go home. Come with me to the riverside and enjoy the breeze. Oh. Xia Qingyan and Gu Yuan were walking on the sidewalk when a young blind lady appeared in front of them, holding the leash of a guide dog. She was wearing black glasses in the night, a beautiful white dress, and was dressed very clean and pretty. The cane in her hand kept tapping the guide path to determine if she was walking crookedly. The guide dog walked very slowly, waiting for its owner, and it was also very obedient, as the young lady kept praising it. Daodu, you're so good. Slow down, Daodu, don't bump into anyone. As they walked, several battery-powered cars were parked on the sidewalk in front of the guide path, blocking the young girl's way. She could only walk to the side, but the car wash was next to her, and the sewage from the car wash was flowing out, making the concrete next to it very slippery. Gu Yuan reminded her, young lady, there is water under your feet, be careful not to slip. The blind young girl felt the warmth of the passers-by and smiled, thank you, little friend, I'll be careful. Gu Yuan watched her safely cross the few steps, then told her where the braille path was before continuing with Xia Qingyan. Gu Yuan, if I go blind in the future, you can be my guide dog. Xia Qingyan's words came as a shock. Gu Yuan was dumbfounded. He never expected Xia Qingyan to say such a thing. He looked at Xia Qingyan doubtfully, Sister Qingyan, you know that saying such things is inauspicious, don't you? Xia Qingyan said, if, would you? Gu Yuan said, but I'm a human, not a dog. But don't worry, Qingyan, with our friendship, I won't abandon you. I'll hold your hand and show you the sights outside. At this moment, Xia Qingyan closed her eyes, wanting to feel what it was like to lose her sight. When her eyes closed, she felt a darkness all around her, and she lost her sense of balance and direction. She took 2 steps and then stumbled, feeling as if she were about to fall. Gu Yuan quickly took her hand and supported her. When Xia Qingyan grabbed Gu Yuan's hand, she felt a little safer, and a sense of security welled up in her heart. Just hold my hand and walk me to the riverbank. Gu Yuan sighed helplessly and had to give in to her. I really don't understand why she wants this. Is it just for fun? Gu Yuan's steps were small, and Xia Qingyan slowly followed Gu Yuan's side, and her steps naturally became smaller as well. At the crossroads, the two stood on the side of the road waiting for the green light. Gu Yuan, it would be nice if your hand was bigger. I don't have much strength yet, and I always feel like you might drop me at any time. Gu Yuan said helplessly, Qingyan, you can't expect an 8-year-old child to have the strength of an adult man. That's an unreasonable request, and it hurts me too. I'm sorry, I've asked for a bit too much. But I'm a girl, and girls always want a bit more. When you grow up and really have a girlfriend, you'll understand. I'm just trying to toughen you up. Gu Yuan said indifferently, no way. If she ever treated me like that, I wouldn't hesitate to find someone else. Ha, little scumbag, you can't stand that? Gu Yuan said, 2 people get together to be happy. If it doesn't make me happy, why torture yourself? Letting go is the best choice for both parties. The green light came on. Gu Yuan took Xia Qingyan slowly across the street. Xia Qingyan opened her eyes. She felt that the 10 minutes she had closed her eyes had seemed like a long time, a year, 2 years, 3 years, or even longer. She suddenly jumped onto the curb and walked along it like a little girl. Gu Yuan had planned to let go of her hand, but in the end, she couldn't do so. If Xia Qingyan fell into the green belt, she might be disfigured. Sister Qingyan, slow down. Xia Qingyan was only 19 years old, in the bloom of her youth. She was straightforward and honest, but her experiences as a young person had given her a layer of pretense, a pretense of being cold and strong. The two arrived at the Tianpu riverbank. The river breeze was gentle, and the air was much fresher. Many people were walking and playing here. The boats on the Tianpu River were whistling, the wide river surface was sparkling, and a bright moon was reflected in the water. Xia Qingyan leaned over the railing, and the river breeze blew her long hair and skirt. The little Gu Yuan was not tall enough to reach the railing, so he could only look at the scenery on the river through the gaps in the railing. His thoughts traveled back through time to his past life. It was here that he had broken up with his first girlfriend. No, to be precise, he had been dumped after graduating from university. At the time, he had been nothing. It had taken him 10 years of hard work to accumulate his wealth. But his views on love had long since changed. It would be difficult for another woman to enter his heart. As he thought about this, Gu Yuan suddenly began to sing. Since you left, my heart has withered, and the white-tongued trees are flying in the wind. The fallen flowers seem to have feelings this season. The wind by the river is blowing recklessly. Xia Qingyan looked down at Gu Yuan, not interrupting him as she listened to him sing. His voice was young, but the lyrics were so profound, and the melody was catchy and very nice, except that she had never heard the song before. When the threads of memory entangle the past and fall apart, it is panic that takes over the heart. There are flowers and butterflies, and lonely swallows can fly in pairs. Wandering alone late at night in the quiet. Gu Yuan forgot the rest and had to hum the melody. Xia Qingyan was very supportive and applauded enthusiastically. It's beautiful. What's the name of this song? Gu Yuan said, Lonely Sandbar is cold. Chapter 25, It must be scary to sleep alone in a thunderstorm, right? Picking up all the cold branches, unwilling to settle, loneliness on the cold sandbar. The song title is taken from this poem. Xia Qingyan wondered, why haven't I studied this? Gu Yuan said, this is something you learn in college. You didn't go to college, so you definitely don't know it. Xia Qingyan became more and more uncomfortable as she listened. Gu Yuan was saying that she had never been to university. The little brat. She stamped her foot in anger and reached out her hand to grab Gu Yuan's ear. You're mocking the fact that I've never been to university, aren't you? Ouch, ouch, I was wrong, Qingyan. I didn't mean it. Xia Qingyan snorted, you did. Poof. I didn't go to college, but you did. You're just an 8-year-old kid, but you dare to mock me. At this time, a family of 3 came walking along the riverbank. A little boy was holding his parents' hands, looking very happy. When the little boy saw that Gu Yuan had been lectured by the beautiful young lady, he turned to his mother and asked, Mom, why is the sister beating the brother? Because he's so naughty. If a boy is too naughty, he will get a beating. His father took the opportunity to say, if you're so naughty, if there's a sister, she'll have to beat you to death. His mother said, so you don't want a sister anymore? No, no. The little boy shook his head vigorously, looking at Xia Qingyan's eyes in horror, as if he had seen a monster. Their conversation was strange. No matter what, he would never have a sister again, only a younger sister. But the little guy didn't understand. He just thought that having a sister would mean that she could buy him snacks, because the kids at kindergarten had sisters to take care of them, and he envied them. He hoped that his parents would give him a sister. Hearing his son's request, his parents were also at a loss. But now he knew that the little guy was beaten up all the time at home, and he suddenly didn't envy him anymore. The little boy pulled his parents quickly past Xia Qingyan and Gu Yuan. Xia Qingyan said, Gu Yuan, am I very fierce? Gu Yuan nodded. Xia Qingyan let go of his hand. I'm sorry, Gu Yuan, did I hurt you? Gu Yuan smiled and said, no. Xia Qingyan patted Gu Yuan's head. If you want to play it for me again, I want to hear the whole thing. Okay. Gu Yuan cleared his throat and began to sing. Since you left, my heart has withered, and the white-tongued trees are flying in the wind. When happy lovers send red flowers to share their joy, I close my eyes and dare not turn back. Still, I pick up every cold branch and refuse to rest, slightly regretting, on this lonely sandbar, who should I miss? Xia Qingyan listened carefully and then asked, Gu Yuan, who wrote this song? I want to buy the copyright and use it in my love battle. The plot of Love Battle has sad moments, and if I add this background music, it will definitely be very touching. Gu Yuan looked up, serious, it was me. Xia Qingyan was stunned. How could it be you? Gu Yuan, I'm serious, forget it, I'll look it up myself when I get home. It really was me. Gu Yuan looked at Xia Qingyan, this song hasn't been released yet, you can search for it now and see if it's there. Xia Qingyan, with doubts, took out her phone and opened the music app, but didn't find Lonely Sandbar Cold. Could it be that Gu Yuan really wrote it himself? Xia Qingyan looked at Gu Yuan in disbelief. You're also proficient in music theory? I'm not proficient in music theory, I don't even know anything about it, I just know that it sounds good. But I know the melody, as long as it sounds good. Isn't singing for listening? I'm not entering a singing competition. Xia Qingyan felt that Gu Yuan had a point. But she really had the idea of buying the copyright to the song and putting it in the game. But now the song hasn't been released yet, what can she do? Xia Qingyan looked at Gu Yuan and said, Gu Yuan, have you ever thought about publishing this song? No. Gu Yuan shook his head. Gu Yuan is a child, his voice is not suitable, and you still need to find a professional singer. Xia Qingyan discussed with Gu Yuan, sister wants to use this song as the background music in the game, and it needs to be recorded. I can help you rent a recording studio, and let's find a producer to publish it for you. Gu Yuan shook his head. Sister Qingyan, I'm just a kid, so let's find a professional singer to sing this song. Xia Qingyan asked, what about the copyright to this song? The copyright is mine, just pay me the royalties. Xia Qingyan pointed at Gu Yuan's nose and said, you're quite clever. I'll contact a singer to see what happens. A gust of wind blew and Xia Qingyan felt a chill. It was late at night and cold. Gu Yuan, it's late, let's go home. Okay. The two took a taxi and went back to Jiudan Palace together. Back home, Xia Qingyan went to her room to take a shower. She took off her clothes, lay in the bathtub, and, holding a glass of red wine in her hand, she reminisced about the song that Gu Yuan had sung. She sang along to the tune. Ever since you left, my heart has withered, and the white-tongued trees are flying in the wind. When the threads of memory entangle the past and fall apart, it is panic that takes over my heart. Xia Qingyan's singing voice is pure and very infectious. She sings beautifully. If she were to release a female version of Lonely Sandbar, Cold, it would also be a hit. What were the lyrics to the song that followed? This little one is becoming more and more mysterious. The more surprises Gu Yuan brings to Xia Qingyan, the more she feels that Gu Yuan is no ordinary child. He is simply a genius among geniuses. She has found a treasure. In the bathtub, rose petals floated on the white foam. Xia Qingyan lifted one long leg and reached out of the bathtub. She cupped the bubbles on her chest in her hands and blew gently on them with her lips, and the bubbles flew up. After a few seconds, they popped. After the shower, she wrapped herself in a bath towel, blew out her hair, changed into clean pajamas, and then went to the room next door. Gu Yuan had already finished his shower and was lying in bed. He was holding his phone and writing something, but not a novel for Xia Qingyan, but lyrics. He wanted to write down the lyrics of those songs he remembered, just in case he might need them. Gu Yuan, are you asleep? Not yet. Then I'll come in. Xia Qingyan walked in and looked at the honest-looking Gu Yuan. Writing a novel? Gu Yuan nodded. Xia Qingyan smiled and said, Gu Yuan, have you finished writing the lyrics to Lonely Sandbar, Cold, and can you send me a copy? Gu Yuan said, yes. Okay, then I won't disturb you. Get some rest. We have to go through the transfer procedures early tomorrow morning. Gu Yuan nodded. Xia Qingyan exited. She went downstairs and, as usual, turned on the TV and turned up the volume. Then she went upstairs. Xia Qingyan lay on the bed, looking at the novel that Gu Yuan had written before. Although she had read it many times, she went back to it again, looking forward to the customized text that Gu Yuan would write for her alone. She lay on the bed, humming Lonely Sandbanks Are Cold. Click. Crackling. There was a sudden flash of lightning and thunder outside, and dark clouds were gathering. It looks like it's going to rain. Blue lightning illuminated the backyard, and soon it started to pour. Xia Qingyan went to turn on the lights, but they didn't work. It seemed that the power had gone out. She turned on the flashlight on her phone, took her red umbrella and went outside. The TV also went dark. It really was a power outage. Xia Qingyan knocked on Gu Yuan's door. Gu Yuan, are you asleep? Gu Yuan, who had already fallen asleep, woke up at Xia Qingyan's voice. He got up drowsily, went over to open the door for Xia Qingyan. What's wrong, Xinyu? Xia Qingyan said indifferently, it's thundering outside. And there's a power outage in the house. Oh. Gu Yuan looked at her. Xia Qingyan blinked, You must be scared to sleep alone in this thunderstorm, right? It's okay, I'll keep you company. Chapter 26. I'm 8 years old and in the 6th grade, so that's pretty normal, right? I'm not afraid of thunderstorms. This kind of weather is perfect for sleeping. Cut it out, don't be stubborn. I know you're afraid. Xia Qingyan pushed Gu Yuan away, walked into the room, and lay down on the bed. She noticed that there was only a thin blanket on the bed, and instructed Gu Yuan, go to my room and bring me my quilt. Oh. Gu Yuan turned around and went to Xia Qingyan's room and brought back the quilt, and handed it to Xia Qingyan. Xia Qingyan covered herself with the quilt, lay down and fell asleep. Gu Yuan went to the other side and lay down as well. Good night, little Gu Yuan. Good night, Sister Qingyan. Gu Yuan yawned and continued with the good dream she was having. At this time, a flash of lightning suddenly fell outside the window. Xia Qingyan's body trembled, and she covered her head. Gu Yuan lay next to Xia Qingyan and felt the bed shaking. It seems that girls are afraid of lightning. Crackling. Thunder. Xia Qingyan endured and didn't let out a sound. She rolled over and hugged Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan, don't be afraid, I'm here. Don't be afraid, Gu Yuan. I'm here. Gu Yuan sighed to himself, not sure who was more afraid, her or him. They slept soundly all night. The next morning, Gu Yuan was awakened by a hair. Achoo! One of Xia Qingyan's hairs had fallen under Gu Yuan's nose. Whenever he breathed in, it tickled, so he sneezed and woke up. He opened his eyes and saw that Xia Qingyan was hugging him tightly, but she was sleeping soundly. Gu Yuan didn't want to wake her, so he got out of bed and went to wash his face. He stood on tiptoe and looked at himself in the mirror, grinning and showing his teeth. Life in the rich family's mansion had officially begun. He cheered himself on, Gu Yuan, come on. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, Gu Yuan went downstairs to make breakfast. He simply made a bacon sandwich and fried 2 eggs, and that was it. This simple meal will earn him the 50 yuan startup capital. Gu Yuan was about to go upstairs and call Xia Qingyan to eat when she came down in her pajamas. What's for dinner? Xia Qingyan looked forward to it. Just a bacon sandwich. No fried eggs? Yes. Xia Qingyan sat down and slowly savored it. Gu Yuan, I've already contacted the principal of Xinyu International School, and you can start the admission process today. Tianhai Yangyo International School was founded in the 1990s. The students who study at this school come from either wealthy or noble families. Gu Yuan knows that studying at this school costs a lot of money each year. For example, he is currently in the 6th grade, and the tuition at Xinyu International is about 290,001 yuan a year. Gu Yuan looked at Xia Qingyan and said, Sister Qingyan, I don't need to go to such a good school, just an ordinary elementary school nearby will do. Xia Qingyan looked at Gu Yuan very seriously and said, this school is only 2 blocks away from our house, very close, and it's convenient for me to pick you up and drop you off. Don't worry about the tuition fees, your education is the most important thing. Xia Qingyan seemed to feel that she was putting pressure on Gu Yuan, and quickly said, you don't have to pay special attention to academic performance either. The most important thing is to have your own preferences and goals. After eating, the two set off for Guangming Road Primary School. Gu Yuan is in the 1st grade of Guangming Road Primary School. His usual academic performance has always been first in his grade, and now his homeroom teacher, Lu Ming, already regards him as the apple of his class. This morning, when it was already 8 o'clock and Gu Yuan had not arrived at the classroom, he immediately called the director of the Welfare Institute, Zhang Yud, and only then learned that Gu Yuan had been adopted and might drop out of school later. Lu Ming became anxious all of a sudden. This was his performance indicator. If Gu Yuan could get the 1st place in the district or the 1st place in the city in the junior high school entrance exam, it would really be a credit to himself, and this would also be a teaching achievement that he could show off in the future. Now he suddenly heard that his best student was going to transfer schools. How could he bear it? He immediately ran to the principal's office to talk about it. Principal Qin Gang looked at the impatient Lu Ming and asked him to calm down. Lu Ming, you sit down first and calm down. Principal, I can't calm down. The junior high entrance exam is coming up soon, and Gu Yuan is going to leave. I'm counting on him to make me look good. Principal, Gu Yuan hasn't come to withdraw from school yet, has he? We must not let him go. Qin Gang spread out his hands and said, Gu Yuan was adopted by a kind person, which is a good thing. We teachers should be happy for him. It will definitely be inconvenient for him to go to school here from another place, and it is normal for someone to arrange for him to transfer. What reason do I have to stop someone? Lu Ming immediately said, transferring schools will affect his academic performance. Principal, think about it, Gu Yuan is already very familiar with the teachers and classmates here. If he suddenly leaves and goes to an unfamiliar environment, his grades will definitely decline. The junior high school entrance exam is in 1 month, so just delay it for another month. Qin Gang said, Gu Yuan is only 8 years old. Now that he can study in the 6th grade and has maintained first place in his class for so long, it shows that he is a genius and his grades will not decline just because of a change in environment. Although I really want to keep him, I can't do that. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Principal, are you in? Gu Yuan knocked on the door. As soon as Lu Ming heard it was Gu Yuan, he immediately went to open the door. Gu Yuan saw his homeroom teacher and immediately said, hello, old classmate, you're here too. Gu Yuan, why are you only here now? Come, follow me to class. The math teacher was just asking about you. He took Gu Yuan's hand and tried to walk outside, but saw Xia Qingyan standing behind Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan said apologetically, Teacher, I've come to withdraw from school today. Lu Ming, as the homeroom teacher, has been dedicated and conscientious, and has always taken good care of Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan knows that he doesn't want to let her go. Xia Qingyan said indifferently, I'm Xia Qingyan, the guardian of Gu Yuan. Lu Ming looked at Xia Qingyan, a young girl with an air of wealth. Not only did she look powerful, she also looked rich, and his own air of power was suppressed. Qin Gang got up and went to the door, smiling and saying, Gu Yuan is here, come in first. Lu Ming went in and remained silent. Qin Gang invited Gu Yuan and Xia Qingyan to sit down. Gu Yuan introduced Xia Qingyan, Sister Qingyan, this is my homeroom teacher, Miss Lu. This is Principal Qin. They are all very nice people who have taken good care of me. Xia Qingyan said, hello, everyone. Thank you for taking care of Gu Yuan during his time here. I brought him here today mainly to complete the withdrawal procedures. This afternoon, we will go to Zhongyao to complete the admission procedures. Lu Ming heard this and looked up. Gu Yuan, you want to go to Zhongyao? That's an international school, and the tuition is not cheap. Xia Qingyan said, don't worry about this, since I adopted Gu Yuan, I will naturally be responsible for the tuition. Qin Gang smiled and said, in the past, Gu Yuan was alone and lonely, but now he has finally been adopted and his family is so well off. We are also happy for him that he can go to Zhongyao. Gu Yuan is a good boy, and his academic performance has always been at the top of the class. Lu Ming complained, he was the first in our class, and he was also the first in the grade. I was hoping that he would win me glory in the junior high entrance exam, and maybe even win first place in Tianhai City. Now it's gone. His tone was a little resentful and a little regretful. Qin Gang scolded, all right, just shut up. Primary school entrance exam? Xia Qingyan was confused, looking at Gu Yuan with a surprised face and asking, Gu Yuan, what grade are you in now? 6th grade. Xia Qingyan's mind was racing? Chapter 27 Parting is a compulsory course in Life 1. At the age of 8, he's already in 6th grade? This is a bit too genius, isn't it? She told the principal of Zhongyao International that Gu Yuan was in the 2nd grade. What should she do now? Xia Qingyan calmed her nerves, did not show too much surprise, but looked at Principal Qin and said, Principal Qin, what do you think about the withdrawal procedures? Miss Xia, don't worry, I have no problem with this side. I will handle it right away to ensure that his file is transferred to the new school with him. Gu Yuan looked at Lu Ming and Qin Gang, old class, principal, then I will go back to the classroom to get my things. Gu Yuan walked to the door, and Lu Ming called out to him. Gu Yuan, when you get there, don't waste your talent. Work steadily, study hard, and go to a good university in the future. I believe you can do it. Gu Yuan smiled and said, don't worry, Mr. Lu, I will. Xia Qingyan took his hand, the two looked at each other, and then left the principal's office. They went to the front of the teaching building and stood under the shade of the gardenia tree. Everyone was still in their first class, so they didn't want to disturb the others by going to the classroom now. Gu Yuan planned to wait until the end of the class to go to the classroom to get the rest of the books. The sound of the teacher teaching and the students reading came to her ears. The campus was very empty. 2 sparrows, a male and a female, flew overhead Gu Yuan's head, chirping and chasing each other playfully. Gu Yuan, what are you going to take? Just don't take anything. They'll definitely give you new textbooks when you get there. Xia Qingyan didn't want to wait here any longer. It would be best to go to Xinyu International now to complete the admission procedures. Gu Yuan looked up and said, Qingyan, let's wait a little longer. Class will be over soon. I'll go say goodbye to my classmates. In addition to saying goodbye, he also needed to take some important things, which were hidden in his desk. Xia Qingyan looked at the elementary school that Gu Yuan had studied in and also recalled her own school days, which seemed not that long ago. She saw a display wall over there with the test scores of the whole school posted on it. Her gaze searched for the 6th grade rankings. Sure enough, she saw Gu Yuan's name. In first place. First place in every subject. Xia Qingyan looked at Gu Yuan and said, Gu Yuan, you didn't copy, did you? Of course not. Gu Yuan felt like vomiting blood inside. Why did she doubt him? In fact, Xia Qingyan didn't suspect him of plagiarism, she was just teasing him. Xia Qingyan's thoughts flew, and she recalled, when I was in elementary school, I was usually the first place, too. Why was it usually? Not all the time? Gu Yuan asked her. Xia Qingyan said, because I didn't want to skip the test, as long as I took it, I would be first, so it wasn't all the time. But I was only in the 4th grade when I was 8 years old, you are much better than me. Gu Yuan said, but I was born a cow and a horse, and Qingyan was born in Rome. Xia Qingyan looked at Gu Yuan and said, you compare yourself to a cow and a horse? Gu Yuan shook his head, I don't care about my origins, because I know that if I work hard, I can get some things, it just takes time. But not everyone has the same opportunities as me. Most people are like cows and horses. If they want to change their fate, it's really hard. Xia Qingyan said, very often, we cannot change the world, but we can make our own little world what we want it to be. That's already very good. Just like me meeting you and adopting you, that's me changing my little world. From now on, you're no longer an orphan, and I'll have your company for the rest of my life. That's very good. Gu Yuan sighed with emotion and said, yes, that's very good. Xia Qingyan took Gu Yuan's hand again and wouldn't let go. Ding dong. Class is over, students, and thank you, teachers, for your hard work. The bell rang, as did the music, and the school building was filled with the sound of laughter. The students streamed out, one after the other, out of the classrooms. They formed groups, chatting and laughing. Some went downstairs, some leaned over the railings, some chased each other around, and some went to visit their neighbors. Many students saw Gu Yuan and Xia Qingyan standing in front of the school building. Gu Yuan was a celebrity at Guangming Road Elementary School. Everyone knew about the prodigy because he was in the 6th grade at the age of 8 and always got first place on tests. Before, they had looked at Gu Yuan like he was an alien. Some people didn't like him, while others really liked him. Now, Gu Yuan was standing next to a beautiful woman who looked like an iceberg and was unapproachable. The two of them attracted a lot of attention, and people looked at them and whispered about what they were doing. Who is that woman? Yes, is the woman next to Gu Yuan his mother? Nonsense, how could there be a mother that young? I guess she's his sister? Isn't he an orphan? Where would he get a sister? Many students walked past Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan said to Qingyan, class is over, let's go up. The two of them walked together to the 3rd floor, to class 1, grade 6. As they walked up the stairs, the students automatically gave them way. A classmate leaning on the railing on the 3rd floor saw that Gu Yuan had come, accompanied by a beautiful woman, and immediately went back to report the news. Holy cow, Gu Yuan is back. He is accompanied by a beautiful woman. Could it be his mother? Upon hearing the news, Zhu Yuyan, Gu Yuan's classmate, was taken aback. She had originally thought that Gu Yuan was sick and was a little worried, but she didn't expect him to come right after class. But who is this beautiful woman? Unlike the other students, who had all rushed out to see, Zhu Yuyan remained calm. She sat still in her seat, but her pen stopped moving as she wrote. Gu Yuan and Xia Qingyan arrived on the 3rd floor, attracting gasps from the students. Wow! She's so pretty. Yes, she's a beautiful girl. Someone asked, Gu Yuan, who is this? Gu Yuan saw his classmates and smiled, this is my sister. Xia Qingyan didn't know how to face Gu Yuan's classmates, so she simply kept her distance and acted like an iceberg. No one dared to approach her. A pretty female classmate asked, Gu Yuan, why didn't you come to class the first day? Yes, the math teacher was asking about you. Gu Yuan looked at everyone calmly and said, I'm transferring schools. My sister Xinyan adopted me, and I'm going to another school. When some people heard that Gu Yuan was transferring schools, they were especially happy, because they would no longer have to be weighed down by a little kid on their heads. However, some of the students were also saddened. After all, they had been classmates for almost a year, and they were very reluctant to part with their friends. Some of the female classmates were very reluctant. Gu Yuan, where are you transferring to? Gu Yuan said, I'm transferring to Xinyu International. The classmates gathered around, and when they heard that it was Xinyu International, they all revealed envious glances. My god, the tuition at Xinyu International is not cheap, it's 300,000 a year, and it's not something you can just get into. My dad spent money to get me in, but they didn't want me. Gu Yuan, you're not bragging, are you? What's there to brag about? With Gu Yuan's grades, Xinyu International will probably give him a bonus. Gu Yuan looked at Xia Qingyan. Xingyan, I'm going in to get something. He walked into the classroom and came to his seat. His seat was inside, and Zhu Yuyan was outside. Classmate, I'm leaving. Gu Yuan looked at Zhu Yuyan and said. Zhu Yuyan is pretty, a little beauty, her family's conditions are okay, and she took care of Gu Yuan before, often buying him food. She is also the monitor of Class 6, the eternal second-place student. If Gu Yuan leaves, then Zhu Yuyan will be first in 6th grade. Logically, she should be the one most happy, but she couldn't be happier. Gu Yuan looked at the breakfast Zhu Yuyan brought him on the table and was very moved. Chapter 28 Parting is a rite of passage in life too. Gu Yuan smiled and said, thank you. Zhu Yuyan looked at Gu Yuan and didn't get up to move out of the way. You're transferring schools? Zhu Yuyan looked at this little brother. After spending so much time together, she felt that Gu Yuan was not like a little brother, but more like an elder. She had learned a lot from Gu Yuan, but now they had to part ways. Gu Yuan's face was calm as he nodded. The girls in the class all looked at him, and he was the favorite of the girls in class 61. Does Sister Xinyu know? Zhu Yuyan asked again. Gu Yuan said, yes, I told her. Zhu Yuyan's eyes were a little lost. She reluctantly got up and made way for Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan went inside and started to pack his desk. There weren't many books in there, just writing utensils and exercise books. Gu Yuan looked around inside, but couldn't find what he was looking for. Zhu Yuyan asked, Gu Yuan, what are you looking for? Gu Yuan replied flatly, love letters. Where have all the love letters I received gone? I clearly put them away in here. Who moved my desk? Although it is a bit ridiculous, Gu Yuan is only 8 years old, but he really has received a lot of love letters. And for every love letter Gu Yuan receives, he will read it very carefully. In his previous life, he also received a lot of love letters, but at that time he didn't know how to deal with them, so he simply threw them in the trash can without even reading them. In this life, he has changed his mind. The joy of youth is something that many people can remember. At this time, they are ignorant of their emotions, and they carefully carry expectations and good wishes. Gu Yuan does not want to casually trample on and discard this beauty, so he carefully keeps all the love letters he receives. After the youthful and green time is over, he can take them out and read them again, which is another joy. Zhu Yuyan felt a little guilty, and she obviously knew where those love letters had gone. Gu Yuan looked at her and asked, classmate, do you know who moved my desk? Who would normally take these things? And they must have known that Gu Yuan hid the love letters, so they came to look for them. Could it be someone who confessed their love before? Now they regret it and want the love letters back? Who could it be? Zhu Yuyan's face was calm, and she shook her head. Gu Yuan sighed, okay, that's fine. Gu Yuan tidied up her desk briefly, then took the pan-fried buns on the desk and left her seat. Classmate, thank you for taking care of me these days. Everyone, we have a long way to go, so I'll see you around. Gu Yuan smiled and waved goodbye to everyone. As soon as she walked out of the classroom, she saw the 3 teachers of Chinese, mathematics and foreign languages standing at the door. They had heard the news that Gu Yuan was transferring schools and had come up the stairs immediately. Gu Yuan looked at them and said, Teacher Zhang, Teacher Zhao, and Teacher Yuan. Teacher Zhang said, Gu Yuan, are you really leaving? She looked at the iceberg beauty Xia Qingyan next to her, and it seemed that she understood everything. Her proud student was leaving. Teacher Yuan said, Teacher, I'm so reluctant to let you go. Teacher Zhao said, yes. You're leaving, and I'll miss you a lot. Gu Yuan smiled and said, I'm also very reluctant to part with the teachers, but life is full of departures, and this is our compulsory course. Teacher Zhang said, Gu Yuan, you're lecturing us again. Gu Yuan was very distressed. He had tried his best to suppress himself, but the old soul of a 30-year-old made him unable to say anything excessively childish. However, it is really hard to hold back a smile when such words come from the small body of Gu Yuan. Fortunately, the teacher and classmates are used to it. Teacher Zhao glanced at Xia Qingyan next to him and then turned his head to say, Gu Yuan, you are going to a new environment, so you need to learn to keep a low profile and not be too showy. When you arrive at your new family, you also need to be sensible and humble. Teacher Yuan said, you also have our contact information, so if there is anything, just send us a message. Gu Yuan received so much attention from the teachers and happily nodded, I know. Xia Qingyan saw that the classmates and teachers were all very nice to Gu Yuan. It seems that the little guy is quite popular. She'll have to interrogate him later. The little guy is only 8 years old, and if he doesn't behave, that won't do. As his guardian, she must keep a close eye on him. She can't let him get into trouble. Well, he shouldn't fool around with other people either. Gu Yuan took a deep breath, waved goodbye to everyone, and said, I'm leaving, everyone take care of yourselves, and I hope everyone does well on the junior high entrance exam. The sky was clear, with white clouds floating by. The sun shone down on the school grounds. Xia Qingyan's tone was cold, let's go. The two of them walked downstairs together, and the crowd watched them leave. As soon as they reached the bottom of the stairs, the bell rang for class to begin. Ding dong. The students quickly scurry into the classrooms, and the school corridors immediately become empty. Gu Yuan feels a little lost, looking at the school building with some lingering nostalgia. Xia Qingyan takes his hand and leads him away. When they are about to reach the entrance of the campus, they are stopped by someone shouting, Gu Yuan, Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan turned around and it was Zhu Yuyan. Zhu Yuyan ran to Gu Yuan panting, her ponytail bobbing behind her. Her skirt was also swaying. Gu Yuan asked, is there anything else, classmate? Zhu Yuyan blushed and said, the love letters are at my house. I was in a hurry when I left home today and forgot to bring them back. I'll give them to you after school this afternoon when I drop them off at your new home. Why are the love letters at Zhu Yuyan's house? It turned out that last Friday, after school, Zhu Yuyan stayed behind for a while. After the student on duty left, she found the love letters that Gu Yuan had hidden in her desk and put them in her bag. She took them home and read each one, wanting to see what the girls had written to Gu Yuan. Little Gu Yuan, I think you're pretty good. Little Gu Yuan, I wish you were a little older. Little Gu Yuan, hang in there, I'll always be there for you. Gu Yuan, I think you're my Prince Charming, but you're too young. That's probably it. The words are simple, the meaning is confused, just like their relationship, it's just simple like that, nothing more. Zhu Yuyan had planned to read them and then put them back. She even came to school early this morning on purpose, but when she left, she forgot to take them. She prayed that Gu Yuan wouldn't find them, but she was discovered after all. It would have been fine if she had not admitted it, because Gu Yuan would not have been obsessed with finding those things. It would be better if she had not, and if she had not, nothing would have happened. Zhu Yuyan just knew that after Gu Yuan left this time, the two of them might not see each other again in the future. She suddenly got up and left the classroom, and chased after him. Gu Yuan was also a little confused, wondering what his deskmate was doing with his love letter. Curious. Gu Yuan looked at Xia Qingyan and knew that Xia Qingyan did not like strangers going to her house, so he asked for her opinion. Xia Qingyan said to Zhu Yuyan, tell me your address, and we'll go to your house to get it. Zhu Yuyan looked at Xia Qingyan, who looked as cold as ice, and she can only agree. She said that Gu Yuan knew where her house was, and they would contact each other on WeChat, and then she hurriedly ran back to the classroom. Xia Qingyan looked at Gu Yuan and narrowed her eyes, how did you know where her house was? Chapter 29 Sister Qingyan, haven't you ever received a love letter? Xia Qingyan stared at Gu Yuan, wanting an answer from him. At the school gate, it was sunny and clean at the moment, and the streets were empty. But in the afternoon after school, there will be many street vendors selling all kinds of cheap snacks. Every time before school let out, Zhu Yuyan would drag Gu Yuan to the corner of the street to eat skewers. The vegetarian skewers were 50 cents each, and the meat skewers were 1 yuan. After they had eaten their fill, Zhu Yuyan would send Gu Yuan to the welfare institute before going home herself. Sometimes, Zhu Yuyan would even drag Gu Yuan to her own home for dinner. Gu Yuan took Xia Qingyan's hand and explained, I used to go to Zhu Yuyan's house for dinner a lot. The uncle and aunt are very nice, so after a while, we got to know each other. Xia Qingyan asked, why did they invite this little guy to their house? Gu Yuan thought for a moment and said, maybe Zhu Yuyan told the uncle and aunt about me, and they wanted to see what the talented and handsome prodigy who surpassed their own precious daughter looked like. Xia Qingyan asked in turn, what about the love letter? Gu Yuan said, it's a love letter. Didn't you receive any when you were at school, Qingyan? Gu Yuan asked in return, looking at Xia Qingyan with a serious face. Xia Qingyan's expression was a little unnatural. She let go of Gu Yuan's hand, put her arms around herself, and said disdainfully, of course I've received love letters. There were countless little boys who had a secret crush on me back then. When she said this, Xia Qingyan obviously lacked confidence. Had she received love letters herself? She didn't really remember such insignificant things. Or maybe she had, but she had treated them like rubbish and thrown them away without even reading them. But in front of Gu Yuan, she didn't want to admit defeat. Gu Yuan was intrigued and said, then Qingyan, do you still have those love letters? Let's go home and take them out and read them together. Gu Yuan was still very interested in these things. It would be a different feeling to take these out and read and share them, and it would also give him a lot of inspiration and material. If he wrote a novel about dog food in the future, he could just use it. Xia Qingyan rolled her eyes and found an excuse. Who would keep that kind of thing? It was thrown away long ago. Thrown away? That's a pity. Gu Yuan lamented. Did you read the content of the letter, Sister Qingyan? Do you remember who wrote the love letter that impressed you the most? Xia Qingyan shook her head. I would never read that kind of thing. Gu Yuan said with a serious face, not being in love and not having feelings really takes away a lot of the joy of life. Xia Qingyan sneered, feelings? Feelings are the cruelest thing in the world. Gu Yuan looked at Xia Qingyan without saying anything, but took Xia Qingyan's hand again. He knew that she was just trying to protect herself by wrapping herself in a thick shell. Looking at the little Gu Yuan, Xia Qingyan knew that her tone of voice had been too cold, so she asked, I haven't even mentioned you yet. You're only 8 years old, so how did you receive all those love letters? Gu Yuan shrugged indifferently, there's nothing I can do about it. It's just that I'm too charming. What charm could a little brat like you possibly have? Gu Yuan bragged, kidding, if I'm not charming, would a beautiful fairy like Xia Qingyan look at me? Adopt me? Xia Qingyan laughed, a very happy laugh. You're just sweet talking. The two left Guangming Road Elementary School and went to Xinyu International School. The car drove into the school and after parking, Xia Qingyan took Gu Yuan to the principal's office. The principal, Ma Zhengjun, personally took charge of the reception. The reason is that Xia Qingyan is a famous genius entrepreneur in Tianhai and even in Daxia. In just over a year, he has run his game company to a market value of tens of billions. The game has even become popular in neighboring countries, where the secondary yuan culture is deeply rooted. In the future, the brand value of Xiaoqing games will continue to rise. For such a figure, to arrange for someone to enter the school to study is to advertise the school, and he would not be foolish enough to refuse. Gu Yuan sat on the sofa with Xia Qingyan, and Ma Zhengjun asked his secretary to pour 3 cups of tea. President Xia, this is typing hokue that I had someone buy for me. It wasn't easy, it costs 200,000 yuan for 100 grams. Please try it and let me know what you think. Xia Qingyan said honestly, President Ma, I don't know anything about tea. Gu Yuan lifted up his teacup and took a sip, then said honestly, you may have been cheated. This is just ordinary hokue tea, not the rare item that went up for auction. Ma Zhengjun had never drunk typing hokue before, and he had always drunk Westlake Longjing before, so he himself was not sure about the authenticity of this stuff. However, this remark from a young child made him wonder. A child of 8 years old knows about tea? But this child was brought here by Xia Qingyan, and they are either rich or noble, so maybe he is knowledgeable and really knows about it? Ma Zhengjun kept smiling and asked kindly, little friend, how do you know this tea is not right? Gu Yuan had drunk some tea with some bigwigs in his previous life. He wanted to be able to speak in front of them, so he had studied these teas. One thing was clear, no matter what kind of tea it was, traditional handmade tea was always more expensive than machine-made tea. And Ma Zhengjun's tea was obviously machine-made, not handmade. The most expensive typing hokue tea lot on the auction is definitely handmade, so Gu Yuan said Ma Zhengjun had been cheated. Gu Yuan said, machine-made tea will have a machine-made taste. If you don't believe me, just take a closer whiff of the tea in the canister. Although Ma Zhengjun was doubtful, what Gu Yuan said did make sense. Xia Qingyan looked at Gu Yuan and once again took a second look at him. But he was so straightforward and blunt, Xia Qingyan was afraid that the principal was angry. She immediately spoke for Gu Yuan, saying, "Principal Ma, Gu Yuan may be talking nonsense, so don't mind it." Ma Zhengjun smiled and said, "Who cares if it's true or not, as long as it's drinkable." He said that, but he never picked up his teacup again. By the way, President Xia, I've already arranged for Gu Yuan to go to the first grade of the second grade. The students there are all very good. I believe Gu Yuan will get along well with his classmates. Gu Yuan looked at Xia Qingyan and blinked innocently. He didn't want to go back to second grade from sixth grade. It was like a college student who had been admitted to university going back to junior high school to take the entrance exam and not being able to adapt. Xia Qingyan said apologetically, "Principal Ma, I was wrong when I told you before. Gu Yuan is not going to second grade, he is going to sixth grade." Ma Zhengjun was surprised. Sixth grade? Xia, are you serious? Gu Yuan is only 8 years old and is already in sixth grade? Xia Qingyan nodded, yes, and Gu Yuan's academic performance is not bad, he has always maintained the top grades in his class. Ma Zhengjun seemed to have found a treasure, he said happily, then Gu Yuan is really a genius child. Then I will arrange for him to go to our sixth grade class. Ma Zhengjun made a phone call, and soon after someone knocked on the door. It was a beautiful female teacher. Ma Zhengjun introduced her, "This is teacher Xiao Feishue, the homeroom teacher of class 1, grade 6, and the best teacher here. Teacher Xiao, I've found you a prodigy as a student." Xiao Feishue and Gu Yuan locked eyes. Gu Yuan sighed inwardly, how small the world is. Chapter 30, I'll test you. Xiao Feishue is thin and tall, with a sweet and attractive appearance. She is wearing a white round neck short-sleeved shirt, a gray jacket, black cropped pants, and white sneakers. About a year ago, on the afternoon when Gu Yuan first came back from the future, Gu Yuan was walking home from school when she suddenly fainted. When Gu Yuan woke up after crossing over, she saw her. In theory, Xiao Feishue can be considered Gu Yuan's rescuer. That's why Gu Yuan let out a sigh. Gu Yuan remembered Xiao Feishue, but judging from her expression, she probably didn't remember that incident. Ma Zhengjun introduced, "Teacher Xiao, this is Gu Yuan. He will be studying in your class 6-1 from now on." Xiao Feishue was stunned. How could this child be in 6th grade and be her student? "Principal, are you serious? He's so young, how could he be in 6th grade?" The grade levels at Xinyu International are divided into junior high school, which includes grades 6 to 8, and high school, which includes grades 9 to 12. So it's equivalent to Gu Yuan skipping the junior high school entrance exam and going straight to the first grade. For Gu Yuan, there is no difference. But Xiao Feishue didn't think so. She had to be responsible for her students. How could she let an 8-year-old child study with older children? Not to mention whether he could keep up. What about communication with his classmates? He might slowly become an introverted child. Xiao Feishue would never agree to that. Ma Zhengjun said, "Gu Yuan is a child prodigy. I don't think he has a problem. He often got first place in his grade in exams at other schools." Right, Xia? Xia Qingyan looked at Xiao Feishue and said, "You may not understand the situation of Gu Yuan. I can guarantee that he has no problem keeping up with the knowledge of junior high school. As for communication between students, I also think he is fine." Ma Zhengjun laughed and said, "Yes, yes, yes. This little guy, Gu Yuan, gives me a very mature feeling. Teacher Xiao, I don't think there is a problem either. Principal, but no matter what you say, he is still only 8 years old. He is really too young." Gu Yuan smiled and said, "Mr. Xiao, how about this? You should have test papers at the level of an entrance exam, or papers from regular tests. Give them to me and let me do them. If I get the answers right, I don't think you'll have any more concerns." Xiao Feishue looked at Gu Yuan, who was beaming from ear to ear, and felt like she had seen him somewhere before, but she couldn't remember. She asked with a puzzled expression, "Are you that confident?" Gu Yuan said, "I'm super confident. I will definitely go to your class to go to school." Xiao Feishue looked at Ma Zhengjun and said, "Okay, then, Principal, I'll personally set a test to test him." Ma Zhengjun looked at the serious Xiao Feishue and said, "Xiao teacher, just use the usual test paper, but don't make any difficult questions to make things difficult for people." "Don't worry about it, Principal." Gu Yuan looked at Xiao Feishue and sighed. "I'm afraid this woman is going to give herself the hardest test paper." Xiao Feishue smiled and said to Gu Yuan, "What do you think? Do you want to go back and prepare? Provocation?" Gu Yuan could not tolerate it. No, Miss Xiao, you can do it now. Okay, come with me. Xiao Feishue turned around and walked out of the principal's office. Gu Yuan looked at Xia Qingyan and said, Sister Qingyan, I'm going. Xia Qingyan nodded, and after a moment of thought, she added, Gu Yuan, can't I go with you? Gu Yuan said, Don't worry, Qingyan, it's fine, just wait here for my good news. In the corridor, Xiao Feishue walked in front, with Gu Yuan following close behind. She deliberately slowed down her pace so that Gu Yuan could keep up with her. Xiao Feishue looked at Gu Yuan and said, Is it your own wish to start from the 6th grade? Yes, Gu Yuan replied. They are all a bit older than you, aren't you afraid that I will bully you? Gu Yuan smiled and said, Teacher Xiao, will you watch me get bullied? Xiao Feishue stopped walking and looked at Gu Yuan seriously. At this moment, she believed what Principal Ma had said. This child is indeed mature, and she had no problem communicating with him. He even knew how to ask questions back. What surprised her was that an 8-year-old child could be so calculating. The children of the wealthy families are really not simple. Xiao Feishue said, My students, I will protect well, within my ability. Gu Yuan asked again, Teacher Xiao, you won't give me some tricky questions, will you? What? Are you afraid? Weren't you very confident in your answer just now? Gu Yuan said, Although I am confident enough, Teacher Xiao is after all much older than me, and you must have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. I can't guarantee that I won't fall into a pit. Xiao Feishue laughed out loud. She looked at Gu Yendao and said, You know quite a bit. I won't make things difficult for you. As long as you can meet my expectations, I'll accept you into our 6th grade class. Xiao Feishue said this without setting a standard. Whether it would work or not would be up to her to decide in the end. This won't work. Gu Yuan asked, What is Miss Xiao's psychological expectation? You have to give me a line, don't you? Xiao Feishue looked at Gu Yuan, didn't say anything, and took him into an office. There were 4 or 5 teachers in the office, all of them were homeroom teachers of the 6th grade and also served as the main subject teachers. Xiao Feishue taught Chinese, and the others were all English teachers. Xiao Shui, this is the prodigy that the principal mentioned on the phone? A female teacher was dressed up nicely and her eyes sparkled when she saw Gu Yuan. The other teachers also put down their work and came to Xiao Feishue's desk, surrounding Gu Yuan. He's handsome. Yes. What's your name? A teacher asked with a smile. Gu Yuan smiled embarrassedly. Hello, beautiful ladies, my name is Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan? That's a good name. How old are you? Xiao Feishue said indifferently, He's 8. 8 years old? The female teacher gasped. 8 years old, and the principal wants him to join the 6th grade class? Are you crazy? Xiao Feishue said, He is quite confident himself. I heard that he used to regularly come in first place in other schools. Is he in the 6th grade too? The female teacher asked. Gu Yuan nodded. Xiao Feishue looked at them and said, Right, you don't believe it either, do you? So, I'm going to give him a test with a set of exam papers. The other teachers moved their chairs over and sat down, all looking at Gu Yuan together. These teachers were all high achievers, having graduated from prestigious universities, and when they were young they were all top students. Now that they had met a child prodigy, of course they were interested. Gu Yuan felt no pressure being surrounded by these beautiful female teachers, but rather felt very good about it. Each of them had a different scent. Xiao Feishue printed out a test and spread it out in front of Gu Yuan. This is the midterm exam for our class. If you score 80, I'll let you stay, otherwise you'll have to go back to 2nd grade. Gu Yuan looked at the exam paper, which was a math test. It was very easy. Xiao Shui, the passing rate for this exam is only 50%, and Jia Yunlan, who was first in your class, only scored 89. Isn't this too difficult? Yes, if he can score 80, he'll be in the top 10. Let's change to an easier one. Xiao Feishue winked at them, and they looked at each other, not understanding what she was up to. Gu Yuan, do you want to do it? Gu Yuan looked at Xiao Feishue and said, Teacher Xiao, if you get 80 points, you can stay, right? Xiao Feishue nodded affirmatively. Pretty sisters, can one of you lend me a pen? I'll use yours. Chapter 31 Teacher Xiao, was my answer okay? Gu Yuan listened to the teacher's conversation while answering the questions, and got a rough idea of their names and personalities. The one in a long white dress was by Qin Xian, with a pure face and not much to say. She just looked at Gu Yuan curiously. Gu Yuan felt embarrassed when she looked at her. The most lively one was teacher Zhou Yao, who talked the most and kept asking Gu Yuan questions. The other one is called Zhangxi, not very tall, wearing very thick glasses, and wearing cute clothes, which may be a contrast. There is also one called Lin Ling. Her eyes are sparkling, her nose is upturned, a bit like a mixed race person, especially her delicate and smooth skin. However, Xiao Feishui is still the most beautiful of the few of them, and her scholarly temperament from the inside out looks very comfortable. Zhou Yao was lying next to Gu Yuan. Her smile was very clean, and when she opened her mouth, her small tiger teeth could be seen. She asked softly, Gu Yuan, where did you go to school before? Gu Yuan answered honestly, Guangming Road Primary School. Guangming Road Primary School was in Guangming District, and Zhongyou International School was in Tianpu District. The two were very far apart, and Guangming Road Primary School was an ordinary primary school, while Zhongyou International School was famous for its expensive tuition fees. The two are too different, and it is inevitable that people will be curious about why Gu Yuan suddenly chose to go to school here. So why did you have to come here? Lin Lingdao, the tuition here is not cheap for 1 year. Bai Qingxian said indifferently, Yao, let's not ask about this. Xiao Feishui was standing next to her, and she did not ask about Gu Yuan's family situation, but it was not easy to go from Guangming Road Elementary School to Zhongyou International. You can't just come here with a little money. She remembered the beautiful woman she had seen in the principal's office. She looked younger than herself, but the principal called her President Xia. It seemed that Gu Yuan's background was not simple. Xiao Feishui said loudly, Yao, don't say anything, let Gu Yuan write the exam paper properly. Zhou Yao said, it's okay, Gu Yuan, take your time. She wanted to ask something else, but Zhangxi simply covered her mouth with his hand, warning, Yao, shut up. Zhou Yao pulled Zhangxi's hand away, and after doing so, Zhangxi said, Shishi, what did you feel on your hand? It tasted salty. Zhangxi laughed mockingly, sorry, I just had an itch in my armpit and scratched it. Bah, Zhangxi, I'm going to kill you. You used your hand that had been scratching your armpit to cover my mouth? Zhou Yao got up and wrestled with Zhangxi. Gu Yuan sat there, not paying any attention to them, just quietly doing his roll paper. He had already finished reading the roll paper, it wasn't difficult, he just needed to make sure he got 80 points on the roll paper. So he deliberately skipped the first 10 multiple choice questions and started with the 11th one. Lin Ling laughed, I doubt she didn't touch her armpit. Bai Qingxian instantly understood what Lin Ling meant, and her mouth curled slightly. Zhou Yao had a bad feeling rise up in her mind, and her eyes widened as she asked, what do you mean? Did she touch a smelly foot? Zhangxi was a little guilty, and he argued, Yao, it really was the armpit, if you don't believe me, forget it. Xiao Feishui said impatiently, if you keep making a racket, go outside and calm down for a while. What if you delay Gu Yuan from doing the questions? Zhou Yao and the others quieted down, sat back down, and 5 pairs of eyes stared at Gu Yuan as he did the questions. There was no way he would cheat. Lin Ling and the others also noticed that Gu Yuan had not done the first 10 multiple choice questions, but had started directly with the sky questions. The several of them looked at each other, perhaps was this question too difficult for Gu Yuan? However, Xiao Feishui remained calm. When she saw Gu Yuan write down the correct answer to the first fill-in-the-blank question, she knew that Gu Yuan was indeed extraordinary, otherwise he would not have been able to solve this question. Then, they became increasingly uneasy. Gu Yuan got all 10 fill-in-the-blank questions correct, each worth 3 points. Zhou Yao exclaimed, about to scream, but someone covered her mouth again. However, this time it wasn't Zhangxi, who had gone to the bathroom to wash her hands. This time it was Xiao Feishui, who was afraid that Zhou Yao's loud voice would disturb Gu Yuan's thinking and speed of doing the questions. Zhou Yao did not resist this time, but instead stuck out her tongue and licked Xiao Feishui's palm. It was sweet and fragrant. Xiao Feishui was startled and immediately blushed, her rosy cheeks as attractive as a peach. She also instantly withdrew her hand. A frown appeared on her brow. Zhou Yao looked back at her, her face full of lust, as if she were looking at her favorite prey. She even playfully stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. Xiao Feishui was scared, and her body trembled from head to toe. Xiao Feishui ignored her and continued to look at Gu Yuan. After washing her hands, Zhangxi shook them and held them up to Zhou Yao's nose, saying, Yao, I've washed them clean. You're disgusting. Zixizi, you're even more perverted than I am. He. Zhang Shilei grinned from ear to ear. Bai Qingxuan saw what Gu Yuan was doing. The little guy was checking his score. Lin Ling found the answers to this exam paper and compared them one by one, and found that Gu Yuan had written exactly 80 points, not a single point more or less. She laughed out loud. Xiao Feishue frowned as she compared the answers. Gu Yuan put away his pen. "You're not going to write anymore?" Xiao Feishue asked, puzzled. "There's still time. You didn't do the multiple choice questions at the beginning?" The multiple choice questions at the beginning were easy, and Gu Yuan got all the answers right, even the last one. So it's not that he doesn't know how to do them, it's that he doesn't want to. Gu Yuan said indifferently, "It should be enough for an 80. Xiao Feishue picked up the exam paper and checked the answers again. Gu Yuan had indeed answered all the questions correctly. He got an 80 on this exam paper. Xiao Feishue looked at Gu Yuan expressionlessly, wanting to say something but holding back. Gu Yuan asked with anticipation, "Teacher Xiao, can I join your class?" When Gu Yuan came into the world, the first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was Xiao Feishue, and he was even held in Xiao Feishue's arms. For some reason, looking at Xiao Feishue made him feel very close and fascinated. Gu Yuan could never forget that image. This is the power of Bai Yue Guang. After that encounter, Gu Yuan actually looked for her again near where she fainted, but unfortunately never found Xiao Feishue to thank her in person. Now that they had met again by chance, Gu Yuan would not let this opportunity go easily. Xiao Feishue pursed her lips, and before she could say anything, Lin Ling and the others jumped in, saying, "It seems that Xiao Xue doesn't like it, but our class wants it. Come to our class." Zhou Yao hugged Gu Yuan. "Our class also wants her." Bai Qingxian hesitated. Gu Yuan was buried in Zhou Yao's deep ravine, and her young face was almost flattened by the mountains and rivers. "Teacher Zhou, let me go, I can't breathe." Gu Yuan struggled, but she didn't dare to struggle too hard, in case she accidentally grabbed something and he couldn't explain himself. However, Zhou Yao didn't intend to let go. Dare to feel that holding Gu Yuan made her feel less lonely and more content. If she let go of Gu Yuan, her body would feel like something was missing. Zhang Shidao said, "Actually, Gu Yuan can come to our class. I can take care of him. The learning atmosphere in our class 63 is the best among all the classes." "What? Your class is the noisiest," Lin Ling tweeted. Bai Qingshan said, "Our class has the best average grades." Xiao Feishue responded like a queen. "Ahem. The principal said that Gu Yuan is our class 61's. Gu Yuan, you passed. Come to school tomorrow, and I'll take you to the class to meet everyone." Chapter 32. Oh, so it was you. Zhou Yao let out a soft sigh and said, "Oh, Snow, didn't you just not like Gu Yuan very much?" "Who said I didn't like him?" "I didn't say that." Xiao Feishue gave Zhou Yao a warning look. Zhou Yao said to the others, "You guys judge for yourself." Just now, when Snow had that expression, didn't she look a bit dissatisfied? I'm not wrong, am I? Zhang Shi nodded like a chicken eating rice, as did Lin Ling. Bai Qingxian nodded secretly. Xiao Feishue exuded her own aura, her eyes becoming domineering. "Stop arguing, it's useless. Gu Yuan is now my person. Come, Gu Yuan, I'll escort you back to the principal's office." "Yes, Miss Xiao." Gu Yuan waved goodbye to everyone with a smile. "Goodbye, Miss Zhou. Goodbye, Miss Lin. Goodbye, Miss Xian. Goodbye, Miss Bai." Bai Qingxian has a very low sense of presence, but Gu Yuan remembers her name. Zhou Yao watched Gu Yuan and Xiao Feishue leave the office and started gossiping with her sisters. "Do you think Gu Yuan might be the love child of some chairman?" Zhang Shi agreed, "I think Yao's analysis is right. Gu Yuan was at Guangminglu Primary School before, but now she's suddenly transferred to our school, and the principal even received her personally." Lin Lingdao, "I don't think so." Bai Qingxian only heard the three of them talking, and she didn't say anything. Zhou Yao whispered, "Shui must know about Gu Yuan's situation, we can ask her about it later." Gu Yuan and Xiao Feishue left the office, and it was just the end of class. Many students were in the hallway, and they saw Gu Yuan next to Xiao Feishue. They thought this little brother was very cute, and they thought he was Xiao Feishue's brother. "Teacher Xiao, is this your brother?" "No, don't say anything." Xiao Feishue quickly denied it. "Ah? Is that your son? Haven't you just graduated for a year? These are all classmates from class 64. Xiao Feishue was about to explain when suddenly the bell rang for class. Her mouth, which had just opened, closed again. Her expression wasn't good. This is it, the school will have rumors about her again. Her guess was right, and with this kind of gossip, it spread quickly from person to person during class time. By the time the next class ended, almost the entire junior high school students in grade 6, 7, and 8 knew that the beautiful homeroom teacher in grade 6, Miss Xiao, had an 8-year-old son. Gu Yuan looked up at Xiao Feishui and said, "Miss Xiao, why don't you explain?" Gu Yuan said, "I haven't met my mother, but you're too young to be my mother, you're more like my sister." Xiao Feishui was flabbergasted. But she was still very happy that Gu Yuan called her sister. She seemed to have discovered something from Gu Yuan's words and phrases. Gu Yuan had never met her mother, and she felt quite sorry for the child. Xiao Feishui looked at Gu Yuan very tenderly and asked, "Gu Yuan, who is that person in the office?" "It's Sister Qingyan. She adopted me," Gu Yuan said generously, not trying to hide anything. Xiao Feishui was a little surprised. "Adopted?" "Yes, I'm an orphan, and now Sister Qingyan has adopted me. That's why I transferred here." Xiao Feishui patted Gu Yuan's head and thought to herself, "I see, no wonder this child is so mature. She should be treating you well, otherwise she wouldn't have sent you here to study." Gu Yuan nodded. "Sister Qingyan is a kind person just like you." "Just like me?" Xiao Feishui pointed at herself. "How do you know what kind of person I am?" Gu Yuan looked at Xiao Feishui and smiled. "Miss Xiao, we've met before." "Met? Where? Why don't I remember?" Xiao Feishui was a little confused. She looked at Gu Yuan again, but still couldn't remember where she had met him. It was normal to forget, after all, it had been more than a year ago, and Gu Yuan was also a little confused, and he had forgotten to say thank you. "In our past lives, we promised to meet again." Gu Yuan was talking nonsense. Xiao Feishui. She had an expressionless face. Don't talk nonsense." Okay, I won't talk nonsense." Gu Yuan reminded her with a smile. "A year ago, at the fork in the road next to Guangming Road, you were holding a little boy in a diabetic coma in your arms. Do you remember?" Xiao Feishui searched hard, and indeed there was such a memory, but it was so long ago that she couldn't remember the specific circumstances. "Oh, that little boy was you?" Xiao Feishui blinked. Gu Yuan laughed. "It was me. Miss Xiao, I didn't thank you at the time, but now in front of you, I'd like to thank you for saving my life. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be here." Xiao Feishui said, "How could that be? Someone else would have saved you without me. No one would have just stood there and watched." She smiled and said, "We really are very fated. We meet again here." Gu Yuan said, "Ms. Xiao, please look after me in the future. Don't worry, I will help you integrate into life here as soon as possible. My students are all very nice people." "Where are you living now?" "It's quite close to here, in the Jodan Palace," Gu Yuan said lightly. Xiao Feishui exclaimed, "Turn left at the school gate, walk 2 blocks, and you'll get to the Jodan Palace in 1,000 meters?" Gu Yuan nodded. "Tell teacher Xiao what your adopted sister does for a living." "Sister Qingyan owns a game company." "What game company?" "It seems to be called One Summer." Xiao Feishui also plays games, and recently she has become obsessed with a female-oriented interactive romance game called Romance Battle, which has cost her a lot of money. However, she does not know that this game is exactly made by Xia Qingyan's company. Xiao Feishui showed an envious look. "How did you attract the attention of that young rich woman and make her adopt you?" Xiao Feishui gossiped. Gu Yuan said, "Maybe it's because I'm so handsome." Puff. Xiao Feishui gave him a thumbs up. "Well, you're right. But I don't think she's old enough to adopt a child." As soon as she said it, Xiao Feishui knew she'd gone too far, so she immediately took it back. "Sorry, teacher, I've overstepped the mark. It's my fault, I take it back." Xiao Feishui gave her lips a double smack. Gu Yuan and Xiao Feishui went to the principal's office, knocked on the door and entered. Xia Qingyan sat on the sofa without saying a word, working on her phone. Principal Ma Zhengjun also sat in front of the computer, pretending to work. When she saw Gu Yuan and Xiao Feishui return, Xia Qingyan immediately put down her phone. "Gu Yuan, how did it go?" Xiao Feishui said, "President Xia, Gu Yuan passed the exam and can start classes tomorrow." Xia Qingyan was very gratified. She knew that Gu Yuan would definitely be able to do it. Ma Zhengjun said, "I told you the little guy would be fine." Xia Qingyan smiled and said, "Principal Ma, Teacher Xiao, you guys go ahead, I'll take Gu Yuan home first, and I'll bring him back in the morning. Xiao Feishua nodded. Xia Qingyan held out her hand, took Gu Yuan's small hand in her own jade-like hand, and slowly walked out of the office. Chapter 33, I'm the victim. Gu Yuan said to Xia Qingyan, sorry, Qingyan, I kept you waiting. It's okay. What did that Miss Xiao ask you? She just had me do some worksheets. Xia Qingyan asked, Gu Yuan, so what do you think of her? Gu Yuan said, Miss Xiao is very nice, very pretty, and very kind. Xia Qingyan was puzzled and said, you haven't had any contact with her, so how can you tell that she is kind? Are children really that sensitive, and can they tell whether someone is good or bad just by their feelings and appearance? She didn't believe it. Gu Yuan smiled and said, Teacher Xiao once saved me, but she just forgot. Saved you? Yes, a year ago, I fainted on the way home from school, and Teacher Xiao saved me. I remember her. Xia Qingyan said, then you two have quite the connection. You should thank her properly later, do you know? Yes, I know. By the way, Qingyan, are you still going to the company this afternoon? Xia Qingyan said, no, don't you have to go to your female classmate's house at 5:30 p.m. to pick up something? I can go there myself, I know the way. No, I can't let you go all that way by yourself. I'm not at ease with that. There are a lot of human traffickers around these days. What if they kidnap you? Xia Qingyan refused. She looked up and down at Gu Yuan and said, we have time now, let's go get something to eat, and I'll take you shopping for some clothes. Gu Yuan saw that Xia Qingyan was so excited, so she must really want to go shopping, so he could only reluctantly agree. The two ate something casual and then went to the mall. Xia Qingyan took Gu Yuan's hand and walked into an upmarket women's clothing store. He was familiar with the shopping routine for a woman, and his eyes scanned the store for somewhere to sit. There happened to be a table with chairs in the store, so Gu Yuan walked over to the seat skillfully, sat down and waited for Xia Qingyan to ask her questions while she looked at the clothes. Xia Qingyan was looking at the clothes, and after picking one out, she brought it over and asked Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan, does this look good on me? Xia Qingyan asked expectantly. Gu Yuan rubbed his chin and pondered, this color is too dark, Qingyan, you'd look better in a lighter color. Xia Qingyan looked at the dress in her hands and felt that it was indeed a bit dark, so she put it back. Gu Yuan took out her phone and started typing. Gu Yuan, what about this one? Gu Yuan saw that the dress was very pretty, but it was see-through and revealing, so it was suitable for Xia Qingyan to wear at home, but not outside. Cough cough, this one is a bit revealing, not very good. Xia Qingyan obediently put it back again. The salesperson looked at herself trying hard to introduce it, and when it was finally time for the customer to buy, she had to ask the child's opinion, and then was rejected by Gu Yuan. She suddenly kind of hated the little kid. Xia Qingyan was disheartened, and she walked over and grabbed Gu Yuan. Then you pick it out for me. Sister Qingyan, you should choose for yourself. But you don't like anything I choose, Xia Qingyan said with a sigh. Gu Yuan whispered to Xia Qingyan, Sister Qingyan, it's not that I don't like it, it's just that whatever you wear is very beautiful, but some of it isn't suitable for wearing outside. You can buy it and wear it at home. Xia Qingyan said, huh? Then no one will see it, and you'll be the only one to admire it. Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow and said, yes, if it's just for me to see, I can buy it. Humph, you're dreaming. I won't wear them even if I buy them. Gu Yuan said, Qingyan, don't think too much about it. I'm afraid some people with dirty minds will take advantage of you from afar. How can they take advantage of you from afar? Xia Qingyan didn't understand. Think about it, if you wear something beautiful and walk down the street, will they look at you? It's fine if they look at you with normal eyes, but some of their eyes are lecherous and obscene, and there are even stalkers. Xia Qingyan felt a little uncomfortable at this and her body broke out in goosebumps. Xia Qingyan still packed up the clothes. She decided to wear them in her room. After browsing this store, Xia Qingyan led Gu Yuan to another brand store. Gu Yuan didn't ask many questions, he just found a place to sit down. As usual, Xia Qingyan picked out clothes and asked for his opinion. There were also other girls in the store, and their boyfriends were all sitting outside the door, lined up, holding large and small bags in their hands, looking down at their phones, listless and dispirited. However, Gu Yuan responded to Xia Qingyan on everything, never missing a beat, and his attitude was also very positive. He always maintained a smile and was never impatient. Xia Qingyan had almost finished shopping on her own, so she took Gu Yuan to buy his clothes. It was easy to buy clothes for Gu Yuan. Xia Qingyan didn't even try them on, and she had them packed up. She wanted to take all the clothes in the store with her. Gu Yuan sighed softly and said, Sister Xia Qingyan, that's enough. I can't wear all these clothes. If I can't wear them, I'll just put them in the closet. But, Sister Xia Qingyan, I'm only 8 years old, and I'm still growing. These clothes may not fit me soon. So, let's buy less to avoid wasting. If you don't wear them anymore, just roll them up and send them to the mountains. Gu Yuan said, Xingyan, you don't really think that all these second-hand clothes donated go to the mountains to give to the children, do you? Isn't that the case? Xia Qingyan wondered. After these clothes and quilts are donated, there is an industrial chain. They will sort out the good clothes, clean them, and then sell them to Africa or the mountains. Some will also go to the second-hand clothing market, and the prices are not cheap. These people are making all kinds of dirty money. The clothes that actually go to the mountains are all rags. Gu Yuan Dao, they will sell these second-hand clothes for profit. What? Aren't they donated? If you donate them through official channels, won't they also go to the mountains? Gu Yuan Dao shakes his head, they have to be stripped of several layers of skin, and they have no value. This batch of ragged clothes will be sent to the mountains later, and the slightly better ones will be sold exclusively, a profitable business. Xia Qingyan said with a sneer, aren't they afraid of being caught if they're so brazen? Of course it also involves the interests of those at the top. This is hardly a secret. Gu Yuan said seriously. So all those charities are faking it? Gu Yuan thought for a moment and said, most charities are essentially businesses. 80% of the supplies and money donated by members of the public can reach the affected people, and they are already conscientious organizations. After all, they still have expenses and losses in their operations. Unless you personally deliver the supplies to the disaster area, then they can be 100% delivered to the people in the disaster area. Xia Qingyan was a little annoyed, so can I ask them to return the 100 million I donated before? No, you can't. Once your money reaches their account, it's not up to you anymore. They decide who to distribute it to. Damn it, I'll never donate again. You can donate, you just have to find a good donation channel. Xia Qingyan looked at Gu Yuan and said, Gu Yuan, how do you know all this? Sister Qingyan, I'm the victim. Gu Yuan smiled wryly. Before, some kind people donated some supplies to our welfare institute through an organization, but what actually arrived at our institute was just some junk. Chapter 34. Sometimes there is nothing you can do. Xia Qingyan suddenly hugged Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan was very short, only reaching Xia Qingyan's belly button. His whole face was pressed against Xia Qingyan's soft, fragrant stomach, and the breath exhaled from his nose felt like 2 warm streams. The saliva from his mouth soaked Xia Qingyan's clothes. The men passing by were all envious of Gu Yuan. Sister Qingyan, it's so hot. Gu Yuan resisted, but at the moment, his strength was not as great as Xia Qingyan's. Xia Qingyan let go of Gu Yuan and said, Gu Yuan, although there are many bad people in the world, I am definitely a good person. Please believe me. Of course I believe that you are a good person, Qingyan. Gu Yuan said, it's just that if everyone's goodwill could be properly treated, that would be great. Xia Qingyan and Gu Yuan couldn't carry all the things they bought, so she asked the clothing store to deliver it to their home. Most of those high-end clothing stores can deliver to your home. The two of them continued to wander around with their hands empty, and when they got tired, they bought 2 ice creams to eat. They leaned over the railing, and not far away there was a slide, with many parents playing with their children. Xia Qingyan envied them, because she had never played with this when she was a child. But now she wanted to try it. However, she looked at the children playing on the slide, and they were only 3 or 4 years old. But some of them still had their parents playing with them. Gu Yuan was eating ice cream, his eyes looking at the pairs of long, white, tender legs walking by below, and a wicked smile curling the corner of his mouth. It feels so good in the summer. Feasting for the eyes. Oh, no, feasting for the mouth. He licked the ice cream. He felt physically and mentally healthy and refreshed. Xia Qingyan turned her head and saw the smile on Gu Yuan's lips. She kept her composure and followed Gu Yuan's gaze downwards, where she saw the pairs of long legs, the black silk and white socks Lolita. Xia Qingyan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Gu Yuan suddenly felt the temperature of the air around him drop a few degrees, and he felt something was wrong. He turned his head mechanically and sure enough, he met Xia Qingyan's murderous gaze. He. Qingyan, what's wrong? Xia Qingyan said, Gu Yuan, do you like Lolitas? Well, they're okay. Gu Yuan blushed and said sheepishly. Those long, slender legs, very white and straight, right? Xia Qingyan pointed at a girl below. Gu Yuan coughed twice to remind her, Sister Qingyan, don't point at people, it's not nice. Just sneak a peek. Are you not taking advantage of people from a distance? Sister Qingyan, you're wronging me. I'm only 8 years old, and I really admire pretty young ladies. If you don't believe me, just look at my eyes. Aren't they clear and bright, and very clean? Xia Qingyan bent over and looked Gu Yuan in the eye. She saw her own reflection in Gu Yuan's eyes. Gu Yuan's eyes were very bright, but there was also a sense of vicissitudes of life in them that was hard to put a finger on. Xia Qingyan suddenly switched from being serious to smiling. Gu Yuan, do you want to play on the slide? I see that all the other children are having a lot of fun. Gu Yuan said, I think I would like it. Xia Qingyan took Gu Yuan to the slide and they slid down together. It was about 4 meters high, and there was a pool of foam at the bottom. The children were lined up, one after the other, waiting to go down. Ha 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 ha. Mom, it's my turn. Take it easy. Oh. Gu Yuan felt embarrassed when he saw that the children in the queue in front of him were much younger than him, only 3 or 4 years old. But since Xia Qingyan wanted to play, he could only come over with a thick face. Xia Qingyan held Gu Yuan's little finger and swung it back and forth. She was in a very relaxed mood, and she hadn't felt like this for many years. When they got there, Gu Yuan looked at Xia Qingyan. She was wearing a skirt, which was not suitable for playing on the slide. Sister Qingyan, your clothes are not suitable for playing on this, you will show your underwear. Xia Qingyan looked down at her clothes and thought for a moment, saying, then I'll change into a new outfit. She led Gu Yuan to buy a new outfit for her to change into. The top half was a white V-neck short-sleeved shirt, and the bottom was black denim shorts. She also bought some white sneakers, and she immediately changed from a cold and aloof young lady to the appearance of an older sister next door. Gu Yuan carried the skirt and high heels that Xia Qingyan had changed out of. The two continued to wait in line. When it was their turn, Xia Qingyan sat down, and Gu Yuan stood behind her and nudged her. She then slid down. Xia Qingyan laughed happily and immediately dove into the foam. Xia Qingyan felt like she was flying. She had never played this when she was a child, and this was her first time. She climbed out of the foam pool and waved at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan, you come down quickly, it's very fun. Okay, I'm coming, Qingyan's sister. At this time, an adult behind Gu Yuan impatiently pushed Gu Yuan away and said impatiently, this is for children to play. You're so big, go aside. Gu Yuan looked at the ugly, fat woman with short, graying hair. He was very angry, but seeing her like that, he thought it was not worth getting angry with someone like that, it was a complete waste of energy. Besides, the little girl next to her said to her mother, Mommy, you can't push your brother like that, it's not right. Gu Yuan saw that her daughter was so sensible, so he decided not to argue with her. But Xia Qingyan was not willing to let it go. Now that she is Gu Yuan's guardian, how could she possibly let Gu Yuan be bullied? She walked up angrily, narrowed her eyes and pushed her. What are you doing? Why are you bullying Gu Yuan? The old woman scolded, don't you dare move me again. He's already such a big boy, he shouldn't be playing on the slide, he should let the little kids play. What rule says he can't play? Why are there disgusting and rude people like you? The woman was furious, like a mad chicken, her feathers all standing on end. What's going on? What's going on? You're not allowed to play. Gu Yuan came up to Xia Qingyan and protected her, afraid that the woman might suddenly attack and scratch Xia Qingyan with her claws. Oh no, don't do this, Mama. The woman's daughter was crying helplessly. Someone nearby said, come on, this is public property, what right do you have to stop people from playing? Right, it's not your home. The woman said unreasonably, then none of you can play. Stop crying, or I won't let you eat when you go home tonight. The woman's scolding made the little girl cry even harder. Xia Qingyan said angrily, how can there be such unreasonable parents in this world? Is this the kind of education you want to give your child and the kind of example you want to set? None of your business, you're not very good at taking care of things but you're very good at complaining. The people around her couldn't stand it anymore and chided her together. This woman was as eloquent as the rest, and her face was so unpleasant that it made people lose their appetite. Xia Qingyan was about to be driven mad with anger. She wanted to argue, but Gu Yuan pulled her and shook his head at her, saying, Sister Qingyan, it's useless. It's impossible to reason with someone like this. Gu Yuan took Xia Qingyan aside and walked away from the battlefield. She will be like that for the rest of her life. The poor thing is that little girl. I hope she will remain as kind as she is now when she grows up. Xia Qingyan said, is there any way we can help her escape from that kind of environment? Gu Yuan shook her head, it's useless. No matter how bad that woman is, she is also the mother of a child. There is nothing we can do. Xia Qingyan was influenced by her divorced family and grew up in a single-parent family, so she still doesn't believe in love. She is afraid that the child will also become unhappy if he grows up with such parents. In the end, she can only sigh. There is nothing she can do. She looks at the time and it is already 5 p.m. Gu Yuan, it's time, let's go to your classmate's house now. Chapter 35 I found out, I'll break your legs. Zhu Yuyan's family lives in Xinyu, Guangming district. Under Xinyu is Suolong Well, and by the well is a large iron pot-shaped pagoda tree. It is said to have been planted by Emperor Xian Kang, and is now 400 years old. There is another legend about Suolong Well. In ancient times, a vicious dragon wreaked havoc here, flooding the land and killing countless people. When the emperor learned of the dragon's rampage, he ordered his minister Beixin to lead an army to suppress the dragon. In order to suppress the evil dragon, the Beixin tribe used all their strength to dig this locked dragon well. The evil dragon was lustful, so the Beixin tribe picked 500 women from the tribe to enter the well. The evil dragon was trapped in the well. To prevent it from escaping, the Beixin tribe forged iron chains to lock it firmly, and then covered it with a lid. Finally, the evil dragon was suppressed. After the suppression of the Nian dragon, the floodwaters in the Tianhai receded, and the ancestors were able to thrive here. Trapped, the Nian dragon wept day and night, and its tears flowed out of the well, slowly washing out a small stream, which then grew larger and larger. In order to prevent the Nian dragon from escaping, the emperor ordered the construction of a Beixin bridge to suppress the river of dragon tears. When Emperor Xiankang was on the throne, there was a major flood. The people thought that the evil dragon was about to be born, so the emperor went to Beixin Bridge himself and planted the iron pan acacia. He also said, the iron pan acacia tree cannot die, and the evil dragon cannot be born. Over the years, the dragon locking well and iron pan acacia have become tourist attractions, with many couples visiting. Although the iron pan acacia tree is still alive today, its leaves are as jade-like and lush as ever. But the inside has long since rotted, and for all these years, it has survived only thanks to nutrient injections. Gu Yuan and Xia Qingyan parked the car and walked to the Longlei River. The river's waters flow into the Tianpu River, which joins the sea. I don't know if it really is the tears of a dragon, but the river's waters are salty. As the sun set, Gu Yuan and Xia Qingyan arrived at Beixin Bridge. The orange-yellow sunset glow was reflected on Xia Qingyan's body, making her look like a fairy. This bluestone bridge has stood for thousands of years, through wind and rain, and one can only marvel at the wisdom of the ancients. There are also many love locks on the bridge, and many couples are taking photos and buying locks to attach to the bridge. The government has to clean up these locks every year, otherwise the bridge will be unable to carry people. Xia Qingyan looks at Gu Yuan and says, Gu Yuan, let's buy a lock too. Gu Yuan said, Xinyan, they're a couple, what are we? Xia Qingyan said, then take some pictures of me. Gu Yuan said, how about later tonight? It's very pretty here at night, and it's still lively. How do you know? I've been here before. With whom? With Xinyu. Xia Qingyan didn't say anything. Gu Yuan walked in front of her, expressionless, her little fists clenched as she followed behind. A little person and an adult walked across the stone arch bridge. On the other side of the bridge was the dragon locking well and the tall iron pot pagoda. If you saw the scene in person, it would really be quite amazing. A large pagoda tree grows in an iron pot, and it's so tall. It's covered with red ropes, which looks very beautiful. Gu Yuan stared at the dragon locking well. The well mouth was about 1 meter and 2 centimeters above the ground. There was an inscription on the lid, which didn't look like it was forged recently. Closer to the well, one could feel a chilling coldness. The large iron chain, as thick as an adult's arm, was also shocking to look at. Could there really be a dragon in the well? Xia Qingyan held back Gu Yuan, who jumped in surprise and shivered. Sister Qingyan, you scared me to death. Why are you shaking? Xia Qingyan asked. Every time I come here, I see this well and always want to lift the cover to see what's inside, wondering if a dragon a few hundred meters long will really come out of it. Gu Yuan said mysteriously. Xia Qingyan said, how could there really be a dragon? Don't think about it. Is your female classmate's house over here? It's just ahead in the crystal community. The two walked past the locking dragon well, and it seemed to echo with a mournful dragon's roar. When they reached Zhu Yuyan's building, Gu Yuan took out her phone and sent a message to Zhu Yuyan. Classmate, are you back yet? I'm home. Zhu Yuyan replied immediately. She had rushed home as soon as school let out, quickly put away all of Gu Yuan's love letters, and then waited for Gu Yuan's message with her phone in hand. Gu Yuan, is that woman here with you? That woman? She must be talking about Xia Qingyan. Qingyan is with me. Can you come up here yourself? Zhu Yuyan asked. Gu Yuan looked at Xia Qingyan and said, Qingyan, can I go up and get my things before coming back down? Xia Qingyan looked at Gu Yuan without saying anything. Gu Yuan smiled sheepishly and sent a message to Zhu Yuyan. Classmate, can you get it for me? There are people down there, and it wouldn't be good if someone saw. Zhu Yuyan didn't want to go down. Gu Yuan thought about it, and saw that it wouldn't be so bad. Then I'll come up with Qingyan. Gu Yuan and Xia Qingyan went upstairs together, came to Zhu Yuyan's door, and knocked. Zhu Yuyan asked, Who is it? It's me, Gu Yuan. Zhu Yuyan opened the door and let Gu Yuan and Xia Qingyan in. Gu Yuan had been here before, so he was familiar with Zhu Yuyan's home. He went straight to Zhu Yuyan's bedroom and saw the love letters on the table. They were called love letters, but they were made of all kinds of materials and were strange shapes. Some were just a piece of paper. Some were red envelopes. Some were written on toilet paper. There were also origami paper cranes and paper frogs. Xia Qingyan looked at Zhu Yuyan. Her face was cold and impassive. She didn't like this girl who read other people's love letters. How could she just take other people's things home? This was an invasion of privacy. Zhu Yuyan saw Xia Qingyan and was also intimidated by her aura. She didn't dare to speak. Xia Qingyan was also shocked when she looked at the love letters. Why were they all so strange shaped? She was instantly interested and wanted to open them and take a look. Well, now I understand Zhu Yuyan. Gu Yuan picked up the love letters and planned to just leave. Zhu Yuyan lowered her head in shame. Gu Yuan, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have taken your things so casually. Gu Yuan said indifferently, It's okay, these love letters should all be anonymous. Zhu Yuyan held up a finger. I opened and read one. Gu Yuan asked, What did it say? Gu Yuan, you need to grow up quickly, I'll wait for you. Zhu Yuyan said. Gu Yuan grinned and said, It feels so good to be liked. Xia Qingyan said, No early love. If I find out, I'll break your legs. Gu Yuan said, I didn't, Qingyan. Xia Qingyan said, I meant if. Okay, we've got what we need, let's go home. Classmate, I'm leaving. Zhu Yuyan stopped Gu Yuan and hugged him. Gu Yuan, you have to take care of yourself. I will. Zhu Yuyan let go of Gu Yuan, and Gu Yuan and Xia Qingyan turned around and left. Just as they reached the living room, two people came in from the outside. They were Zhu Yuyan's parents. Uncle and Aunt Zhu were very happy to see Gu Yuan come. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. Gu Yuan greeted them. Oh, little Gu Yuan is here to play? Yen Yen, why didn't you tell me in advance, so I could prepare some food? Chapter 36, The Warm-Hearted Mother-in-Law. Both Zhu Fu and Zhu Mu work in government offices and get off work on the dot. They both really like Gu Yuan, and when they first invited her to dinner at their home, after learning about her background, they even wanted to adopt her, but they considered Zhu Yuyan's feelings and were afraid of hurting her, so they put the idea aside. When Zhu's parents saw Xia Qingyan next to Gu Yuan, they didn't know her and asked, Who is this? Gu Yuan introduced, Uncle and Aunt, this is Qingyan. I'm living with her now. Zhu Yuyan's parents were a little surprised, and Zhu Yuyan said, Dad, Mom, Gu Yuan has been adopted. Xia Qingyan said coldly, Hello, I've adopted Gu Yuan and am now his guardian. Oh, I see. Father and Mother Zhu were very happy. Gu Yuan being adopted was definitely a good thing, and looking at this girl's wealthy family, she could give Gu Yuan a good living condition. Gu Yuan is sensible and a good child. Mother Zhu looked at the plastic bag in Gu Yuan's hand. Gu Yuan, what's that you're holding? It's nothing, Auntie. Father Zhu said, Let's not stand here talking, let's sit down first. Xia Qingyan tugged at Gu Yuan's clothes. Gu Yuan smiled and said, Uncle and Aunt, today we came to ask Yu Yan to give us something, so we won't disturb you anymore. Xinyan and I will go home first. Shumu pulled Xia Qingyan and said, don't go back, stay for dinner today and let's celebrate with Gu Yuan together. Xia Qingyan was a little at a loss as Zhumu pulled her, but looking at Zhumu's sincere and kind eyes, she couldn't bear to refuse. Gu Yuan and Xia Qingyan glanced at each other. Sister Qingyan, why don't you stay for dinner before leaving? Xu Yuyan said, yes, stay for dinner before you go. Xia Qingyan didn't say anything, and Zhu's mother enthusiastically pulled her down to sit and looked her over carefully. She noticed that she was a very young girl. Moreover, she looked like she had never been with a man. Zhu's father laughed and said, you two chat, I'll go to the kitchen and cook. Gu Yuan said, Uncle, let me help you. No, you sit. Uncle, let them women chat, I'm afraid I can't join in. Ha ha, you, clever boy. Zhu Fu laughed. Zhu Yuyan sat opposite Xia Qingyan, and Zhumu asked Xia Qingyan, Miss Xia, you don't look very old? 19. Only 19? So it was your parents' decision to adopt Gu Yuan? Shumu wanted to get the details clear to avoid unnecessary trouble for Gu Yuan in the future. Xia Qingyan shook her head, no, I want to adopt Gu Yuan myself. You are unmarried and childless, and you are still so young. How did Director Zhang agree to this? Zhu's mother felt strange. To adopt a child, one needs to have a certain economic foundation and family conditions. This Miss Xia looks so young, how did Director Zhang agree to this? Xia Qingyan said indifferently, I don't plan to get married. Mrs. Zhu frowned, then looked worried. She said earnestly, Miss Xia, you are still young, and any decision you make may affect your future. Now you don't want to get married, but what if your mind changes in a few years? You still need to think carefully. I understand your concern. You are afraid that I will abandon you again. Mrs. Zhu was a little surprised. This Miss Xia is really smart, and she guessed what she was thinking right away. No, I won't abandon him. He's my family. Shumu worriedly said, then can your parents agree? Xia Qingyan said, I have always been the one to make my own decisions. My mother will only support my decisions. How will you two live? You usually have to go to work, and although Gu Yuan is sensible, what about his schooling? Zhu Yuyan said, Mom, Gu Yuan has transferred to Xinyu International. Xinyu International? That school is an aristocratic school, with annual tuition fees of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Zhu's mother looked at Xia Qingyan, and the more she looked at her, the more extraordinary she seemed. Xia Qingyan said, I took Gu Yuan to meet Principal Ma at Xinyu International today, and Gu Yuan passed the school's entrance test, so she can go to school and register tomorrow. Zhu's mother asked, may I ask, what does Miss Xia's family do? Xia Qingyan said indifferently, I run a game company, which is currently mainly engaged in game operation and development. Zhu's mother was stunned. This was too outstanding, starting a company at such a young age. Zhu's mother envied her, oh, Miss Xia is also too outstanding, starting a company at such a young age. Yen, look at this sister, learn from others, not only beautiful, but also capable. Zhu Yuyan pouted. She was also the child of other people's families in the mouths of other mothers. She was already outstanding, okay? Zhu's mother looked at Xia Qingyan and said, Miss Xia, are you really not going to fall in love? I have a relative. Oh, Mom, don't make up matches. Xia Qingyan said coldly, I'm sorry, I'm not interested. Zhu's mother sighed gently, and she took Xia Qingyan's hand again. Gu Yuan is a very sensible child, but I also know that such children are very sensitive and fragile inside, and you must talk to him a lot when you are not usually together. Zhu Yuyan said, no, I don't think Gu Yuan is sensitive or fragile at all. He doesn't care what people say about him in class. Zhu's mother said, you're just insensitive. Just because he doesn't show it doesn't mean he doesn't care. Some things hurt, and it hurts, but it doesn't mean you care until you cry your eyes out. A tough exterior can be a disguise. Zhu Yuyan said, Mom, I'm also very fragile. You're not fragile. How can you tell? Zhu Yuyan asked. Zhu's mother recalled, every time you came home in second place, your father would make you a bowl of braised pork. You ate a lot, and after you finished, you started to work hard. Then the next time you got second place, and so on and so on. It's been a year, and it's still the same. Zhu Yuyan was very embarrassed. Oh, Mom, is that what I seem like to you? Before Gu Yuan came to our class, I was in first place. Zhu's mother said, whether you come in first or not doesn't matter to me, as long as you're happy. Zhu's mother asked again, by the way, what did Gu Yuan say he wanted to pick up from you? Oh, just his exercise books, Zhu Yuyan lied. Xia Qingyan looked at Zhu Yuyan, who lowered her head unnaturally. In the kitchen, Zhu's father was cooking expertly, while the two men were quiet and very still, in stark contrast to the excitement outside. Gu Yuan liked this feeling, the simplicity. Zhu's father suddenly asked, Gu Yuan, is that Xia lady outside a second-generation rich? I don't know if she's a second-generation rich, but Qingyan's sister owns her own company. She doesn't look very old. Well, she's only 19. What? 19? I was still playing in the mud when I was 19. Xu Fu said to himself with a laugh. She's not married and has no children, why would she adopt you? Gu Yuan sighed and said, Uncle Zhu, as you know, I'm too charming. Any beautiful woman would like a handsome man. Xu Fu. I've never met such a brazen person. Chapter 37 Classmate, you might be able to hold a baby boy next year. Drip, drip. Gu Yuan's phone beeps. He wipes his hands, takes out his phone, and opens it to see a message from Xinyu. Gu Yuan, have you taken care of the transfer? Gu Yuan replies, it's already taken care of, and I'm having dinner at my former classmate's house right now. Xinyu, are you still working part-time today? Xinyu is sitting in the library at the moment, wearing headphones and studying. No, I'm in the library. The final exams are coming up soon, so I have to review my lessons and try to get a national scholarship. Good luck, Xinyu. Love you. Can I come visit you this weekend? Yes, but Qingyan doesn't like people coming to her house. Xinyu felt a little let down when she heard this, and her spirits dropped. Gu Yuan said, you can come pick me up and we can go out and play. Where do you want to go? I'll take you there. Gu Yuan said, I haven't thought about it yet, we'll talk about it then. Okay. Xia Qingyan left the living room and came to the kitchen. Gu Yuan put away her phone and was carrying the dishes out. Can I help you? Gu Yuan said, no need, Qingyan, the kitchen is too small for 3 people to stand. Xia Qingyan stood outside the kitchen, watching Gu Yuan and the others cook. She felt that Zhu's mother was a bit nagging, as if she had endless things to say and questions to ask. She was tired and didn't want to talk. Zhu's father simply prepared some home-style dishes, and then everyone sat down at the table. Zhu's mother said, Gu Yuan, go wash your hands. Don't bother, let your uncle clean up. Come and sit down and eat. Miss Xia, you sit down too. Gu Yuan sat down with Xia Qingyan. Xia Qingyan looked calm, but in fact she was inwardly uneasy. She had never eaten with a stranger before, and sitting at the table, she felt at a loss. Gu Yuan's behavior contrasted sharply with hers. He was more at ease and didn't feel like an outsider at all. Uncle, come and sit down and eat. Ignore him, let's just eat. Why? Just wait for my father, he's the one who cooked the meal. Zhu Yuyan was indeed Zhu Fu's little lapdog. Zhu Fu washed his hands and came over, sitting next to Zhu Mu. Honey, try this. I think the minced pork tofu is superb today. Without paying any attention to the others at the table, Zhu Fu picked up his chopsticks, picked up some food, and fed it to Zhu Mu. He was showing off his affection and showering her with attention. In Zhu Fu's eyes, there was only Zhu Mu. Zhu Mu looked at Zhu Yuyan provocatively. Zhu Yuyan angrily slammed her chopsticks down. Pop, I'll eat it too. Go ahead, aren't those chopsticks? Zhu Fu said indifferently. Honey, you're a great cook. Zhu Yuyan was flabbergasted. Dad, there are still guests here. Zhu's mother looked at Xia Qingyan and said, don't be polite, Miss Xia, just make yourself at home. We also consider Gu Yuan our own child. Please take good care of him in the future. Gu Yuan was already used to the way Zhu's parents got along, so he quietly ate his meal. Xia Qingyan was obviously still not used to it. I will. After the meal, Gu Yuan and Xia Qingyan were about to leave. Uncle and Aunt, we've finished eating, so we'll go first. Take care on the way home. Hey. Zhu Yuyan was about to go back to her room to study. You go downstairs to see them off. Zhu father took out 100 yuan and slipped it into her daughter's pocket. Take this money, go spend it, and come back to bed at 10 o'clock. It is obvious that Father Zhu wants to deliberately send Zhu Yuyan away, so that he can discuss the Koan Ziju with Mother Zhu. Mother Zhu's eyes are almost gleaming. Zhu Yuyan understands. Gu Yuan also understands. Only Xia Qingyan does not understand. Zhu Yuyan goes downstairs with Gu Yuan and the others, blushing. Xia Qingyan says, "It's not safe for you to be alone outside until 10 o'clock, is it?" Zhu Yuyan sighed and said, "Usually at this time, I would go to the mahjong parlor to play mahjong and fish, and the grandparents at the mahjong parlor all know me." It seems that Zhu Yuyan has long been familiar with her parents' modus operandi. Why do they want you to go back after 10 o'clock? Gu Yuan looked at Xia Qingyan and said, "Sister Qingyan, my parents usually communicate with each other a lot and need a quiet environment where they won't be disturbed. Right, classmate?" Zhu Yuyan was embarrassed and said, "Well, you might be able to hold your baby brother next year," Gu Yuan whispered to her. Zhu Yuyan blushed. "Classmate, let's go." The street was crowded with people. At night, it was indeed much busier here, especially with couples who had come to the dragon well and the big locust tree to make wishes. "Wait." Zhu Yuyan called out to Gu Yuan, who had walked away. Gu Yuan turned around. "Gu Yuan, you will come to my house again, won't you?" "If there's a chance, I will definitely come again." Zhu Yuyan asked again, "We will meet again, right?" "Of course." Gu Yuan and Xia Qingyan disappeared into the crowd. In the evening, the banks of the Dragon Tear River were bustling with people and noisy, with all kinds of food stalls. The two walked past the locking dragon well. Many red candles were lit under the big pagoda tree. They were called forever candles. Many couples bought them and lit them under the big pagoda tree. Many of them were half extinguished. Just like their love, it couldn't last. Xia Qingyan looked at the couples walking past her, laughing and chatting sweetly, and didn't envy them. Xia Qingyan looked down and said to Gu Yuan, "Gu Yuan, I want to light a candle too. That's for couples to buy and light. I don't mean anything by it, I just want to light a candle and see if it burns out. It doesn't say that one person can't light a candle, does it?" Xia Qingyan walked over to the man selling candles and asked, "Do you have a single candle?" "These are all sold as a pair, called the Forever Candle." The man actually wanted to sell them as a pair. "Break one off for me, I just want one." "You can buy two together," the man reminded her. 20 yuan for two. Xia Qingyan stubbornly said, "No, I just want one." This confused the old man. "You can buy two and break them apart yourself, that way you have one." "Then why can't you sell me one?" "Little girl, it's not that I don't want to sell it to you, but once I break it apart, I can't sell it anymore." Gu Yuan swept 20 yuan off the counter. "Boss, give me a candle for a lifetime." "Little friend, do you have a boyfriend too?" "I don't have a partner." The boss gave Gu Yuan a candle. Gu Yuan broke it in two from the bottom where it was attached, but one of the ends was broken and it couldn't stand up. "Sister Qingyan, here's a good one for you." Xia Qingyan was very happy to hold a candle. They walked under the big locust tree, lit the wick with the flame of the other candles, and then dropped the candle onto the green brick. The red wax dripped onto the green brick, the temperature dropped suddenly, and the wax congealed quickly. They had to fix the candle quickly so that it could stand up. Everyone around looked at Gu Yuan and Xia Qingyan with strange eyes, but Xia Qingyan didn't care about other people's stares. Gu Yuan's candle could not stand upright because it was uneven, so Gu Yuan simply gave up. Xia Qingyan took Gu Yuan's candle and re-glued it with wax oil. Wouldn't that work? The two candles that had been re-glued together were obviously one big and one small, but the flame was very strong and the wax oil burned quickly. Gu Yuan and Xia Qingyan left Suolongjing without waiting for it to burn out. Chapter 38, How Can You Eat Such a Cute Bunny? The banks of the Dragon Tear River were brightly lit and bustling with activity. In order to keep an eye on Gu Yuan and prevent him from getting lost, Xia Qingyan could only hold onto his little hand tightly. The evening breeze by the river blew, and the willows on the embankment swayed. It brought a hint of coolness to the gradually hot summer. The aromas from the roadside food stalls were overpowering. Gu Yuan knew that Xia Qingyan had not eaten much at Zhu Yuyan's house earlier, and that she was still hungry. Gu Yuan volunteered, "Sister Qingyan, I'm not full yet. Let's buy something to eat." "Okay." Xia Qingyan nodded and led Gu Yuan around. There were skewers of food, stinky tofu, grilled cold noodles, duck intestine rice noodles, and so on. Gu Yuan saw that there was a vendor selling bacon pancakes, so he took Xia Qingyan to eat this. The two ordered one and watched as they ate. Afterwards, they bought another order of grilled squid. Xia Qingyan was having a great time, as she had never visited a food street like this before. As they walked along, Gu Yuan was attracted by a sign in front of them. The small purple lanterns looked full of charm, and they said adult self-help supply store. Main business XXXX triple X XXXX. There were two girls inside, as if they were discussing something. A girl with short, androgynous hair scanned a QR code, took something out of the machine, and put it into the handbag of the girl next to her. Then the two of them bent down, smiled, and ran out. Xia Qingyan peeked inside, and immediately pulled Gu Yuan away from the place, away from the unsuitable for children. Xia Qingyan was afraid that Gu Yuan was tired, so she asked with her head bowed, "Gu Yuan, do you want to take a break?" "Are you tired, Qingyan?" "I'm not tired, I'm afraid you are." Gu Yuan smiled and said, "I'm not tired. The bacon pancake and the grilled squid were delicious, what else is good here?" Xia Qingyan asked Gu Yuan, because Gu Yuan said he had been here with Yao Xinyu. Gu Yuan thought for a moment and pointed ahead, saying, "There's a grilled rabbit shop over there, their hand-shredded spicy rabbit is very delicious." Xia Qingyan had never eaten rabbit before, and she found it hard to understand how anyone could eat such a cute animal. "Gu Yuan, why would anyone eat such a cute rabbit?" "Well, that's what people who haven't tried it say. Once you do try it, you'll understand why it's so delicious," Gu Yuan said. Xia Qingyan was skeptical, but she was curious and wanted to find out what kind of cruel businessperson would turn a cute bunny into a delicacy. She took Gu Yuan's hand and walked forward to the shop that roasted rabbits. "Spiced and spicy rabbit, this shop has been here for more than 20 years, has a good reputation, and is doing a booming business. The owner's surname is Lu, and he is from Chengdu, now living in Tianhai. His spicy rabbit is the authentic Chengdu taste." Gu Yuan and Xia Qingyan arrived at the front of the shop. Xia Qingyan saw the fragrant, browned rabbits on the plate. Each rabbit had been skinned and gutted, and then skewered and grilled. Xia Qingyan's expression was a little hard to accept. The cute rabbits had become people's food. Gu Yuan saw that the boss was not busy, so he walked over. "How's business today, boss?" Gu Yuan greeted him. He was also considered a regular customer of the boss. Lu Boss was also very impressed by this precocious little boy. "It's Gu Yuan, business is okay today, summer is here and there are more tourists coming to visit Longjing, so we're almost sold out." Lu Boss noticed that the girl next to Gu Yuan was someone he didn't know, and that she was not the person who usually accompanied Gu Yuan, Yao Xinyu. "Why is this little guy always surrounded by beautiful women? Gu Yuan, where is your sister Xinyu? She didn't come with you today?" "Sister Xinyu is at school. She also has a part-time job in the evenings, so she doesn't have time to keep me company." Lu Boss nodded. "And who is this?" Gu Yuan introduced with a smile, "This is Sister Qingyan. I've left the orphanage now. Sister Qingyan adopted me." Lu Boss laughed, "Oh, that's good. You found a shortcut to life, boy." Gu Yuan was at a loss for words. "Lu Boss, I'm a man of integrity, I won't live off other people's hard work." "Ha ha ha ha." Boss Lu laughed. Xia Qingyan kept looking at the two rabbits in the cage inside. Gu Yuan tugged on Xia Qingyan's sleeve. "Qingyan, do you want to buy one to try?" Xia Qingyan looked at the rabbits with their attractive color and said, "If you want to eat it, then buy one." Gu Yuan said, "Forget it, let's buy half, we won't be able to finish one." Xia Qingyan said, "It's okay, we can save one first." "Save? How? Save it in your stomach?" Gu Yuan said, "Boss Lu, then give us one." "Okay, but make it spiced, right?" Lu Ming knew exactly what Gu Yuan had bought before, which meant that Gu Yuan and Yao Xinyu often visited the place. Gu Yuan was about to agree, but Xia Qingyan said, "No, not spiced, make it really spicy." Lu Ming was surprised. "Extra spicy? You probably can't handle it, girl." Xia Qingyan smiled, "It's okay, boss, I can handle spicy food." Gu Yuan looked at Xia Qingyan, not knowing what she was going to do. Boss Lu took a rabbit, tore it open, put it in a stainless steel basin, poured in the seasoning chili, mixed it a bit, and its flavor came up immediately, especially a strong spicy and stimulating taste. Cough cough. Xia Qingyan couldn't help but cough, it was very choking. Gu Yuan worriedly said, "Qingyan sister, are you okay?" Xia Qingyan covered her mouth, "I'm fine." "Why don't we change it? Neither Sister Xinyu nor I can eat extra spicy food, it has to be slightly spicy." Xia Qingyan waved her hand, "No, I want extra spicy." Extra spicy. This stuff will make your brain smoke when you eat it, just like ascending to immortality. Xia Qingyan asked, "Boss, how many rabbits can you sell in a day?" Boss Lu answered, 300 a day, and I'm off work when I'm sold out." Where do you get all the rabbits from? Farmed. Are they freshly killed? Yes. Boss Lu packed Xia Qingyan's order and handed it to Gu Yuan. Xia Qingyan asked, Gu Yuan, how much is it? 72 for one. Xia Qingyan scanned the QR code to pay. Thank you, Boss Lu, we'll be going now. Gu Yuan took Gu Qingyan's hand. Qingyan, take this home and eat it. Xia Qingyan nodded. Gu Yuan took her to leave. Xia Qingyan looked at the cage behind Boss Lu. Boss, are the rabbits in the cage behind you also going to be slaughtered? We've sold most of them today, so we'll keep the rest for tomorrow. Xia Qingyan looked at the rabbits in the cage and said, the rabbits are so miserable. Gu Yuan, let's buy them, shall we? But we don't have any room at home to keep them. We can just keep them in the backyard. Qingyan, are you sure? Xia Qingyan nodded. Gu Yuan sighed, there's no way we can save these things. Boss Lu, can we buy those 2 rabbits? Sure, they're yours. Boss Lu said generously. Xia Qingyan said, no, I'll pay you. You're in business, I can't let you lose money, so just sell them to me at 72 yuan each. Boss Lu said, I didn't process these, so I can't charge you the price of a finished product, 50 yuan each. Okay. Xia Qingyan paid for the cages as well, and the boss handed them to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan looked at Xia Qingyan with a helpless expression. Chapter 39A Past Event. Click. Boom. The starry night sky suddenly became overcast. Tianhai belongs to the south of Daxia and is the estuary of the Dajiang River. It is now the rainy season, with humid air and continuous rain. There was a thunderstorm yesterday, and now it is starting again. The wind in the face feels a little cool. The people here are used to this kind of weather, so they are not panicked. They walk steadily and mind their own business. In a moment, the raindrops, as fine as a cow's hair, fall from the sky. It's raining. Qingyan, let's take a taxi and hurry back. Gu Yuan looks up and sees the fine raindrops falling on Qingyan's shoulders, flashing white shadows under the streetlights. His hands were holding the rabbit cage, and the rabbit inside was jumping back and forth with fear. Xia Qingyan nodded and said, okay. I was going to buy them some food. Gu Yuan said, no need, just feed them some of the rotten vegetable leaves at home. The 2 walked out of the snack street and stood at the intersection waiting for the traffic lights. An old man slipped and fell between 2 stone stumps. He was old with white hair and a hunched back, and it looked like he couldn't get up. The people around him walked past him without daring to help even though they saw him. A child tried to help him, but was stopped by her mother. Xia Qingyan saw this and hurried over to help the old man up. Gu Yuan, let's help Grandpa stand up. Wait a minute, Qingyan. Gu Yuan stopped her too. Xia Qingyan stopped in her tracks, what's wrong? Gu Yuan put down the rabbit cage, took out her mobile phone, and turned on the camera to record a video. We need to leave evidence. Xia Qingyan's brows furrowed slightly. What evidence? To prove that we didn't make the old man fall, otherwise what if we get sued later? There have been a lot of bad people who specialize in suing people before. Gu Yuan walked over to the old man and said, Grandpa, you fell by yourself. Now my sister is going to help you up, but you can't sue for money, and I'm recording the video too. The old man sighed and said, I'm not going to scam you. I just want to go and see the dragon well. Xia Qingyan slowly helped the old man to his feet. He was wearing a green military uniform with a cap, with a red 5-pointed star on it. It was obvious that he was an older soldier. Gu Yuan also saw several military medals on his chest. Although the old man's face was skinny, his eyes were firm and he looked very imposing, but there was a hint of sadness in his expression. Cough, cough. The old man coughed twice. Xia Qingyan helped him sit on a stone bench to rest. The old man looked at Xia Qingyan and said, Little girl, thank you. You're welcome, Grandpa. Gu Yuan put away his phone. Grandpa, it's raining now, why don't we come back another day when the weather is nice? The old man shook his head. No, I have to go today. I made an appointment. Xia Qingyan said, it's still a ways to the locking dragon well, and the road is slippery. Let us help you there. The old man said gratefully, thank you. My legs aren't very good, and I'm afraid it would take a long time to walk there. Xia Qingyan supported the old man, and Gu Yuan carried the rabbit cage, switching hands every minute, but leaving red marks on her hands. The old man looked at the banks of the lonely river and sighed, this place has really changed a lot. Judging from the old man's accent, he seemed to be from the Central Plains. Gu Yuan felt a sense of familiarity and asked, "Grandpa, where are you from in the Central Plains?" "I'm from Xinyu." "Have you been here before?" Gu Yuan asked. Xia Qingyan was a little surprised that Gu Yuan spoke the local dialect. "I came here once 60 years ago. Back then, the Longley River was very shallow." He said the river was shallow because of a war, which filled the river with corpses and turned it red. The old man sighed, his eyes filled with vicissitudes of life, as if he had returned to the battlefield. The old man looked at Gu Yuan and said, "Little friend, why do you speak Shangzhou dialect?" Gu Yuan laughed and said, "I watched a TV show and imitated it." "Your Shangzhou dialect is very authentic, not like an imitation." Gu Yuan said, "Thank you for your praise." The three of them walked towards Suolong Well. Gu Yuan wondered what kind of promise it was that was worth the old man dressing up and treating it so seriously. Even if it was raining, he still had to keep his appointment. The drizzle fell on the old man's shoulders, broad shoulders that once carried a machine gun. It was just that the old man's walk was light on one side and heavy on the other. He had an amputated lower leg, with a prosthetic limb attached. Back at Suolong Well, the candles lit by the couples had all gone out. The candle that Gu Yuan and Xia Qingyan lit for their lifetime together had burned clean. The rain was getting heavier. And there were not many people here anymore. The red ribbon on the big pagoda tree fluttered in the wind, just like a hairband on a beautiful woman's head. The old man walked over to Beixin Bridge and stroked its body. Xia Qingyan and Gu Yuan stood next to him. He looked left and right, waiting for the person he had agreed to meet. The rain falling from the sky was getting heavier. Gu Yuan looked at the old man and said, "Grandpa, it's raining heavily. Let's go over there and wait under the awning of the shop." The old man said, "I'm fine. I'll wait here. This is the most conspicuous place. If she comes, she should be able to see me at a glance." The old man was full of expectations and didn't mind the rain falling all over him. Xia Qingyan said, "Gu Yuan, you stay here with the grandpa. I'll go buy an umbrella." Gu Yuan nodded. The bluestone on Xinyu Bridge was already wet. Gu Yuan reminded Xia Qingyan to walk slowly so as not to fall. Gu Yuan looked at the old man and asked, "Grandpa, this must be someone very important to you, right?" "Yes, someone I owe the most." Gu Yuan and the old man chatted some more about the local customs and strange events in Shangzhou. The old man's name was Qin Peri and he was a veteran soldier. Gu Yuan quietly listened as the old man recounted an old story. The past is like this drizzling rain, refreshing. Back then, a young man full of spirit signed up to join the army to protect the Great Xia and the 8,000 Li land, mountains, rivers, sun and moon. He was wounded in the war between the Tianhai Empire and the Kingdom of Heaven, and was transferred to the medical point at Suolong Well to be treated. There, he met a girl, fell in love, and lit a candle for a lifetime together under Suolong Well. The candle burned out. The two made a lifelong commitment. But the old man said, "As long as the enemy is not destroyed, we cannot get married." The girl also said, "I will wait until the day we win the war, and I will marry you." Later, the war between the two countries failed. The young man had to follow the army in a strategic retreat. He lost contact with the girl. The war lasted for many years, and after much hardship, the invaders were finally driven away and the war was won. But the young man never saw the girl again. The young man never forgot his promise, and he asked everyone he knew for information. Before he could find the girl, the war broke out again. The young man hurriedly went to fight in another war. In that war, he led his company in battles in the freezing cold. After many battles, in an ambush, his company was trapped in a snowdrift for a long time. Some comrades froze to death, and most of them suffered frostbite. The young man's lower leg was also amputated due to frostbite. After the young man's leg was amputated, he lost his fighting spirit and began to give up on himself. He had originally wanted to find that girl, but when he looked at his own pitiful appearance, how could he give that girl happiness? So he gave up. He returned to his hometown in Xinyu. When others introduced him to potential mates, he turned them down. He could not let go of that promise, and he could not let go of that girl. The girl with bright eyebrows and white teeth, like a summer lotus. So it went year after year, day after day, for many years. The young man grew from youth to old age. Whenever it rained, his legs would ache and itch. Last month, he received a phone call. On the other end of the line was a familiar voice. He remembered it even after more than 60 years. It was her. The two were silent for a long time, exchanging a few simple greetings as if they were relaxed and carefree. Both of them wanted to see each other again, so they agreed to meet by the Dragon Locking Well today, the place where they had first fallen in love. Chapter 40, Never Married, Never Married. Today is the day they first fell in love. Gu Yuan knew that the young man Grandpa Chen was talking about was himself. Grandpa Chen, I think she will definitely come. Chen Peri scanned the crowd with an uneasy and nervous gaze. In the cage at her feet, the two rabbits snuggled together to escape the rain and wind. Xia Qingyan went into a small supermarket on the street and took a red folding umbrella. After leaving the supermarket, she happened to meet an elderly woman with outstanding temperament. The grandmother had curly white hair and was wearing a cheongsam. Although her face was full of wrinkles and her life was fleeting, she still could not hide the beauty that radiated from within. She hurriedly walked forward. The cold rain fell obliquely at her feet, splashing mud onto her white shoes, but she didn't care at all. She just looked anxiously in the direction of Suolong Well, as if she was looking for someone. Xia Qingyan ran over and opened her folding umbrella to shield the old woman from the rain. The old woman stopped and looked at Xia Qingyan. "Thank you, young lady." Xia Qingyan said, "You're going to Suolong Well, right?" The old lady smiled kindly, her eyes curved like a crescent moon. You can imagine how touching her smile must have been when she was young. "I'm going to keep a promise. I'm going that way too, so we can go together." The old lady nodded. Xia Qingyan and the old lady hurriedly walked over. From their footsteps, you could tell that the old lady's appointment was very important and that she really wanted to meet that person. Xia Qingyan asked, "This appointment is very important to you, isn't it?" The old woman didn't answer Xia Qingyan's question, but instead told her a story. Back then, a girl was studying at Tianhai. Unfortunately, a war broke out at that time, and she went to the front line to support the war effort, volunteering at a medical point. There, she met an injured soldier. The girl took meticulous care of the soldier boy, and the boy often made the girl laugh. Gradually, they fell in love. The two of them made a vow of eternal love under the big locust tree in Suolongjing and lit a candle for a lifetime together. But the war was cruel, the country was broken, and compatriots were slaughtered. The boy said that they could talk about love only after the war was won, and the girl said that she would wait for that day. After the Tianhai War ended in defeat, the students were forced to relocate to the southwest, and she lost contact with the boy. But she didn't give up. She studied at school, kept an eye on the war situation, and asked people to find out news about the boy. Later, the invaders were driven away, and the girl came to Suolongjing again, settling down nearby and living on, but she never waited for the boy to return. When she taught at the girls' school, her suitors formed long queues, all attracted by her beauty and temperament. But she still couldn't let go of the boy, remembering the promise in her heart. She didn't believe that the boy had died in battle. During the turbulent times, she was sent to a farm for re-education. Despite the bullying, she never gave up hope of survival. The boy made her want to live, and he was a ray of light in the darkest years of her life. After she returned to the city, she continued to teach at the school, and gradually became a professor and then the dean. She retired 10 years ago, and her daily life is reading books, painting, and making cheongsams. She never gave up looking for a man, and last month she finally heard news of a man. After leaving Tianhai, the man fought in wars all over the country, and also participated in the campaign to eradicate bandits in the southwest. Later, he went to the peninsula to fight in a war, but was wounded and had his leg amputated in that war, and returned to his hometown. She also knew that the man never married in his life. When she heard the news, her tears could not stop flowing, not knowing whether she was sad for the man or crying for her own lifelong wait. After calming herself, she still called the village committee of the men's village and found the man. They spoke briefly and agreed to meet again at Suolongjing. Today, she sat in front of the dressing table at home and dressed up for a long time. She kept trying on all kinds of beautiful clothes, but the old face in the mirror made her anxious. Would she grow old? Would she lose her beauty? What if the man doesn't like her now? In her mind, the man is still the handsome and spirited young man from more than 60 years ago. After listening to the story, Xia Qingyan was very moved. Her nose felt a little bit sour. The two of them also came to the side of Suolongjing. Under the red umbrella, Zhouhai stood on the Beixin Bridge, looking up at the slender, elderly-looking Chenbaro on the bridge. She felt very sad. The boy from that year was now an old man. However, in his military uniform, he still looked full of energy. Begonia looked down again and saw Gu Yuan standing next to Chen Bori. She was a little curious, who is this little guy? Begonia is a very smart woman. She knows that Grandpa Chen Bori never married in his life, but now he is accompanied by a young boy. This is an actor hired to make him feel no regrets. Tears silently welled up in the corners of her eyes. Her lips moved, but she could not speak. Grandpa Chen Bori saw Chiu Haitang at the bridgehead. He recognized the girl from that year at first glance. She was still as beautiful as ever. But why was she with Xia Qingyan? Chen Bori's eyes were full of guilt towards Chiu Haitang. The two of them locked eyes, and did not speak for a long time. All they could hear was the patter of rain. Gu Yuan looked at the old woman next to Xia Qingyan and guessed that she must be the person Chen's grandfather had been waiting for. Begonia knew that the old man had difficulty walking, so she walked up to the bridge and came to Chen Bori. She smiled kindly and looked at the old man. It's been a long time. Yes, it's been a long time. It's been 60 years. Begonia asked deliberately, is this your grandson? Chen Bori looked at Gu Yuan and said, yes. Gu Yuan said, Begonia, this is my granddaughter. Xia Qingyan said. Chen Bori smiled because he knew that Xia Qingyan was not. Begonia frowned and said, what are you smiling at? Chen Bori stopped smiling. Gu Yuan sighed and said, hello, Grandma. I'm not Chen Bori's grandson, and Qingyan is not your granddaughter. Begonia looked at Gu Yuan and said, you know each other? Xia Qingyan looked at Begonia and said, Grandma, Gu Yuan is my younger brother. Begonia felt a little embarrassed. She said angrily, if you know Qingyan, why didn't you tell me? You made me look bad. Chen Bori scratched his head and said, you didn't ask me either. No matter what age a woman is, she loves to act up. This is the first time Begonia has done this in so many years. It's kind of cute. Begonia retorted, you're not married, and you don't have any grandchildren, so why did you lie to me? Chen Bori asked in return, why did you lie to me? None of your business. Begonia snorted. Alas, Begonia, all these years, I've wronged you. You have wronged me. You said you'd marry me when the war was over, so why didn't you come looking for me?